What you're seeing on screen right now is a diagram that I've been using throughout the different lessons, but we realize that not everybody starts with lesson one and goes right through them all automatically. So every once in a while, those of you who have seen the previous lessons, you'll see me repeating myself about things, and very often that's because I need to deal with the fact that sometimes people have not seen the earlier lessons, and so I'm not always going to do like a big review of what we did in a past lesson, but you will see me repeat myself, for example, with this diagram. So I have diagrammed the four main parts, the four main objects in a database. Notice at the top we have the tables. The tables are really the most important thing because they are what contains the data. These other objects, they just interact with the data in the tables. So on the left, you can see information about queries. The word query is Latin for question, quite frankly. So queries allow you to ask questions from your tables. Maybe one table at a time, maybe multiple tables at a time. If you're going to have a query that looks at information in multiple tables, those tables need to be related to each other through some shared field, where in at least one of those two tables, the shared field has to be the primary key. So I'm using some terms that I hope you understand by now. So queries pull information from tables when you run a query, and then once you're looking at the results of a query, you will have the ability to do data entry. You can type stuff into the query, and it will feed back into the tables. Thus, you'll notice the two-way arrow going between the tables and the queries on my screen right now. So today, we're going to be talking about forms. You see that down at the bottom. Forms, as it says here, pushes and pulls data from and to your tables. And so that's a two-way street as well. So every time you open a form, it pulls information from the tables. And if there's more records in the table than there were last time, then your form will show all of those new records and so forth. So every time you open a form, it pulls information from a table, and then in the form, you can do data entry to feed information back into a table. You might also notice an arrow between queries and forms, and notice that that is basically a one-way street. So I think I mentioned this in my intro, I could create a query that gathers certain fields from multiple tables and then use that query as what's called the record source for a form. And then when I do data entry into the form, it feeds back into the tables. I don't have an arrow pointing back at a query because queries don't store data. So if I'm using a form that's based on a query that was made from multiple tables, when I do data entry into the form, it feeds the information directly into the table or tables that were created in the query that go into the form that lives in the house that Jack built. That was a lot. Also, later on, if you come back and look at Module 6, we'll be talking about reports. And it turns out reports are very much like forms, except reports you have to deal with paper sizes and stuff like that, because reports are all about printouts, with some kinds of special formatting. So if you come back later for Module 6, you'll get a chance to talk about reports as well. So let's jump in and do some forms. Let's go open one of our practice files. So I would like you to go start your version of Microsoft Access 2016. When it opens up, you will see recently used files on the left side of your screen, like I do. And if you've been playing along, if you've been working through the lessons with me, then you will have these same files over there at the left-hand side. By the way, there's no requirement that you play along. You can feel free to just watch the video and pick up information and then use that information on your database. But a lot of folks find it better to actually get in and get their hands dirty and play along, as it were, with whatever they're seeing in the video. Realize that you can always hit the back up button. You can rewind the thing if you missed a little piece. And every once in a while, you'll hear me say, now put the video on pause and then go to this thing, and then you'll want to do it, and then you unpause the video, and you can take up in the next part there. Makes our videos really handy to use. So having said all that, I don't really want to use any of the forms that are over here already. I would like us to all come down here towards the bottom left-hand corner and click on Open Other Files, please. Now, I have some third-party software installed that I will sometimes use to zoom in on things on screen to make it easier for you to see. Just be aware that you won't be able to do that. I'm not doing that through Microsoft Access. I'm doing it through a separate program. Its name, by the way, is ZoomIt, ZOOM-IT, and it's a free program. You can download it from the web. You can download it from cnet.com, for example. And it's really handy because it lets you zoom in and out on things, and you can draw things with it. You can make boxes, you can make lines, you can make arrows. So it's really handy for doing demonstrations like I'm doing now. And then I've also got a thing going on where every time I hit the control key, it makes a little radar thingy, and that can also make it easy to figure out where my mouse is. So I'll use that every once in a while. Anyway, that's the goings-on in the recording program and some of those kind of things that I'm doing right now. So we have gone to open other files, and then let us browse together, brothers and sisters. We will browse, and if you have expanded your zip folder to the same place I did, I put mine out on the desktop, then you can go over to your favorites area and click on desktop, and then you can step into your Access 2016 samples folder, and then you can step into your mods 5 and 6 folder. And then let us open this database named Form Design, Form DSN. Give that one a quick double click. Bang, it opens like this. You will probably see a red line here about a security warning. Certain stuff is being disabled. You could click here for more details to read about the kind of stuff that's disabled. It's mostly macros. And also, we would like to be able to enable the content, which in this case also means that we can edit the content. So you're probably going to see this warning. Let us click on Enable Content, everybody. And now I'm hoping your screen looks like mine, where in my navigation pane I can see some tables, I can see some queries, I can see some forms. I do not see any reports just yet, but I'm hoping that you're seeing the same thing I am seeing. I'd like to stop here for a moment and talk about that security stuff that was going on right there, those security warnings. This is not a repeat of anything I have done in a previous module. I just thought maybe it was time to teach you about this particular subject. It's called Creating a Trusted Location, and it refers to a folder on your hard drive where if you open a database from that folder, it won't disable any of your macros and block it and warn you that certain things are being disabled. It will simply trust that everything in that database is safe and it's not got any viruses in it, and it's not going to erase your hard drive and slash your tires and kick your dog and stuff like that. All those nasty things viruses can do. So let's talk for just a moment about how to create a trusted location. So you can feel free to play along or you can just watch. I'm going up here and clicking on the File Command tab, which opens up this area called the Backstage view. And in the Backstage view, I'm going to go to the Options button down here in the lower left corner. And that opens up this separate dialog window right here. And I would like you to do that much, please. If you're going to play along, put the video on pause and do that much. That was File, and then at the bottom left corner, Options brings me here to the Access Options dialog window. So pause the video if you're playing along and catch up. Now we're going to take a little trip on what I call the trust trail. So at the bottom left-hand corner of the Access Options window, we have something called Trust Center. So that's the first step on the trust trail. I'm going to click on that. And then that affects what's happening on the right side. And I'm trying to figure out how to take the next step on the trust trail. Let me zoom in on this a bit. Anybody see the next step on the trust trail? Yeah, I'm giving you a big old clue. There it is over at the right-hand side. So I'm just reading what it says about the Trust Center. It contains security and privacy settings. These settings help keep your computer secure. We recommend that you don't change these settings, and then here I am having you change them. So I'm stepping back there, and let us take the next step on the trust trail. So why don't you put the video on pause, go over there and click on Trust Center so you see this screen, and then I recommend that you go over here and click on the Trust Center settings. Pause the video. When you come back, I will join you. All right, well, welcome back. So now I'm clicking on Trust Center settings, and here we come to a fork in the trust trail. I'm looking up here in the upper left-hand corner. I've got trusted publishers, I've got trusted locations, I've got trusted documents, trusted add-in catalogs. How do you know who you can trust? Well, some of these things you actually have to go pay money for, but not a trusted location. A trusted location is simply a folder that will be trusted by your Microsoft Office products. So that's going to be our next step on the trust trail. That would be here in the trusted locations. Right there. So that's where we're heading next. Go ahead and click on that. Pause the video. Head with me to Trusted Locations window. All right, welcome back. So I am seeing a location here, which is actually pointing to a folder on my hard drive. Good news is we don't have to know what that is or where it is or anything like that. It is just an automatically trusted location. And then down here towards the bottom, I'm seeing a little button here about how we could add a new location. And that's where we're headed next. So we're going to go down here and click on Add New Location, which opens up this dialog window. So take that next step. Click on Add New Location and open up this dialog window, please. All right, I'm assuming you're playing along. If you're not, that's fine. You can just keep watching. So what I need to do now is browse to the folder that I want it to trust. In this case, it's out on my desktop in the Access 2016 sample files. And it's in the mods 5 and 6 folder. That's the folder that I want it to trust. Now notice there's also a checkbox here about trust the subfolders as well. That's usually not needed because databases usually don't have subfolders to them, but you can feel free to checkmark that. It just usually doesn't matter whether that one's selected or not, and I'm not going to bother to select it. So here's what I would like you to do. In this window, I would like you to click with me on Browse, and then we're going to go navigate to that Mods 5 and 6 folder. So put the video on pause, click Browse, go navigate to the Mods 5 and 6 folder. When you come back, I will catch up with you. We're doing this little leapfrog thing. I go ahead, you catch up, you go ahead, I catch up. So let's keep doing that. So go ahead and browse to that folder, the Mods 5 and 6 folder. When you come back, you want to be standing in that folder. All right, I'm assuming things are going well for you. If you're not quite sure of what you were supposed to do there, then you can feel free to do it with me now. So I'm going over here to the Browse button. I'm clicking on that. And now I want to navigate to my Access 2016 sample files folder. Mine's out on my desktop. So I'm heading to the desktop. I'm going to go double click on my Access 2016 samples. I'm going to double click to go into my Access Modules 5 and 6 folder. And this is where I said I hoped you would be when you came back and restarted this video. So I'm hoping that this is where you're standing right now in the Access Mods 5 and 6 folder. If not, pause the video, go do what you just saw me do, and then come on back. All right, so we are in the folder that we want it to trust. Let us join together and click on OK, brothers and sisters. So in your dialog window, it now has this path to your folder that you would like it to trust. There's only one step left, basically. Well, actually, there's a couple, but they're the same thing over and over again. So I'm hoping you're at this place right now. If not, go pause the video, take that next step, browse so that you're standing in the Access Mods 5 and 6 folder, click OK, it brings you back here. Okay, so now we're going to go forward. We're going to tell it we're in the location that we want it to trust by clicking the Okie dokie button down here. And then it drops you back to the Trust Center window, where there's another okie dokie button in the bottom right corner. Let's go down and click on that. Takes you back to your Access Options window. You're just kind of unwinding now. And it's got its OK button down at the bottom. So click okie dokie. And now that folder is a trusted location. So what does that mean? Well, it means that the next time I open any database that's stored in that particular folder, it will automatically trust that file. It won't tell me I need to enable any actions or enable editing or that anything's being blocked because it trusts any database that's created from that folder. So catch up with me there if you haven't already. You've okayed like 3 times to unwind out of that trust trail. And now watch my screen and then come do this with me. I'm going to tell it that I'd like to open a new file. So I could use Control-O as the keyboard shortcut. In my case, I'm going to go to the File command tab here. Welcome to the Backstage view. I'm now going to click on Open. And I'm going to go navigate to that Mods 5 and 6 folder by browsing again. And so it happens to remember on my screen that I was in the Mods 5 and 6 folder. That would probably happen to you as well. And now watch what happens if I open some other database that's in that folder. We're already working in the one named Forms DSN. So I'm going to open up the States database here for a moment. And notice I didn't get any warning about anything being disabled and have to enable content and blah, 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 blah. It just trusted this database and I'm good to go right away. So that's what a trusted location does for you. Now in your company, I don't know how many times you're going to have multiple databases in the same folder, but this is how you can get around all that stuff about, hey, I'm blocking information from your database. So catch up with me there. You probably created the trusted location. So what you just saw me do was file and open a file and browse out to your mods 5 and 6 folder. And I happened to double click on the one named states, and it opened that thing right up. And I can see inside there's a table named states. So join me there. All right, everybody, I'm assuming things are going as swimmingly for you as they are for me. So this is a wonderful database, but it's not the one I want to use. So let's go back and reopen the original database that we had moments ago, and we won't really have to work very hard. Here's all you'll have to do. File tab, open. Over at the right-hand side is a list of recently used databases. And the one I want to go back to is the one we were using just before states, which was this guy, Forms DSN. So you can click on that thing, and it will take you back to that database, and it will close the states database. And this is where I want to be to start our next lesson. So join me there. You've made a trusted location. You've seen that you can open a database there, and it doesn't block you from doing stuff anymore. If you've been playing along, you've got a couple of tables open here because I told you to double click on them and see the new tabs. We can feel free to close those. And here's a quick way to do it. I'm going to right click on one of those table tabs. On the pop-up menu that appears, if I click close, it closes just that one. If I choose close all, it closes however many I've got lined up here. Close all sounds a little dangerous, like it's going to close the whole database. Not true. So I've right clicked on either of those two table tabs. Object tabs they're actually called because they're not always tables, and I'm going to then click on close all. So I'd like you to do the same thing if you've been playing along. And now we're going to go create our first form. So over the minutes, we're going to see a couple of different buttons that are available up in our ribbon that will allow us to create forms really quickly and efficiently. First, I want to choose a table to use as what's referred to as the record source for my form. And in fact, maybe I ought to talk about the data in here. So the idea of this database is that we are a wholesale bookstore. So those of you who have taken previous lessons, you have seen this database a couple of times before. So for example, we operate a wholesale bookstore and we then sell to retail bookstores. So in this table over at the left called TBL Book Project, if we double click to look at data in there, we see that occasionally we will hire authors and graphic artists and have them develop a book that will then sell. So this is information about different books and the development costs, the suggested retail price for our books. As I scroll a little bit more to the right, I've got a wholesale book price and a retail book price. And that's because when we look at our list of customers in a moment, we'll discover we're not selling to the public. So I'm scrolling left and right. I see the data that's in the TBL Book Project table. And then I'm also going to double click on a table named Customer, TBL Customer. So here are my customers. Notice this is not Bill and Fred and Mary. These are actually retail bookstores. So we're in the business of not selling to the public, but selling wholesale to retail bookstores. And then we had the suggested retail price for them to charge their customers. We can't enforce that. That's just our suggestion. So we make our money off the bookstores. They hopefully make some money off the public, and then everybody's happy, and the public has books to read, and yay, everybody wins here, hopefully. So if you've been playing along, again, let's right-click on either of those tabs, close all. So we're about to make a form about our list of employees. So we've got a table that lists our employees. It's named TBL Practice Employee Data. If I double click on that, it's got their names, their address, their contact information, their hire date, phone number, etc. So that's what's going on in that table. We're about to make a really quick form from it. So I would like everybody to go over and just click once on TBL Practice Employee Data. If you've double clicked on it and it opens, go ahead and close it. You don't really need it open for this thing we're about to do with it. But you do want to click on it. It's going to make life a bit easier for this really quick way to make a form. So click once to select TBL Practice Employee Data, please. Pause the video, do that much, and come back, and we'll do the next thing together here. All right, here we go. With that TBL Practice Employee Data table selected as what's called the record source for our form, we're now going to go up here to the ribbon, the command tabs in the top of the ribbon. We're going to click on the Create tab, which opens up the Create ribbon. And then it's got this group of buttons that are all about doing stuff with forms. And I would like us to click on this button that just says Form. This button in 2003 and earlier used to say Auto Form. Now it just says Form. So with TBL Practice Employee Data selected as our record source, please come with me and click on the Form button. Yep. You should see pretty much the world's fastest form appear. And oh look, it's looking at information from TBL Practice Employee Data that we had selected as its record source. Pause that video, click that button. Tote that barge, lift that bale. All right, that was pretty easy to do. Now as I'm looking down towards the bottom of the screen, got this little navigation area down here that says I apparently have 51 different records here about my employees, and I'm looking at record number 1. And then I've got little navigation arrows here where I could look at a previous record. There isn't a previous record, we're looking at record number 1. Or I could use this little arrow to go to record 2, and then record 3, and then record 4. You may have seen things like this in Excel. I've got this right arrow with a bar, that would take me to the very last record. And I got the right arrow with what's supposed to look like a little flash bulb. They call it the gleam. This button would let me start creating a brand new record, record number 52, in the table that this form was created from. So this table and the form are actually related to each other. I can do data entry in either one. So as I opened up this form, it looked at the first record in the table upon which the form was built, and it's showing me that data. One record per screen here. And when I go down to the bottom and I click on the take me to the next record, the right arrow bar, now I'm in record 2 of 51, looking at this next person and their contact information and their hire date and all that stuff. So I can go from record to record looking at one record at a time. This kind of a form is very often used for data entry. And one of the reasons you might want to use a form like this is if you've got lots and lots of columns, lots and lots of fields in your table, then rather than doing data entry in the table where you're always scrolling left and then right and then left and then right, and there's so many columns it's easier to lose your place in it, you can instead look at one record at a time. So this kind of a form is very often used for doing this. I'm going to go down here to the bottom and click on the right arrow with the gleam button, which lets me create a new record. And now I'm entering data in that new record. I could also use a form like this to do data retrieval, to look up all the people from the state of New York, or all of my employees that live in Dresden. But if I use this form for that, I'll see them one at a time and I'll be able to navigate through those. So this kind of a form is great for data entry because you can maybe see all the fields at once. This kind of a form is not usually used for data retrieval, where I want to find all of the people from a particular place or that were hired before a particular date, because then I have to navigate through them one at a time. Let me show you how I might do that. So I'm going to go to my Home tab, and there's a group of buttons here called the Sort and Filter group. And I'm going to click on the button Advanced. Notice most of the things in there are grayed out. So if you want to join me here for a moment, you happen to have this form open, and while it's open, we're going to go to the Home tab, and come with me and we'll click on Advanced. All right, everybody, hopefully you've tried that. Now, I'm always kind of assuming that you're lucky enough you have two monitors, like you're watching me on one monitor and then you got the other monitor going where you're doing the thing. If you've only got one monitor, it can be kind of hard to go back and forth here like this. So here's what I'd like us to do next. Under the Advanced tab, we're going to go into something called Filter by Form. Right there, Filter by Form. Please click on that. That was Advanced, and then Filter by Form. And what you'll see looks like, oh, wait a minute, I just lost all my records. That's not true. This is a form that we can now use to look for things. So please catch up with me there. Click on Advanced and then Filter by Form, and then restart the video here. All right, so let's say that the boss comes to us one day and she said, I've just heard that there are people working for us from the Binga family. I know a lot of people in the Binga family, but I'm not sure I've ever seen any of the Bingas working here that I recognize. Could you give me a list of all of the people whose last name is Binga? So that's what I'm about to do here in the filter by form. Every time I click on one of these fields, you may notice way over here, I've got a little pull-down list. And I can use that to look through data that already exists in the table upon which this form was built. So I'm going to click anywhere in the last name field, and then way over here I'm going to click on the pull down arrow, and I actually do see the word Binga on there. These are my people with the last names of whatever I'm looking at. I'm going to click on Binga, and then I'm going to go up here and click on Toggle Filter. Now the word toggle means if the filter isn't on, then when you click the toggle filter button, it will turn it on. And then if you click the toggle filter button again, it will turn it off. The word toggle means it goes back and forth between two settings, even though you're clicking the same place. So please do what I have done. We went to the last name field, we clicked on the list arrow here, we chose the Bingas, and then come back and click on toggle filter. After you come back, I'll click on toggle filter and we can compare screens. All right, I'm assuming you have clicked on toggle filter. I am now going to do the same thing. Yes, here's Miss Allison Binga is showing up. I hope that's working for you as well. And now I'd like to draw your focus down here towards the bottom, where it used to say I had 51 records. Now it says I'm looking at record number 1 of 2. 2 what? As it turns out, it's 2 Bingas. So if I go down here and I click on the right arrow, right down here, then that will take me to record 2 of my 2 Bingas. So right now I'm looking at Allison Binga. I click the next record button, and now I'm looking at Mr. Sam Binga. And that seems to be record 2 of the 2 Bingas there. Now if I try to click the right arrow to go to the next one, it actually goes to a place where I could actually create a new Binga record. So if Allison Binga's cousin Ferdy Binga wants to join us and we hire him, then we could do that right here in this form that was based on a table named Practice Employee Data, so it would actually feed information into that table. So again, this is a two-way street. A form pulls information from tables, and then once you're looking at the results, you can actually do data entry into that form. And this particular kind of a form, where I'm looking at one record at a time, this kind of a form is more often used for data entry than it is for data retrieval, largely because you can only see one record at a time, which is great for data entry, but can be kind of clunky for trying to look through the list of the 25 people who live in Secaucus, New Jersey, or something like that. All right, what I'd like to do now is turn that filter by form process off. And in order to do that, now I'm assuming that you have been playing along with me. So if you haven't, pause the video, go look at the 2 Bingas, and then come on back and we'll continue doing stuff. All right, what I want to do now is remove the filter so that I can see all of my 51 records again. So we're going to go back to that Home Command tab up here that has the toggle filter. And remember what toggle means. It means turn it off if it's on and turn it on if it's off. Right now the filter is turned on, so let's click the toggle filter button to turn it off. And so I'm now looking at Mr. Ted James, who in the bottom section here says that's record 1 of my original 51 records there. So we have toggled the filter off. By the way, if you go back and click toggle filter, it'll remember the last thing you filtered by, and now I'm looking at the Bingas again, and then I'm going to toggle it off again. Okay, so take a moment, play with the toggle filter button, and then you all come back now, yeah? This particular form that we created in the last session is sometimes referred to by a couple of different names. One of the names for it is called a detail form because you see the details of one record in this form. So that's more of a name of kind of how it's used. Another name for this kind of a form is based on its layout. It's called a columnar form because I have a column of names of fields, sometimes called labels, and then one column of text boxes that actually have the data for the ID and the last name and so forth. So this is called the first name label, and this is called the first name text box. And this is a column of labels and a column of text box, therefore it's sometimes referred to as a columnar table. Now, there's a couple of things I'd like you to know about the way this thing is being viewed right now. If, for example, I want to come over here and try to change the state that Mr. James lives in, I can click over here where it says New York and it kind of lights up the box. But if I'm trying to type something, it is just not happening. What I can do here is change the width of this column. In other words, if I go over here and touch the right edge, get a little two-headed arrow, I can make it skinnier, but notice in this particular layout, I can't make the state field skinnier without also making all the other fields skinnier. So that's kind of the properties of this thing called a columnar layout, but the fact that I can't do any data entry has to do with what's called the view of this particular form. And there's a view button up here in the upper left-hand corner. Now, if you've been playing along in the earlier modules here, we had a view button for tables that let us go back and forth between the datasheet view where we do the data entry and the data retrieval versus the design view where we set out the layout of the thing and which fields we're going to keep track of and what order they should be in and those kind of things. There was also a datasheet view and a design view of a query. And it was the same kind of thing. In the datasheet view, you can fetch data and you can retrieve it and you can enter it. And then in the design view, you set up the layout of the query and which fields you're going to see and all of that kind of stuff that we were doing if you dealt with modules 3 and 4. Here we have more than two views. We have the form view, we have the layout view, and we have the details view. Here in the forms, we have the form view, which is where the data entry is done. That's not the view we're in right now because I can't do any data entry. There's something called the design view. And then there's a third thing that was added in 2007 called the layout view. So for tables and queries, you're mostly dealing with the datasheet view where you do the data entry versus the design view where you do the setup of the thing. And that was also true of forms up through the 2007 version of Microsoft Access. So let me show you what used to happen here. When I wanted to switch from one view to another, and this part is still true, I'm going to go up here under, and this button only appears in two places. When I'm working in the design of a table, I have a design tab up here, and under the design tab, I have a view button. If I switch to, for example, the arrange tab or the external data tab, no view button. So the only two places to get a view button are under the design tab of the form layout tools or under the home tab. Those are the only two places you're going to have this little button. So I'm going to go and click on the pull down list, little list arrow here under the view button. And you'll see that this time I've got a form view, I've got a design view, but I'm not using either of those right now. It's pretty subtle, but I'd like you to notice that layout view has an extra little pink box around it that the others don't have. That's really your only clue that you're looking at the layout view right now. So I'm going to click the view pull down arrow, and I'd like to switch to the form view. And at first it looks pretty similar, but now you might notice that NY is all kind of highlighted. And in fact, if I just start typing, I'm actually doing data entry right now. I'm moving them from Walworth, New York to Walworth, California. I don't know that there is a Walworth, California. And also there's something going on that I'm used to seeing in the tables and the queries that lets me know I'm editing a record right now and that it hasn't been saved yet. Anybody see that little thing somewhere on screen that lets me know I'm editing a record? Well, I will draw your attention to this thing right here, this little pencil. Anytime I've seen that in tables or queries, it means I'm editing a record, and if I then go click on that pencil, it will save that record right away. I'm not actually ready to do that, but basically what I'm showing you here is when I go to the form view of a form, that's where I can actually do the data entry. All right, I'm going to tap the escape key right now, and you'll see that it'll put that person back in New York. I never actually saved that change. So this is a traditional view for doing data entry and data retrieval. The form view replaces the thing called the datasheet view of either a table or a query. Datasheet view lets me do data entry in the table and query. Form view lets me do data entry in the form. So traditionally, just like the tables and the queries, the other view was always the design view. So I'm going to go up and click on my pull down arrow under the view button. I'm going to switch to the design view. And here's the design view of my form. Now the design view of a report is going to look very similar. And in forms and reports, you'll always be able to see when you're in the design view because you'll see this dot grid pattern back here. So anytime you see that dot grid pattern, it means you're in the design view of your form that you're working on right now. And so in this design view, we can, for example, change the widths of these columns. So if, for example, I click on the strid text box field, notice right now I'm not seeing any first names and last names. I'm just seeing placeholders for first names and last names. And if I go over to the right-hand edge of this and touch the right edge of that column, I can bring it in, and it's skinning up that entire column, not just for that one record. And so when I bring that in, I'm skinning up the entire column, not just for that one field up there. And there are times when I want to be able to adjust one field. We'll be talking about it in a couple of minutes. But notice right now I can set the width of the field. So this is the traditional way of deciding what I'm going to keep track of and how wide things should be. But the problem with this has always been, how skinny can I make it and not make it too skinny for the words that are in there? Because right now I can't see any last names. I can't see any street addresses. I can only see the layout. So now I'm going to go back to the form view where I'd actually be able to see data. So I'm going to go up here and click on the pull down arrow and go to the form view. And I can see, oh, all right, I may have made it a little bit too skinny if I happen to have an address that winds up being wider than this one is. So that's been the traditional problem in a form. I want to adjust the field widths, but I can't see the actual data to know if I've made it too skinny or I could make it skinnier or whatever. And so if I now start going through the records, clicking the little navigation arrow down here, I might be good, but I was just kind of guessing. Uh-oh, looks like I might have one that's a little too wide for that. So I was just by guessing and by goshing when I was adjusting the field widths in the design view. And so for years and years, that was a problem. We spent a lot of time going back and forth between the design view and the form view. Can I do the data entry? Can I set the column widths? I couldn't do them both at the same time. And that's still true, but I couldn't even see the data while I was setting the column widths. So starting in 2007, they came up with yet another view here. I'm going to click the pull down arrow. And this is the one that we were actually starting with when we first made this columnar view. It was the layout view. So I'm clicking on the layout view, and now I can actually see the data. I can't change the data, but while I'm setting the column widths now, I can actually see whether I've got it wide enough for fields. Now, again, right now I can only see one record at a time, so I still might be by guessing and by goshing a little bit, but I don't have to switch back and forth between the different views. I can just go to the next record, next record, next record, and that way I start feeling more comfortable that they've got those set for correct widths now, or useful widths. I don't know that I should use the word correct. So I'd like you to try those things out. When we initially started, we were in the layout view. I would like you to switch to the form view. That was the one where you can actually do data entry. You could try changing a state here. Just don't save it. Don't click on the pencil. You can just tap the escape key to step back out of there. So that was the form view. Go try the design view where you can widen and skinny up the columns here, but you can't see the data while you're doing it. And then also try the layout view, which is the first one we saw, where you can adjust the column widths, but you can't do data entry, but you can see the data while you're adjusting the widths. So please try those three views, and then come on back and we'll tackle our next subject. Now I'm looking at the information on this form, and this looks a little funky to me here, this title up here at the top, TBL Practice Employee Data. So I would like to make that look like English. I'd like it to just say Practice Employee Data, and then the other thing I'd like to do is save this form. Right now it's got kind of a temporary name, TBL Practice Employee Data, because that's the table we made it from, but it is not actually on our list of forms yet because we haven't saved it. There's nothing permanent about this yet. So let's talk about how can we fix this title at the top that actually displays on screen when people are using this form. And then let's talk about how we can save it and make it a better name up here that doesn't make it look like it's the name of a table, but actually is the name of a form. Notice the icon is that of a form rather than the icon for a table. So we're going to have some consistency here. So in order to do that, I would like to switch the view to the layout view. And right now I'm trying to type stuff and it won't let me type, and I'm touching the edge of this column and it will let me change the column widths. So it looks like I'm in the layout view. I could check for sure by either going to the Home tab up here or the Design tab over here because that's how I can get my view button. And if I click the pull down arrow, oh yeah, the pink part is around the layout view, so that's the view I'm in right now. So I'm assuming that that will be true for you. You should go and make sure. Go to the Design tab or the Home tab and check your view and make sure you are in the layout view for what we're about to do next. Right, so let's make this part look more like English. I'm going to click here in it's called the label at the top of this window. And if I click in there like a couple of times, I can get a cursor in there. And what I'm going to do is get rid of the TBL stuff. And then I'm going to maybe just call this employee data as far as the title that's going to appear when they're using the form. And it's okay to have a space in between there. So catch up with me there. Click once and then maybe kind of double click to get your cursor in there and make that thing look like English. And then if you then click away from that, you'll see that you've made that like permanent here when we go to save it. So fix that title up there at the top and then come on back. Pause the video, go fix that, and then come on back. All right, now it's time to name this query. And if we are using the Lazinski naming conventions that you may have heard me talking about in earlier modules, named for a gentleman named Stan Lazinski, who was a bigwig at IBM years ago. If you are using the Lazinski naming conventions, a couple of things are true. You want to have a 3-letter prefix that tells future programmers whether this object is a table or a query or a form. And if you're using the Lazinski naming conventions, you won't have any spaces inside the names of any of these objects. So I would like to name this form FRM Employee Columnar. So the way I'm going to do that is right-click on the tab here, and one of my choices is to save it. And if I've never given it a name, then this is my chance to name it. Now, it looked like I had given it a name, but it was only put there by the little quick form button that we used, and it hadn't been saved, so now we're saving it. So right over top of the old name, I'm going to start it with FRM instead of TBL. And if I'm using Lazinski naming conventions, I won't put spaces in here, as I call it employee. And the reason I'm going to name it this way is that you may decide you want to save this file and go study it and stuff like that. And then the names of the forms will be kind of based on how we created them. That's not necessarily the name I would give the real form. I'd probably just call it employee info or something like that. But in this case, we're going to use the same table as the basis for about 3 different forms, so that we can be looking at the different layouts of the forms without worrying about the idea that the data is different. So the way I'm going to set these up is, I'm going to be using the same table in 3 or 4 different forms. Again, not what I would usually do in real life, but it lets us compare apples to apples, where we're not changing data between the forms, we're just changing the layouts, and that lets us talk about that sort of as meta information, if you will. So again, I'm going to name this one FRM Employee Columnar, Columnar, Columnar. And then when you're ready, hit the Enter key or click OK. So pause the video, let us name this thing FRM Employee Columnar. When you click OK, you will see that new name up here. And over in the navigation pane, as I scroll down, you should be able to see the new name over here, Employee Columnar, FRM Employee Columnar. So change that name, save it, and then come on back, and your screen should basically look like mine. And then in the next session, we're going to make another form from the same data, but it's going to be a form where I can see multiple records at the same time. In this session, we're going to create another kind of a form using the same data as our record source. That is, over at the left-hand side here, I would still like to have the table name TBL Practice Employee Data selected. I don't need to double-click and have it open. That won't help anything. But we do just want to click on it once, TBL Practice Employee Data. And then we're going to use another one of those quick buttons up in the ribbon. Specifically, we're going to go to the Create tab to produce the Create ribbon. And then this time, instead of clicking on the Form button, I would like to introduce this pull-down arrow over here that says More Forms. And in the pull-down list, I would like to click on Multiple Items. So again, we're selecting Practice Employee Data Table as the record source, switch from the Home tab to the Create tab. We're going to click on the More Forms button, and then Multiple Items. And when you click on that, it should come up looking like this. Bada bing, bada boom. This is sometimes referred to as a tabular form, a table-like form. Basically looks like a table here. And this one is usually used for data retrieval, looking up information, because you can see the multiple records all at once. So please come join me in that. Again, the steps were, we were here clicking on TBL Practice Employee Data. We went to the Create tab. Instead of clicking the Form button, we went to the More Forms List arrow, clicked on multiple items, and that's how I got where I am today. Come join me. Now the next thing I'd like you to do is figure out what view we're in. I'll give you a little bit of a clue. I'm going to try to type a new record right here in this field. It's not letting me do it. So that's probably a big clue as to what view you're in, but I'd like you to go prove it to yourself. I'd like you to go get a view button, click on the pull down arrow, and figure out what view you are in right now. And pause the video and do that, and I will come join you when you come back. All right, this is me catching up with you now. You may remember the view button is only available in two places, either up here under the word Design in the Form Layout Tools, or over here under the button labeled Home. I'm going to flip a coin and go to the Home tab here, and here's my view button, and when I click the pull down arrow, now I can see that I am in the Norton view. Just checking to see if anybody was listening. I'm not in the Norton view, I'm in the Layout view. So this is where I can change the column widths and so forth. I can touch the edge of one of these columns, get a two-headed arrow. By the way, what's the usual difference between a four-headed arrow? Oh, it won't do it when I'm zooming in. The difference between a four-headed arrow, like I've got here, versus a two-headed arrow. And this is true for a lot of different programs. Well, I'd like you to watch my screen. If I use the four-headed arrow and I grab something and I drag it, I'm actually moving it around. Now, that didn't do wonderful things to my table, but that was just a demonstration of what the four-headed arrow means. It means you're moving things. Thank goodness for undo sometimes. Anybody happen to know the keyboard shortcut for undo? It is Control-Z, so I'm about to do that right now. Control-Z lets me undo that layout change. So that's a four-headed arrow. If, on the other hand, I touch the border of this cell, I get a two-headed arrow, and that means I'm stretching and shrinking and resizing. So four-headed arrow means move the thing, two-headed arrow means stretch it and shrink it. So I'm not going to recommend that you try the four-headed arrow thing, but maybe try the two-headed arrow thing and see how when you widen one of those cells, you're widening the whole column, and the other columns nicely move over and make room for it. So take just a moment and play with the two-headed arrow version of this. You can't do any data entry here. You're not in the form view, but you can see the data while you're adjusting the column widths. Pause the video and play with those column widths for a minute. All right, now when I'm in Excel, I can maybe try to make a column auto-fit itself. That is, make itself just as wide as the widest thing in the column. There's a version of that here, but it doesn't actually work exactly the same as it does in Excel. For example, I'd like you to watch my screen here. I'm going to up and click on the column header for last name. And if I were in Excel, I could move over here and touch the right-hand edge of that column and give it a quick double click, and it would auto-fit to the widest thing in the column. Well, let's see. So it looks like right now the widest thing in the column is the word last name. Now when I double click on the edge of that thing, tap, tap, there it is. It made it just wide enough for the column heading. Let me explain more what I mean about that. Watch what happens if I do that in the address column. Notice in the address column, the word address is not the widest thing in the column. And here I am double-clicking on its edge. Tap, tap. It made that column just as wide as the column header, not as wide as the widest data. Although you might notice a nice thing is happening, it automatically word wraps inside the little cell boxes there. But that takes people by surprise if they're used to doing it one way in Excel, and then it doesn't seem to work that way here in Access. So I'm actually going to go touch the border of that thing and widen it out a little bit. And I can at least see the data while I'm doing it. It doesn't guarantee that I won't have yet a wider address later, but because we're in that layout view, at least we can see the data while we're adjusting the column widths. Now, what if instead I clicked in the big column down here? Notice this time the header is not lit up, it's only the data, and now I'm going to try a little double click on the edge of that. Tap, tap. I say tap, tap. It is silently laughing at me. So double click on the edge of the data will not auto-fit the data, and double click on the edge of the column heading will only make the column exactly as wide as the column heading. So this is one of those places where you expect certain things to happen if you're an Excel user, and it kind of surprises you along the way. So if you'd like to take a moment and play with that, feel free, put the video on pause, go out there, double-click on the edge of a column header, click down in the data, double-click on the edge of that, prove to yourself that it works the same way for you that it did for me. So there's good things and bad things about this particular kind of form. The good thing about it is that I can see multiple records. So this might be a form that I would use to try to look up all of the people in New York or New Jersey or California or something like that, because I won't have to look at them one at a time and then navigate to the next one and the next one and the next one. So this is a better form for doing data retrieval than the Columnar form that had just one column of labels and one column of text boxes and one record at a time. This one has multiple records at a time. And I can also do data entry in this form, but when I'm doing a data entry in a form that looks like this, then I'm going to spend time scrolling left and right to get out to the extra columns out there. If I got like 25 columns out there, it might be better to fit all those 25 columns on a columnar one record at a time kind of form for data entry. So this kind of a form where I'm looking at multiple records, this one's usually used for data retrieval, finding things and being able to see the multiple records that match the criteria you're looking for. Whereas the columnar form, the detail one where you're just seeing one record at a time, it's more often used for data entry, using the right form for the right job. Now you might notice that as I'm scrolling left and right in here, I can't see that first column anymore. Those of you who are used to working in Excel, you know about a thing called freeze panes. For a form, there is no comparable function that will do that here without using a bunch of Visual Basic programming. In other words, there's not a way that I can scroll left and right down here and not lose the ID column. Luckily, I do have the alternating bands of color that makes it easy to, or at least a little easier to keep track of which row I'm in. But very often people will ask me that question, is there some way to freeze panes so I don't lose the first column? The answer is, for a form, there is not. Oddly enough, for a query, there is. For example, I have a query down here named Query Practice Employee Data. I'm just going to double-click to run that. So here's this query. It's got rows and columns and stuff. And if I right-click on the ID field here, you might notice one of my choices on the pop-up menu says Freeze Fields. Now, those of you who are used to doing freeze panes in Microsoft Access, if you want to freeze column A, you have to go to column B. Here in Microsoft Access, when I say freeze a field, it actually freezes the field that I'm pointing at. So I'm going to click on Freeze Fields, and now I can scroll left and right in this query, and it keeps that first column frozen, but it won't do it in a form. I find that a little bit odd, but I'm just telling you what I've discovered over the years. So I'm going to go close that query. It asks me, do I want to save the change to the layout? Meaning, the next time I open it, do I want that column frozen? So far, I'll say no thanks. Right, you can try that if you like, but basically you've seen what I wanted to show you about that. I guess I actually can think of one more thing I should show you about that. Here's a table named Practice Employee Data. That was actually the record source for this form. If I double-click to open the table, then I can right-click on the ID field heading, and I do have a choice to freeze the field. Notice it does say freeze fields, meaning I could do more than one. So here in a table, I can freeze that first field. In a query, I can freeze the first field. Oddly enough, in a form, I cannot. So I'm going to go close this table. Feel free to try that as well. Maybe you're convinced that I've told you the truth and you don't need to try it. But I always find that, when I'm watching a lesson, I find it more comforting to go try the thing and make sure that it works for me the same way that the instructor said. So I would recommend do that. Pause the video, go open up the table, and see if you can freeze that first column. And then when you're done, close the table, and if it asks you about saving changes to the layout, you will say no, just like I just did. So go pause the video and try that out if you like. Otherwise, just hang around for a second. So once again, I'd like to fix some things up here so that this thing doesn't say Tabular Practice Employee Data in the form itself, and then we also haven't saved this form yet. So we're going to do basically what we did in the last one. I want to get my cursor in here and make it just say Employee Data as far as the title at the top of the form, and then we'll save the form and we'll name it FRM Stuff. So to start out with, I'm clicking on the label for the table, and then I'm double clicking to get my cursor in there. I'm going to get rid of the TBL junk. This is not a name of a file here, so I'm not worried about Lizinski naming conventions. So let's see, I don't even need the word practice. I'll just let it say employee and have a space in there before the word data. And then I click elsewhere to make that the new label. And then you know how to do that. And then I'm going to do another thing that we did moments ago. We're right-clicking here, and we're going to save it. And we're going to name it FRM, no space, because it's the name of the table itself, employee. This type of a form is referred to as tabular, table-like. So we had a form columnar that was one column of labels and one column of text boxes. Here we have tabular, where each row is text boxes and all the labels are up at the top here. So okay that, name that thing FRM employee tabular, all smushed together there. Come join me. So that's a tabular layout. We're going to look at a couple other layouts, and then we're going to go to their design views and compare how they are similar and how they're different as far as the design view goes. So far, we've been working in the form view where you do data entry and the layout view where you can adjust the column widths and see the data while you're doing it. So in our next session, we're going to make a third kind of a form here. For the moment, I want to have two separate forms open at the same time. Right now, I have form employee tabular open because I just finished creating it in the last session. And then I also have the form called FRM employee columnar, and that was the one that we got when we went to the create ribbon and clicked the form button. That created the columnar version. And then when we came back and went to the create tab and clicked on more forms and went with multiple items, that's how we got the tabular form. What I'd like to display now is a combination of the two, kind of the best of both possible worlds. So first I'm going to put these two forms up here kind of side by side. So the tabular one is open. Let's go and find the columnar version and double click on that. And now we've got them both open at the same time, and you can switch back and forth between them. So please do that. Go down here and double click to open form columnar this time, and come back and join me. All right, so just a little reminder, this kind of a layout is often used for data entry. This kind of a layout is most often used for data retrieval. All right, here comes the third kind of a form. We're going to build it off the same data source here, so one more time, back to TBL Practice Employee Data. You don't need to double click and open it, you're just going to click it once to select it. And then back to our create ribbon. And then back to more forms. This time I'd like to introduce this thing called a split form. So come join me there. In fact, you're going to jump ahead of me. So TBL Practice Employee Data, single click. Create tab, single click. More forms, single click. And now on the pull down list, choose split form. When you return, I will catch up with you. All right, welcome back. I'm about to join you here in a split form. Now, the first time I ever saw a split form, it was in Microsoft Project. Microsoft Project is actually a database program that knows how to handle time. I should also mention every once in a while in our videos, and this may have happened to you already, sometimes I'll see two columns of things where you might see one column of things. And that largely has to do with the resolution of my screen, the dots per inch setting. And the software that I'm using to record kind of demands one of about two different settings in there. So I am sort of forced to be at a particular dots per inch setting. You may have yours set up with more dots per inch so you can fit more on screen, but the things get smaller. Or vice versa. You might have something with a smaller number of dots per inch on your screen where things appear bigger on screen. And sometimes those will cause things like, right now I'm looking at two columns of stuff here in the top. Maybe you only see one. And when that happens, it's usually something hardware related like that. So here's what's going on right now. In the bottom part here, I can see multiple records. And I could use my filtering arrows right here. Maybe I want to see all the people from a particular city. So I'm going to go down here in the bottom section, and next to STR City, I see auto filtering arrows. We've used those in previous sessions here. So I'm going to click that pull down arrow. And now I see a list of the different cities that are available. And I'm going to go click on, how about the city of Holly? So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to start at the top and click on the Select All checkbox to basically unselect all. And then I'm going to scroll down and reselect just Holly. And then when I hit enter or click OK, here are the multiple people found in Holly. So I'm using the tabular form here at the bottom to do my lookups so that I can see all the people from Holly in this case. And then up at the top, maybe I want to do data entry where I'm going to change things. So right now I'm looking at Miss Penny Pecker from Holly, and I can do data entry right up in here. And then maybe I want to switch to Albert Henley and work on his data. So in the bottom, I can do the finding, and on the top, I can do the data entry. By the way, I can do data entry on the bottom here. It's just using these two different types of forms for what each of them is good at, all on one screen here. So this is a columnar form, column of labels, column of text boxes, column of labels, column of text boxes. The bottom is the multi-record form, also called tabular layout. So kind of the best of both things there. So I would like you to do what you just saw me do. That was practice employee data, create tab, more forms, split form. You probably did that already. And then feel free to do what I was doing. In the bottom here, I use the auto filtering arrow to look for the city of Holly. And that produced two results, and then I could edit them in the top. Yes, I could edit them in the bottom, but use each of these forms for the things they're good at. So pause the video and catch up with me with that split form. All right, my impossible mission force. Right now, I'm actually doing data entry in here. If I go to the top, I can do data entry up here as well. Oh, I beg your pardon. Up in the top, I can't do data entry right now, because in the top part, I am in the layout view. Let me see if that's true in the bottom part. Can I change this to Hollyford or something like that? So I can actually do the data entry in the bottom part right now. And if I go into the top part and click... Actually, let me just point out something that was going on screen here. When I do data entry in the bottom, I see a little pencil appearing here, and another pencil appearing here. I'm going to tap the escape key. If I go up into the top now, if I go over to my home tab and switch to my view button, you can see the top is in the layout view right now. If I want to do data entry in the top, I would need to switch to the form view in the top, and then I could do the data entry in the top part. Now I can do data entry on both sides. But again, the idea here is use the multiple record form to find all of the people that match whatever criteria you're looking for. And then you might want to do the data entry in the top part. But if you're going to do the data entry in the top part, you got to make sure you're in the form view. That's all we have seen here so far. So play with that for just a minute if you would. And don't actually change the data. Just prove to yourself that it would give you a pencil, essentially. All right, welcome back. So let's go unfilter the bottom section here. I can tell which field I'm filtering by because it has the little coffee filter funnel on it. So I'm going to click on that and I'm going to say, yep, let me select all. By the way, the other way I could do that would be this choice right here, clear filter from city. Either of those will give me all of my records back. So maybe instead of select all, I'll go with clear filter from city this time. And here I am looking at my, count them up there for me, 51 records down there at the bottom. So turn off that filter, please, like you just saw me do. And then come on back. All right, everybody, this has got a generic name up here again because we haven't saved it. It's got the generic label up here at the top. I'd like to go in and change that. I'm trying to click on it right now. It won't let me. That's because when I'm in the form view, I can change this data, but I can't change the labels here. So what I really need to do in the top part here is go to my view button and go to either the layout view or the design view. I'm going to recommend go to the layout view. And then do your thing up here, make it say employee data with a space in there. And then go up here and right click and we'll save the thing. And we're going to call it FRM employee split. So make this part look like English, have it say employee data with a space in it, and then save it as FRM employee split. When you come back, I will be catching up with you. All right, here I go. So I'm going to fix up this thing. I don't really need the word practice. I don't need the TBL part. And it's okay to have a space between employee and data because it's not the name of the object. And then last but not least, I'm going to right click here and save this darn thing. And it's a form, so it's FRM, it's about employees. And just to remind myself what it was all about in our lesson, it's a split form. FRM employee split. Make sure you click OK or hit the Enter key. And you should see the name up here in the tab. We've been talking big picture themes here. Different types of forms that are used for different sorts of things, using the same data so that we're not mixed up with, oh, the data's changed. It's only the layout that's been changing. And I've got one more layout that I would like to talk about, and this will also let me introduce a new way of creating a form called the form wizard. So let's use that same table over here, TBL employee data. Might need to click on it to turn it pink like this. And then once you've got it selected, let's see, where do you suppose we're going? Where have we gone every time till now? Yeah, that would be the Create tab. Produces the Create ribbon. And then this time, I would like to introduce this guy, the Form Wizard. Apparently Snape is going to come help us here. I mentioned Snape because we're in the time of year here at the beginning of 2016 where we just lost Alan Rickman. So I'll dedicate this particular session to Alan Rickman Snape. So I'm going to click on the Form Wizard button. And here comes my wizard. So come join me that far. Practice Employee Data Table, Create tab, Form Wizard takes you into this guy right here where they start asking you questions like any good wizard in a Microsoft product. So catch up with me that far, please. All right, so I'm zooming in using my third-party zooming software here for a moment. It's asking me which fields I want on my form. It does say I can choose from more than one table or query. By the way, just to set something up in the future, if you're going to create a form from more than one table, Microsoft suggests that best practice is to first create a query that gathers the fields that you want for your form, and then use that query for the basis of your data of your form. Notice you can build your form from a query. We're not going to do that right now, but we will have some time a little bit later on when that actually happens. Now, if I had selected the wrong table for this is my chance to change my mind here. It's only showing me TBL Practice Employee Data because that's the one I had selected before I clicked on the little Form Wizard button. But if I had selected wrong, and occasionally that happens, I could click this pull-down arrow and choose another different table or query. I don't want to do that right now because clicking on it originally, saves me a couple of clicks that way. So let's say that in this particular form, I would like to have all of the available fields here. So I don't really have to click one and then wedge it over or double click on it, which would bring them in one at a time. That's actually what this double wedgie is for right here. So on the left side, I have available fields. On the right-hand side, I have fields that I'm selecting for my form, and I would like to select all of them by clicking the double wedgie. And then let's click Next. So come join me that far, please. Give it the double wedgie and then click Next. All right, the second step of this thing says, what layout would you like for your form? And if I go with a columnar layout, then I have a column of labels and a column of text boxes and a column of labels and a column of text boxes. We've seen that before. That's what we got when we just clicked the plain vanilla form button up here. I've got another layout called Tabular, table-like. It's got the labels across the top and then record, 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 record. That was what we got when we did the multi-record table, also called tabular, which is actually what's happening at the bottom of my split form. We've got a third one here called Datasheet. And the Datasheet layout looks very similar to the tabular layout. But I'm just going to tell you from my experience, stay away from the Datasheet layout. In a little while, I'll tell you why I'm not so crazy about it. But basically, they look pretty similar to each other, tabular and Datasheet. But when you go to the design view of a Datasheet layout, things get kind of weird. I'll show you that a little bit later. But so far, I just want you to remember, don't go with Datasheet. So we've seen columnar, we've seen tabular. We've never seen one called justified because there's no button for it up here anywhere, not even under the More Forms list. So let's take a look at justified layout. And this is going to have a label and a text box right under it. And a label and a text box, label and a text box. This is going to be one record at a time, which is also what happens in the columnar layout, one record at a time. One of the advantages of the justified layout is that it takes the least amount of screen space of any of these layouts. And this is going to come in handy later when we start talking about building a parent form and a child form, two forms that we'll want on screen at the same time. And the justified layout lets me make the parent form really small, leaving me lots of room on screen to make the child form. So we're not going to use it for that just yet, but I'd like you to see what this particular layout called justified looks like. So come with me, let's select justified, and then click next, which is what I have just done. All right, notice we are out of nexts. We're in the last step of this wizard, where it's now asking me what title would I want for my form. So this is not the name of the form. This is going to be the little title thing I see at the top. So I'm going to zoom out here, and I would like it to say employee data with a space. This is not the name of the form. This is just a title that will appear at the top. So we want the title at the top of the form to say employee data. That should put it right up here, eventually. And let us click finish. Notice the radio buttons down here say, do you want to open the form or go to the design view? I'd like to see what the form looks like before I go to the design view. So let's click finish. And I'm hoping your screen will look like mine. So pause the video and catch up with me by finishing setting out that form. All right, as promised, this is one record at a time, total of 51 records down here, using my navigation arrows to go from record to record to record. And notice how little screen space this takes up, leaving me lots of room for other things like maybe a child table later on. Notice the nice title up here. Notice that seems to be the name of it. Let's see if it's actually been saved yet. Let's go right-click on this tab that says Employee Data, and we'll click Save. Notice this time it didn't give me a chance to rename it. So in that last step of the wizard, when it said, what label would you like, it did two things. It did this title up here, and it set the name of the form. Now, what if I decide that I would like to have that name be the Lizinski naming convention stuff? I can't rename it up here unless I do a save as somehow. Another way I could do it would be to right-click on its name down here. It will let me rename it over here in the left-hand side, but not if it's open. So let's go see how we could rename this to have the similar Lizinski naming convention names like we've got for these other ones. So you're going to watch my screen and then you're going to do what you see me do. So I'm actually going to right-click and close, not all of these forms, but just this one. Right-click and close it. And then I'm going to scroll down in my navigation pane to find its name. That was FRM. I'm sorry, it wasn't FRM. It was just employee data. I would like it to say FRM something. So as I point at it over here on the left side, I'm going to right-click on it. I'm a big right-clicking fan. And one of my choices is to rename it. It wouldn't let me rename it if I still had it open. So that's why I wanted to close it first. Now I'm going to click on rename. And if I'm going to make it look like the Lizinski naming conventions thing, I would start it with FRM, employee, and then no spaces, and I don't really need the word data, but I do want to put in the word justified, because that's the layout for this one. So we got a tabular layout, we got a columnar layout, we got a split layout, and then now we will have the justified layout. And this is actually the name of a form, so I'm not going to have any spaces in it. And when I hit enter, that becomes the new name of it. FRM employee justified, and then when I double click on it, it comes up looking like this. So do what you just saw me do. Right click on it, rename it FRM employee justified, hit the enter key for that to be the new name, and then double click on it to reopen it on screen, and things are going to look good. Thanks for joining me for this fourth layout. Now, a moment ago, I changed the name of this form to FRM Employee Justified. Now, when I double-click to reopen it, you may see this thing happening. All the other ones say Form Employee blah, blah, blah. This one says Employee Data. Wait a minute, didn't I just change the name of it to Form Employee Justified? Well, I did, but this is still hanging over from that wizard where in the last step it said, what label would you like for your form? So if I decide that I'm worried about this, that I would like to make this label say the same thing that it says as the form name down here, it's going to take a little bit of a trick. And it's going to kind of lead me into something that we were going to talk about anyway, the things that happen in the design view of a form. So please come with me and reopen this form by double-clicking on it. I'm sure you're going to see this same thing happening where it still says employee data up here, even though we're just sure we renamed it. So reopen that thing, maybe you have already. And then I'd like to switch to the design view of that particular form. So I'm going over to my Home tab, and I'm going to click on the View button, and I'm going to go to the Design view. And here we are in that Design view. You may remember I said that you can always tell we're in the Design view if you see the dot grid pattern back here. So come do that with me. Switch to the Design view, and then come on back. All right, what I'd like to look at right now are called properties of this form. And maybe come do this with me. Right up here where the two rulers come together, let's click in that little box that's right where the rulers meet. Not next to the word form header, not that box, but the little box that is the intersection of the two rulers here. What that does is select the whole form. And then if you would come with me to up here where it says property sheet and click on that, you'll see that it's a property sheet for the entire form itself. There's a couple of ways to do that, but that's a pretty easy way to remember. So you just click in the upper left corner here, which essentially selects the form itself, and then click on Property Sheet. So pause the video and catch up with me there. All right, one of the things I'd like you to note here is under the All tab, which is usually automatically selected, there's something called the Caption. And we talked about captions in the design view of a table, where you could have a field name that follows the Lisinski naming conventions, and that would show up in the design view. And then when you switch to the datasheet view of the table, then it would show the caption words instead. That's what's going on here. So if I would like this caption to say the same thing as the name of the table, I'll actually have to type it in as the caption here. There's not going to be any little pull-down list. So I'm going to click in here where it says caption, and I'm actually going to drag across it. And basically what I want to type here is the same thing that I named it down here, FRM employee justified. Not TBL practice employee data, that was the record source where it's getting the actual names and stuff from. So right here in the caption, if I want it to say the same thing that the other things are saying, I'm going to type it right in here, FRM employee justified. And then I'm going to hit the Enter key so that it jumps out of that box. So I'd like you to do that. You open up that property sheet. I'm sure you did that already. Under the All tab, we're going to go to the caption. We're going to type in this thing right here, Form Employee Justified, as the caption. Don't forget to hit the Enter key then. And then let's go ahead and close the property sheet. It's got its own Close button. So catch up with me there. You're changing the caption. All right, welcome back. You're going to close the property sheet. And now let's switch to the form view just by clicking that button. Yes, you could click the pull-down arrow and switch to the form view. And oh look, now it looks like just like the other names that we had up there, as well as being named over here the same way we named the other things. So that was kind of an odd piece of the wizard when you're building the justified layout, but at least you've seen it happen now. Now that we have these different layouts of the same data in different form layouts, I'd like to go look at their individual design views so that we can compare something called the form sections. And one of these is a little different than the others, the one called Form Employee Split. So let's not include that one just from the get-go here for the moment. So come with me and let's right-click on the tab here for Form Employee Split and close that one. Don't close all, just close that one. And mine's asking me, do I want to save changes to the design of it? I'm going to say yes. If yours doesn't ask, that's fine. If yours does ask, say yes. All right, so we've got our tabular, we've got our columnar, and we've got our justified. And I would like to compare their design views. So let's just work our way from left to right here. I'm going to right-click on Form Employee Tabular, and I'm going to go to its design view. And let's go to Form Employee Columnar. Even if yours are in a different order up here, that's fine. Let's go to Form Employee Columnar, go to its design view, and the same for the justified. So bring up their design views, and then we're going to compare these different sections here, the form header and the detail section. So pause the video, catch up with me there. All right, now since the last one that I chose was the justified layout, let's look at that one because it's probably on screen right now. So I've got the form header here where it says employee data. And then I've got a detail section, and you can see the section bars here. The bar is always at the top of the section in question here. So this is the form header. This is the detail section. This is the layout of the individual records. So that's what it looks like in the justified version. And if I go back to my form view here, you can see here's the header section, and here's the detail section. And as I go from record to record to record, the data changes, but the layout of the detail section does not change. And I'm going back to the design view there. So that's the first one. Let's go look at the layout for employee columnar this time. I'm clicking on that one. You can see that it's a similar thing. It's got the form header with the little label at the top. But this time notice the layout of this one as compared to the layout of this one. They each show one record at a time. But we were saying the advantage of the justified layout is it doesn't take up very much screen space. So I see a label and then a text box underneath it. And then a label and a text box underneath it. Where in the columnar layout of the detail section, label here with a text box next to it, label here with a text box next to it, still one record at a time, but you can see this one uses a lot more screen space than this one does. All right, we've got a third one here now, employee tabular. I'm clicking on that one. Notice where the labels are this time. In the other two, the labels are down in the detail section. This time, the labels for the data is actually in the form header section, and then the layout of the detail section is just record, 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 data, data, data here. As opposed to columnar, where I got the labels and the data all in the detail section, and the justified, where I have the labels and the text boxes all in the detail section, compared to tabular, where I've got the labels up here in the top in the form header, and then the details have only the data. So, feel free to look at those. Probably just watching me do it is enough to get the general idea. And then I'm also noticing a thing down here that says form footer. And apparently there's nothing in the form footer right now for any of these. I'm scrolling down, they've all got a little bar for form footer, but nothing below it. So let's see how, if we wanted to, we could actually add a form footer. Maybe we'll do it to the tabular one here, just flipping a coin. So come with me and let's go to the tabular form. And join me there. Pause the video and catch up with me. Go to the tabular form in the design view, please. So we're going to go down here to the bottom of the bar that says form footer. And in fact, I'm going to touch the tip of my mouse arrow to that. And if I can get it in just the right spot, I can get a little two-headed arrow here. And when I grab it and drag it and let go, I can see a new grid pattern down here. I've dragged it roughly a ½ inch down here. There is a little ruler. Don't worry too much about the exact size, but take a moment and do that. Touch the bottom of the form footer bar. By the way, sometimes you have to click on that bar first, and then see if you can grab the bottom of it. Let me kind of start that process again. So I point at it, and sometimes I have to kind of click on it to get it to show me that two-headed arrow, and then just drag it down about a ½ inch. Catch up with me there. All right, so now I'm going to put in a label at the bottom. And I'm going to do that through my label tool right here, the AA. So I click on that, I let go, I'm not dragging it, I'm just rolling my mouse down here. And then I'm going to draw a little box where I want the label to appear. I can move it around later if I want. So I'm going to type the words that I want to see in there, maybe the name of my department. That would be, in my case, the training department. Feel free to fill in yours instead. And then maybe I want to fancy up those words a little bit. I want to change the color, or I want to make them a little bigger, or something like that. You have to do a little bit of a do-si-do here. In this particular program, in this spot in the program, if I go to the Home tab and I try to turn on bold and italic and that sort of thing, it won't let me do that. So you have to do a little dance here. You click outside the label box, you click inside the label box, and then all of those things light up and you can make use of them. So take a moment and do that much. You are in the design ribbon here, and you click on the AA, the label tool. You draw a little box, cursor appears, you type in there, then you click outside it and back inside it. And if you go to either the Format tab up here, you can get to the font tools there, or you can go to the Home tab over here and get to the font tools over there. So again, the little do-si-do was you got to click outside that label box and then back inside it, and you get all your superpowers there. So put a label down there. Okay, so if I decide I want to fancy it up a little bit, I've clicked outside it, I've clicked inside it, and now maybe I'll make my letters bold and maybe make them a little bigger. And notice as I make them bigger, the text box doesn't necessarily get bigger, so sometimes you got to tweak that a little bit. Got the resizing handles on here. So maybe I'd like to change the letter color and fill in a color behind them. So here's a little pull down arrow for letter color. I'm going to go with kind of a fire engine red here. I can see the change immediately. And then maybe for colors behind the letters, how about, I don't know, canary yellow here? And maybe I want to center the letters inside that box, so here's a centering button. There's not really a way to center the box inside the form. But why don't you take a moment and play with formatting the text in there. Notice never have I selected any text. And if, for example, I wanted to make one word a different color, I would think, from some of the other Office suite that I could select the word and then change the color of that. Notice here in Access, when I do that, it changes the text in the whole box. So there's not a way to have part of it in one font color and part of it in another. So just take a couple of minutes, put the video on pause, play with the formatting of that box for a minute. Now, you can do similar things. You can add color and, formatting and so forth to the details section. You can add that to the form header section. So I'm noticing that in the form header, for example, there's a background color here. So I'd like to talk about how I could choose to change that. I'm going to click anywhere in the form header. Well, actually, I'm not going to click anywhere in the form header, because if I click in one of these text boxes, I'll be talking about properties of that. So here's maybe a way to talk about properties of the form header section. I'm going to click on the bar that says that. And then I'm going to go up towards the top of my screen here. Under my form design tools, there are three choices here: design, and then arrange, and then format. And I'm looking for one called the property sheet. I think you'll find it under the design tab. And then we can go over here and click on the property sheet. So I'd like you to do that much, and then I'll catch up with you. What we're talking about is changing the background color of the form header section. So do what you just saw me do. Click on the little bar that mentions the form header, and then I'd like you to go up to the design tab and click on the property sheet, please. All right, I'm about to catch up to you. If I hover over the button for property sheet, might be hard to read on here, but it says there's a keyboard shortcut for it, Alt and Enter. And in a few minutes, I'll show you an even faster way to get to the property sheet. But for the moment, I'm just going to do what I told you to do. I'm going to click on the property sheet for that form, and here it is. And so right now, notice it's not about the whole form, it's only about the form header. If I wanted to talk about the whole form, I could do this. I could go over here and click on this pull-down arrow, and I've got all kinds of labels in here, and the city text box and so forth. If I scroll up a little bit, I could actually look at properties of the entire form. Notice this list is alphabetized. So anytime you open up a property sheet, you can get properties of just all kinds of stuff that's on screen here. So if you choose something first, then you'll be looking at properties of that. And then if you change your mind, you can either click on something else or go find it in this alphabetized list. So I'm looking at properties of the form header here. I caught up with you. And so maybe I want to change what's called the back color right now. There's a property for that. By the way, as you look on this list, the property list isn't really alphabetized, so sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge to find exactly what you're looking for in there. But we're going to go to the back color. Right now I see something in there about text to lighter 80%. I'm wondering what that's about. So let's click where it says that, and you're going to see two things happen. One of them is a little list arrow, and the other one is dots called ellipses. If I click on the list arrow, then I get all kinds of choices in here spelled out in words about what it is I want to work on. And if I would rather just see a list of colors to choose from, I would click on the dot instead, and then here's a bunch of colors. So very often you'll have list arrows which give you choices of multiple things that you didn't realize that were available. And if you just want the colors, at least in this case, click on the three-dot ellipses. So this time I'm not talking about a property of a label or a text box or anything. I'm talking about this whole section right here called the form header. And if my company colors include yellow, then maybe I'll go with canary yellow here, and there it is happening right there. So why don't you play with that for a minute? And in fact, I'd recommend maybe put in a background color and then choose another background color for this object right here. When I've clicked on it, it says that's something called Auto Header 1. And it's got a back color as well. So just get in there and play a little bit with formatting. Feel free to play with label up here, labels for the different field names. Just go crazy, go nuts here for a minute. So this is your chance to just go play. Otherwise, if you don't really want to go play, just come on back to the video. Totally up to you. So you've got play time available here. I'd like to show you a couple of techniques that aren't really obvious here. The first one involves something called the Format Painter brush that you might have used in other programs. Let's say that I want to make my labels up here in the header section using company colors, maybe yellow and maroon or something like that for just a moment. So the first thing I'm going to do is work on just this label. I'm going to click on it. I've got a little border around it so it knows that's the one I want. And then I'm going to go up to my Home tab, and then over here at the right-hand side, I've got the font color button and I've got the background color button. And so I'm going to click on the font color button, and maybe I'll make that yellow. Looks like I just lost my letters. You ever do that? Make the letters the same color as the background? I got to admit, I've been there, done that. Bought the t-shirt. Here's the background color I'm going to put in there. I'm clicking on the pull down arrow. I'm going to go with this kind of a brick red, sort of. All right, and maybe I want the letters to be bold so they stand out a little better. I could make the font bigger. Maybe I'll do that for just a second. All right, so in other words, I've done several formatting things to that. And then I'd like to apply that to sort of the rest of the row here. So I'll show you one technique for it right here. I'm going to click the close button to get my property sheet out of there. So I'm going to click on this particular cell that has the formatting that I like, sort of on its edge here to choose it. And then I'm going to go to the Home tab. And over here at the left-hand side is my Format Painter brush. And so again, I'm not sure how many of you have ever used this in other programs, but right now if I click on that, I will suck up all that formatting into my brush. Now, let me go and hover over that for just another minute here. It's probably kind of hard to read on my screen, but if you go hover over that on your screen, there's a little thing at the end of it that says, FYI, to apply the formatting in multiple places, double-click the Format Painter. So having said that, why don't you put the video on pause and do what you've seen me do. Click in this box or maybe on its border to choose just that one label. And then do some formatting over here. You don't have to use the same colors I am, and maybe you want to use your company colors. And format the text and maybe change the size of the text and format the color behind it and a couple of those things. And then come on back and we'll use this Format Painter brush. Okay, so what I'm going to recommend is you click on the border of that box, and then let's go to that Home tab and let's double click on the Format Painter brush. So I've got to click it once to turn it off because I had it on already. So I've got this thing selected. I am now double-clicking the Format Painter brush. And then I could click on this one and apply it, and then click on this one and apply it, or drag from this one to that one. Oh, it won't let me do that. That's kind of interesting. I thought I'd be able to select multiples. But I do still have it in my hand because I double-clicked. And so now I want to scroll to the right a little bit, and I got a couple more. Just clicking to spread the love of that Format Painter brush. So take a moment and spread the love, and then you got to figure out some way to turn it off. There's two ways. You can either go click on the Format Painter brush to turn it off, or on your keyboard you can tap the Escape key, and here's what it looks like when I do that. Escape! So now I don't have the Format Painter brush anymore. All right, so play with Format Painter. Remember, when you double click on it, you get to use it over and over and over again. I just always double click on it. So I said that I was going to show you another little trick along the way here, so I'm going to scroll way over to the left, and in fact I would like us to go to the design view of this form. There's more than one way to do this thing that I want to show you, so I'm flipping a coin. Let's go to the design view. So here's our view button, to the design view with the dot grid pattern in the background. So join me there. Put the video on pause, join me in the design view. All right, so this next thing I want to talk about is going to involve this detail section. And right now, if I go to the form view, I see that the detail section is set up with alternating bands of color here. But maybe I'd like to change what those colors are. So let's see how we can go about doing that. So I'm going to the design view. So if I go up and click on the detail bar, in fact, I'm going to right-click on the detail bar. Then I see several things about the detail bar, including one property called fill and back color, and another one called alternate fill and back color. And those are the two colors that you're going to be using as the background for the alternating bands of color if you decide you'd like to change them. So it's really easy to get too gaudy here. So, maybe you want to be a little bit subtle. So I'm going to head there again. I'm right-clicking on the detail bar, and I'm going to choose a fill back color. Maybe I'll leave one of them as white. And then I'm going to right-click on it again, and I'm going to set the alternate fill back color to maybe something kind of subtle. Now, right now it's got a light blue. Maybe I'm going to go with a light pink this time. Feel free to play there. If you want to choose two different colors and not leave one of them white, that's fine. But once you do that, when you switch now to the form view, you ought to be able to see your alternating colors. So again, the little trick for that was right-click on the detail bar to get properties of the detail section. All right, play with that for a minute. So I hope we're giving you some ideas about how you can dress your forms up a little bit. You're probably noticing that it's real easy to go overboard. So you probably want to use some of those techniques judiciously here. What I'm going to talk about in our next section is adding in pictures of some sort. For example, there's a little place up here you could have a company logo. So that's going to be our next subject of discussion. We've got a couple of clip art pictures available in the files that we downloaded, the practice files. So I'd like to talk about how we could use those in our form. One of them is going to be talking about how I can put a logo right here in place of this little placeholder. And then maybe I want another logo down here in my form footer for the training department. So we'll see a couple of ways to do that. So first of all, let's talk about the logo. Now up here towards the top of my window, I've got my form design tools, and it's got three sub-tabs here again. There's the design tab. There's the arrange tab. There's the format tab. The format tab has some of the text tools and so forth that we've been working on. So let's go to the design tab, because here is a button that I'd like to talk about for a moment, the logo button. Specifically, this is designed to put a picture right in that spot, and then we'll also talk about how I could use the insert image button to put a picture somewhere that I choose. So first, the logo. So I'm going to click on the logo button. As I do that, it's going to head to my Access Mods 5 and 6 folder. This one is actually a preview of what the picture looks like. This one is just a logo. This one doesn't actually look like the picture that's included in it. So maybe let's start with the one that we can see. I'm going to double click on the one named mybook.bmp, and there it is, right in that logo placeholder. There's going to be a little thing we need to fix about it, but at least join me there. I never actually clicked in that placeholder. All I did was click the logo button and then double clicked on the My Book picture. Go do that and then come join me again. All right, I'm using my third-party zooming in software here to notice that I am not seeing the whole book there. That's because there's a property of that logo that just takes a chunk out of the middle of the picture and puts as much of that in as it can fit in the little box. But we can change that. So we need to get a property sheet for that picture. Now I could do it the way we've been doing it so far, click on the picture, and then go up here and click on the property sheet button. But I told you I was going to show you a faster way to get to the property sheet. Here's basically the fastest way I know. I'm going to point at the border of that picture, and I'm going to double click. Tap, tap, property sheet. So that's the quickest way I know. Yes, there's an Alt-Enter keyboard shortcut, but I got to go click on the thing anyway. I might as well just double click on its edge and be right there in the property sheet. So go do that. Double click on the border, get your property sheet up there. And we're talking about properties of that logo right there. So catch up with me. All right, so the property I want to talk about here is the size mode property. And right now by default, it's something called clip. So let's see what the other choices are here. I'm going to click where it says clip, click where it says clip, and then a little list arrow here, and it's got one called stretch and it's got one called zoom. So if I click on stretch, then it kind of fits it in that box. And if later I decide for some reason to resize that box, maybe I make it wider. I'm going to touch its resizing handle over here, get my two-headed arrow, and I drag it out there. It stretches the book wider. It doesn't keep like the height to width ratio of that. By the way, if that's a person, if that's a picture of a person, never, ever, ever do that. Make that thing wider. If anything, make it skinnier, especially if it's in stretch mode. On the other hand, there's a third choice here. If I go with zoom mode, then if I make the box wider, it will make it as big of the picture it can be, fitting inside the constraints of the box, but it doesn't change what's called the aspect ratio, the height to width ratio. So my preference is the one called zoom. It lets me fit the whole picture in there, but then if I decide I want to change the size of the placeholder, it doesn't skew the picture like a funhouse mirror. So feel free to play with those two. So you got properties of that picture, particularly the size mode. Try the stretch, and then stretch the box and see it go wing, 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 wing. And then with the box still stretched, go ahead to zoom and play with that a bit. And then I said I was going to show you another way to put in a picture using the Insert Image button. So I'm going to hide the property sheet. And maybe I want the picture to be a little bit bigger than the area of the form footer as far as how tall it is. So I'm going to touch the bottom of the form footer section itself. Not the bar for it, but the section itself. I'm going to drag it down till it's about maybe an inch tall. And then maybe I'll grab this guy and move him down in here a little bit. And again, I'm not too exactly worried about exactly, where I want that to be. And then I'd like to insert a picture maybe over here. So I got one picture for the company and then another picture for my training department. Woo-woo, training department. So I'm going to click inside the form footer section. So why don't you take a moment and catch up with me there. I grabbed the bottom of the form footer section. I dragged it down till it was about an inch tall. I moved my label down a little bit. Go ahead and do that and then catch up here. All right. And now I'm going to go up to my Insert Image button. I click on it. Pull down arrow, I click on Browse. It's nice enough to remember I've been working in the Mods 5 and 6 folder. So I was saying the little picture you see here isn't what the picture looks like. Here's what it looks like. I'm double clicking on it, tap, tap. And so now I've got it in my brush and I'm going to draw a box for it. Doink, there it is. Now I'm wondering, is that a zoom? Is that a stretch? What do you think as I make this thing wider? Is that a zoom or a stretch? Notice it's not stretching wide like a funhouse mirror. So that one's the nice zoom one. It's the one that I like already. All right, so drop in a picture there. In fact, if on your computer you have a picture yourself, why don't you drop one of those in there? Have a little bit of fun. All right, I'd like to see what this wonderful thing looks like now. I'm going to go to my form view. So here's my form header, here's my form detail section with my alternating bands of color. When I scroll up and down, notice it scrolls only in the detail section. My form header and my form footer are static. And then maybe I'm thinking, I'd like to see a little bit more of the detail section. Maybe I would like to make this footer area a little smaller. So there's a couple of tricks about doing that as well. So I'm going to go back to my design view. And I'm going to try to grab the bottom of the form footer section and just drag it up till it's only about maybe a half an inch again. I'm grabbing, I'm dragging, half an inch. I let go, boink, it drops back down there. It will not let me make this section shorter than the tallest thing in the section, which in this case is that picture right there. So notice when I had it down here, that'll be a huge screen space. So I drag it up here, it'll never let me make it smaller than the biggest thing. So somewhere along the way, I got to make this thing smaller. Maybe I'll drag it down a little bit here so that I can get to the resizing handle. Make that bad boy a bit smaller. Because it's in the zoom mode, I'm not worried about changing the height to width ratio, called the aspect ratio. Then I'm going to grab this thing and move it up a bit. And now when I grab the bottom of this thing, I can make it as short as the tallest thing. I'm not even worried about going too far. I can drag it too far, it'll snap back down there. Now when I go to my form view, the bottom section, the form footer section, is not using so much space, so I can see a little bit more in my detail section. So try that. Back to the design view here. So make these things smaller, make them up a little closer, and then drag up the form footer bottom, and then go to the form view and see how that has changed the layout. So we've been talking about making it pretty here a little bit. In our next section, I want to talk about a different kind of form that can be very often used for inputting information, and it's going to be a little bit less rigid than this, but it will have a good use, I promise. If you're moving into this section having just completed the previous lesson, you're still going to have some forms on your screen. Please close each of them, and they're probably going to ask you if you want to save changes to the layout, and please choose yes. Take a moment and do that, please, and then come on back. So I want to talk about another kind of input form that might be more useful than the different kind of forms that we've been looking at. And I'm going to start out with a format that we have seen before, and then we're going to tweak it a little bit. So imagine that when we are interviewing people for new employees, we hand them this form as they walk in the door. Then we take their forms one by one and we interview them and so forth. So they're filling in information, last name, first name, and contact info and so forth. And then if we hire one, we're going to take this hand-filled-in form. They're grabbing their pens and writing this information here. We hand them the printout of this Word document. So the employee fills that in by hand, and then we gather up all of these forms. And so now at the end, we take them all and hand them to some poor soul in the back room who has to do data entry. And they're looking at this paper form that people have filled out by hand. They've got to do their data entry into a form that looks like this. And they're scrolling left and right. They're scrolling down here and they're adding a new record at the bottom. Or they're just navigating, clicking on the little new blank record button. And so now they're typing stuff in like this. When the handwritten form looked like this. Wouldn't it be nice if we could make a form for the data entry operator that looks like this, so you can glance back and forth at the printed form with the handwriting on it versus the data entry form that looks a lot like it. So let's see how we can create such a form in Microsoft Access. So I'm just closing this form. I'm not going to do any more data entry into it. So we're going to start with the Practice Employee Data Table once again. And I'm going to go up to the Create tab, and I'm going to click our very first thing we did today was the Form button that gives me a columnar form. So please do that with me again. Click on the Table Employee Data, and then under the Create tab, click the Form button to make this thing happen. So here's what the layout looks like so far. A column of labels and a column of text boxes. But we can get into a place where we can move these things around. So right now we're looking at a columnar form. We've got a column of labels and a column of text boxes. But what I want to do is turn this form into something that looks like that printed out Word document that the people have filled out by hand. So let's see how we can make that happen. The first thing I'd like to do is let's go to the Design view, please. So I'm going to go to my Home tab so I can switch views to the Design view. And what I'd like to do is be able to make these things smaller and move them around and set the last name to the left and the first name to the right. And so that's what we're going to do for the next few minutes. So the first thing I'd like to do is make these big long columns here skinnier. So if I click on one here, then I can make that one skinnier. I've got a little button out here on the edge of it, and I grab that and I drag it in. Notice as I'm doing that, all of that column is getting skinnier, and that's actually probably a good thing so far. So see if you can do that same thing. You probably have to scroll over to the right to be able to get to this little nubbin here. Click, just in one of these boxes, like on the edge of it. And then grab that little handle, and let's drag it in till it's, roughly this wide. What's that, about 1.5 inches? The grid boxes back here are 1 inch square. So make those things skinnier, catch up with me there, and then we're going to start talking about how can we separate them and move them around. So do that much, please, and then come on back. All right, what I want to do next is separate these so that they're objects that we can move around. Right now I can grab one of these objects and move it around within the stack, and it brings its label with it as I grab that thing and drag it up and down. But what I want to do is remove them from this little border here called a stack. So if I click in the middle of it, I can see a little four-headed arrow up here. We saw one of those earlier if you were in the module where we were taking stuff into Microsoft Word, for example. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click on that little four-headed arrow, which selects all the objects in the stack, it's called. And then up here in my Form Design Tools, there's the Arrange tab that we've not really needed to use before. And what we're going to do is over here at the left-hand side, under the Arrange tab, we're going to say remove these objects from their layout. It's actually a little button that says Remove Layout. Right there. So that's where I'm headed. And when I click on that, now I see some new things happening here, namely little black handles have appeared. So do what you just saw me do. I clicked in the general stack. I clicked on the four-headed arrow to select all the objects in the stack. I went to the Arrange tab and I clicked on Remove Layout, which is now grayed out because they have been removed. Do that much, put the video on pause, and remove them from the layout. All right, welcome back here. So now I'm going to click away from them so none of them are selected. And then let's say I want to move the first name over next to the last name. Now I'm grabbing the little label here, and I'm beginning to drag to the right, and it looks like I'm just moving that one thing, that label. But watch what happens when I let go. Boink. Notice how the text box came with it. Looked like I was just moving one thing. In fact, if I grab the text box now, here I'm pointing at the text box, looks like I'm moving just that. I let go, boink. Those two things are joined at the hip right now. And there are times when that's good and times when that's not so good. But for the moment, try what you're seeing me do. I'm going to leave the last name over here, then I'm going to put the first name to its right. And I have a little trouble selecting that thing. There we go. So I've got the dot grid patterns there. So usually I've built this habit where I grab the label and then, the other thing comes along with it. So I'm kind of trying to line them up here by the dot grid pattern. Turns out there's a thing we can do to get access to do that for us. So just get it kind of close as far as up and down. So take a moment and do that. Grab that label and see the text box go with it. It looks like you're just moving one thing, and when you let go, you're moving them both. So do that and then come on back. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is, now that these things are separated, I could make this text box longer without affecting all the rest of them. Touch the get my two-headed arrow out on the end of that thing. I can make that thing wider now. So my street address probably needs to be wider than my state box, for example. So I'm going to make the street address wider, and then I'm going to make my state text box skinnier, because I probably only need 2 characters there. So play a little bit in that. Let's see, zip code. By the way, I'd like you to watch something happening down in the bottom area of my screen, this part called the status bar. When I'm adjusting the width of that text box, some numbers appear down there. I hope you can see them. And they say lines 1, characters 24, 25. It's trying to estimate how many characters I can fit in that box as I'm resizing it. And it's pretty good at guessing that. So let's see, a zip code. If I got the full 9-digit zip code and a hyphen, maybe I need that to hold about 10 characters. I'll overset it a little bit, maybe around 14 characters. So play with that for a minute. Skinny and widen up the various columns. And then once you do that, here's actually what I want you to reproduce. Make a form that looks like this, basically. So I'll leave this on screen, and your job is to move things around until they kind of look like this. Yes, I know you've got boxes and I've got underlines. Just, deal with it, man. So set that up. Put the video on pause and drag those things around till you kind of approximate this layout. And that way the data entry operator has something that looks very much like this that they're copying from. They just shift their eyes back and forth from the paper to the screen and back. So set that thing up, everybody. Well, welcome back. This is kind of what mine is looking like. And in fact, I'd like to kind of split my screen here for a second. I'm going to take this window and snap it over to the right-hand side of my screen. And I'm going to take this window and snap it over to the left-hand side of my screen. And so now on the left-hand side, I can see the Word document. And if I skinny up my navigation pane on the right-hand side, I can kind of see my form in Microsoft Access. So they're not absolutely perfect, but I do want to talk about lining things up a little bit better. I hope you're having a little bit of geeky fun here. We're going to have more geeky fun with this form. So let me make this window take up full screen again. So I've got these two objects, and I kind of on purpose didn't line them up beautifully. So notice these two guys are a little bit closer to the brick line than these are. So I would like to line these two things up, and I would like to leave this one alone and have this set come up and join it. So what I need to do is select these multiple objects. Now there's several ways I can do this. I can click on a label and then hold either Control key or the Shift key and click on its text box, keeping either Control or Shift down and clicking on these multiple objects. That's one way to select multiple objects. I'm going to click out here and start over. What I'm going to show you right now is called the lasso method. And so I'm going to start like on one end or the other. And I'm not really clicking on any of those boxes right now. I'm just suddenly pushing the left mouse button down. And as I begin dragging, I suddenly have this little square, rectangle in my hand. And I drag it across the things I would like to choose. Now, in some programs, you have to get all the way around the object to select it. Notice here in Microsoft Access, basically all I needed to do was touch it with my lasso in order to choose it. So there's two ways to select these objects. And then here's one more. When the objects happen to be next to each other, I can actually go out here on the ruler and put my black arrow of death kind of parallel with those things and just click. This is kind of called the stabbing method. So I just kind of clicked. Let me do that slowly here. I'll click away. So I'm now pressing the left mouse button. This little line appears, and when I let go, it selects everything it touches. And I could use that to select more than one thing. I could start over here and drag down a little bit, and now I'm selecting all those things that it touches. So we got the click, shift click method, we got the lasso method, we got the stab 'em sideways method. Whichever way you'd like to do that, select these four objects here. Actually, maybe, first make sure they're not wonderfully lined up. So, make one a little lower, one a little taller. Okay, now come on back and let's select them. And then let's talk about how we can line them up. I'm looking at the top of my screen where it says Arrange. Gee, that seems like a likely place. So that's where I'm going to head, the Arrange tab. And then right over here, I've got some stuff about size and space and aligning. And so I'm going to click on the Align button. And I see several choices here. Align their left, align their right. Not quite what I do in this case. Align their tops or their bottoms. Now, if I choose top, then here's what will happen. The one that's highest on screen will stay put, and the one that's lower on the screen will move up enough to align its top with the higher one. If I choose bottom, what do you suppose would happen? Yeah, you probably made a pretty good guess there. The one that's lower would remain, and the one that's higher would automatically move down to align its bottom with the bottom of this one. So I'm flipping a coin here. I'm going to align their tops. So you'll notice this one will stay put and this one will jump up. Top. There it is, lined up nicely there. All right, so you've got those objects selected already. Head to your Arrange tab, and under the Align tab, align their tops or their bottoms. Notice right now, Align is grayed out because I have to have at least two objects selected before the Align button becomes available. So I'd like you to do that in that row there, and then you probably need to do it down here in the city, state, zip code row as well. So, get things to line up with each other when they're beside each other. Pause the video, you go do that. When you come back, I'm going to catch up with you. All right, here I go. So I want to line these guys up. Maybe I'll use the spearing method, and then I will align their tops. And then I'm scrolling down a little bit more, and maybe I'll use the click and shift click method. By the way, in some programs, if I click over here and then hold the shift key and click over here, it gets all the objects in between. Not in this section of this program. So yeah, I could click and then shift click or control click and choose them that way. And that's something I'll do if I've got like some things in between that I don't want selected through the lasso or the spearing method. And now I'm going to align, how about their bottoms this time? All right, so do a little bit of that to make things line up nicer. And then the last thing I'd like you to do is go to either the Design tab or the Home tab so you can switch your view to the Form view and see your lovely work there and how hopefully it now looks like that Word document in the background. So line that stuff up. All right, I got one more little piece to work on. Back to our design view, one and all. So far what we've seen is every time I move one of the labels, the text box comes with it. Or I move the text box and the label comes with it. What if I want to get the labels like a little bit closer to the text box? Well, one of the things I might do is make the words right aligned in the labels. And that would put them closer to the text box. So let's talk about a way to do that. Actually, I'm going to use a method that we've used already, the Format Painter brush. So I'm going to click on this label. And I'm going to go to my Home tab, and I'm going to right align the text in that label. And then I'm going to go get my Format Painter brush with a double click. And I'll use it on this one, and that one, and this one, and that one. Remember, when you double click, you get to use it over and over and over again. And now I'm going to go click on it to turn it off. And when I go to my form view, things are a little bit nicer there. So take a moment and do that. Looks like I missed the ID. I'll go and fetch that one, and so you guys do what you just saw me do. Pause that video and do that stuff. Last piece here. So let's say for whatever reason, I would like to put the first name label slightly above its text box. But we've seen so far, I drag this up here, I think I've got it just right. Those two things are still joined at the hip right now. So what I want to demonstrate is how can I move the label without moving its text box? That's what these little gray buttons will let me do. So if I grab this gray button and I drag that label, at first it looks the same, and when I drop it over here, the text box did not go along. So again, if I touch the border of this thing, they are joined again. But if I touch the little black box, I can move the label by itself. Excuse me, I missed. I can move the text box by itself, or I can move the label by itself. So just play with that for a minute. Don't get all hung up in it, but that's what the little black boxes do. All right, in real life, I would take a couple of minutes and go up here and work on this label. So I'm just going to do that for a moment. Employee information, maybe we'll make it say. Employee data is okay. And then the other thing we haven't done here is save the form. So fix that label up there for a minute, and then let's go save the form, and we'll name it FRM Employee, how shall we call it? Hand Built. How about that? FRM Employee Hand Built. So catch up with me there, and when you come back, I will have done that much as well. So make sure you have saved that thing, and then go ahead and close it. And that's how to build a form that in Access looks like a form that was built in Word. Make life easier for your data entry operator if you can. Why? Why do I want to make life easier for my data entry operator? Well, one reason is that I have in the past worked a couple of times as doing data entry. Quite frankly, I was actually building the database and doing the data entry myself. But, I've got empathy for data entry operators, but there's also an ulterior motive. You may have heard of this old programmer's term, garbage in, garbage out. At the end of the month, somebody's got to be able to produce a printed out report of this data, and if we've got garbage entered into it, then we have to spend a bunch of time trying to scrub it before we can make a decent report out of it. So if you can get your data entry operator to do things cleanly for you in the first place, and especially if you can help you do that by making a form that's easy for them to use, then life will be better for all. I am ready to switch gears here and get into a list of about 3 or 4 things I want to talk about forms here. For example, in Module 2, we saw how you could go into the design view of a table and create a relationship with another table by creating a lookup list. And then you had the lookup list anytime you needed to do data entry in that table. Let's see, and at the end of Module 4, when we were doing queries, I came back to that subject and I mentioned that if you have such a lookup list in a table and then you make a query from it, the query inherits the lookup list. So if you're doing data entry through the query, you have the same lookup list that you can use. Now, I'm also going to be looking up stuff from a table that's not in our database yet. So we're going to go back and touch base on importing tables. That was something we did in Module 4. And right at the end of Module 4, I suggested that we could also have the lookup list be inherited into a form. And so that'll be something we'll do along the way. And we're going to do calculations, whether with numbers or what we called concatenation, doing calculations with words. So we still got a lot of stuff to talk about here about forms. So I hope you're having some fun. I hope we're giving you ideas, and I hope you've got some energy left. The good news is if you run out of energy, you just turn the thing off and you come back to it later. So let's get in and get our hands dirty. First thing I want to do is import a table that we can use for a lookup list here. So let's head to our external data ribbon. So I'm clicking on the external data command tab to produce the external data ribbon. And then we've got the group called import and link. And I would like to import a table from another Access database. So under the import and link, we're going to click on Access. And that opens up this little dialog window. And in this dialog window, we're going to browse to our mods 5 and 6 folder that's out on my desktop. At least that's where mine is. Access samples, mods 5 and 6. So the database I want to talk to is named States. So I'm about to double click on the States database, and it brings me back to this window. So please do that much. Pause the video and do what I just did. Let me remind you what I did. I went to External Data. I went to Access. It opened up this dialog window. I browsed out to mods 5 and 6 folder, and I double clicked on States, and that brought me back here. So do that thing. All right, now that you have done that thing you do, now I want to talk about the radio buttons down here. So I have a choice to import or I have a choice to link. I would like to actually import this. This is a fairly small table that's in here, so it's not going to inflate the size of our database or anything like that. So let's go with the default choice here, import the table. And we're basically out of next down here. We're going to click on OK. So far what it does is that it goes and looks at what objects are in that other database. And in fact, right now, there's only one object in that other database. It's a table named States. And all it is a list of the abbreviations and the spelled out names of the states. And I'm going to use that in a lookup list. So first I got to have the information here. So here we are bringing it in with States table selected. I'm clicking on OK. And it drops back to this window where I just click Close. And suddenly I now have a States table in here. So catch up with me there. You were in that dialog window. You navigated to the mods 5 and 6 folder. You opened up the States database. When you click on OK, it feels like you're done, but then that second window pops up that says, all right, here's the tables. You'll need to click on the table named States. Even though there's only one there, you still have to click on it. And then you click on OK, and it brings it in. And then once it brings it in, it takes you back to that little dialog window that looks like a wizard, and it offers you a chance to save the steps to that. And at that point, you're just going to click, no, I don't want to do that, OK, or close, or whatever you have to do to close that window. So go do that. When you come back, you should have a States table just like I do. And if I double click on it, here's what's in it, the abbreviations and the spelled out words. So catch up with me there. Get that States table in there. Step number 2 in my master plan. I would like to go to our practice employee data table, and in its design view, we're going to do a lookup list so that the next time I hire a new employee, I'll be able to choose the state that they're from with my lookup list. So that's where I'm headed next. I'm going to point at TBL Practice Employee Data Table. I'm going to right-click on it and open it in its design view. Come do that with me, please. We're talking about the field named STR State up here in the top section. So let's click in that row. Specifically, let's click under the data type column in the STR State row. And then on the lookup arrow here, click on that, and we're going to go to the lookup wizard. So if you've been taking all of these lessons, you've seen this lookup wizard a couple of times. My choices are, I will stop right now and type in a list from which I want to choose, or used way more often, so much more often that it's the default choice, is that I already have that list in some other table, and then I just have to tell it what table to look in. So I'm going to go with the default choice here. I want my lookup to grab from another table, and I'm going to click next, and of course now it wants to know which table would that be. Well, let's see, I'm working in the employees table, and I need to look up from the states table. In the employees table, this shared field is not a primary key. They call it a foreign key. But in the states table, the abbreviation is the primary key. And remember, that's always what I need. I need to start in the table where the shared field is the foreign key and look up from the table where the shared field is the primary key. So there's only one match for the state that I'm looking for, which is just a long way to say choose the table called states and then click next with me. All right, in this next dialog window, I have the abbreviation and the spelled out state. Turns out the abbreviation is the primary key, but I'm going to wedge them both over. Otherwise, if I only bring in the abbreviation, then when I go to do my lookup list, I'll see choices like AR and AK, or MA and MI and MO, and I'm trying to remember, okay, is AK Alaska or Arkansas or just what? So it's going to be handy to have both the abbreviation and the state spelled out. So on the pull down the lookup list, I want to have both of them there. And then click next with me. We'll let it be sorted by the primary key, so we will not sort anything in ascending or descending order. We will just click next. In this dialog window, I choose to show the primary key column. So I'm going to uncheck the checkbox that's hiding it and clicking next. In this window, it says, which of those fields do you actually want to store? And it says you really need to choose a field that uniquely identifies the row. Now, we don't have any two states with the same name, so I really could use either of them, but I generally recommend use whatever the primary key is, and in this case, it is the abbreviation. So since that's alphabetically first, it's selected already, we click next. So along the way here, I hope you're playing along and you're pausing and you're catching up to me and all that stuff. I just get tired of saying pause the video. And now we're down to the last step. We're out of nexts. It says, what label would you like for your lookup field? It's not a label for the form. It's just a label for the lookup field. And why don't we call it state? That's basically the caption that's going to appear at the top of the column. And last but not least, we will click finish. And so you should be getting this message that says you've got to save the table before it'll make the relationship. Every time we see this window, we will always choose yes. All right, so what did that do for me? Well, it made a relationship between my practice employee data table and my states table. And now if I go out to the datasheet view for this table, I can choose a state from my lookup list. Now, right now, it's pretty boring. All of my employees are from New York, but maybe the next time I hire an employee, they're going to be from Missouri or Georgia or California or something like that. So these lookup lists, they're not usually used for records that exist already. They're usually used for adding new records, but not exclusively. Okay, so at this point, we have a lookup list in our table, and I'd like you to go to try it and make sure it really works. If, for example, I click on the list here, and I choose Wisconsin, then I get a pencil. I'm not actually going to go through with that, but I can see that my lookup list is working, so I'm going to tap the escape key. So check out yours, make sure it's working there on the datasheet view of your table, please. So far we now have a lookup list in our employees table. Next, I would like to make a query that I will then use as the basis for a form. I've mentioned this in passing. Microsoft suggests best practice. If you're going to create a form that needs information from more than one table, you should first create a query to gather those fields together, and then use the query as the record source for the form. And that way, when things are bad with the form, like if I'm getting bad data in the form, then I have to go figure out what's wrong with the query. If I'm getting bad looks to the form, then I need to go try to debug things in the form itself and not in the query. So it kind of separates those two things that can go wrong and where you would go to fix them. So that's what we'll be leading towards eventually. So I want to make a query that gathers information about my employees from two different tables, the practice employee data and the practice HR data. got those two tables. If I scroll up a little bit, I can see both of them. So the employee data table and the HR data table. And in order to do a query that pulls information from those two things, I need to have a relationship between those two tables. And I just happen to know from the way I set up this database that so far there is not a relationship between those two tables. So let's go to the relationships window, please. So that's found under Database Tools, Relationships window. So I've got my Practice Employee data table, my Practice HR data table, and my Practice Health Plan table. And I want to make a relationship by the primary keys here between employee data and HR data. So come join me in this relationships window, please. All right, now I'm going to make this relationship by dragging, and I would like the employee data table to be the parent. So those of you who were here in Module 2, you know that in this case, if I'm going to make a one-to-one relationship here, then whichever primary key I grab first, its table becomes the parent in the relationship, and whichever one I drag it onto, that table becomes the child. So that's what I would like us to do. Let's take this primary key, strid, and drop it on the primary key of the HR data table, strid. That will produce this window where the employee table is on the left as the parent, and the Practice HR data table is on the right as the child. We click Create. There is our relationship line. So do that dragging, everybody, make that relationship. All right, having done that, we can now use that in a query, and then we can use the query as the record source for the form. So A leads to B, leads to C along the way. Feel free to close the relationships window. You can do it by right-clicking here and closing it, or there's actually a close button right here that'll let you out of it. So whichever way you're going to do that, close that relationships window. If it happens to ask you about saving changes to the layout, say yes. Mine didn't ask because I didn't actually move any of those tables around in there. So make that relationship, please, and then we're going to start building a query that takes advantage of that. All right, let's go do the query now. So I'm going to go to the Create tab, and I'm going to use the Query Design window. So let's click on Query Design. And the three tables I want to bring in, actually just two of them for what I'm going to do. So I want to bring in the Practice Employee data table and the Practice HR data table. And a quick way to do that is double-click on each of those. So Practice Employee data, double-clicking. Practice HR data, double-clicking. Here is the relationship that we just created in that other window. And now get rid of the Show Table window. And a little bit of landscaping so you can see all your fields, hopefully without having to scroll up and down. Well, it's hard for me to grab that corner right now. There we go. That's better. So bringing those two tables into our Query Design window, please. So now let us, from the employee data table, bring in a couple of fields here, and a quick way to do it is to double-click on each one. So strid, I am double-clicking. The last name, the first name, the state. So those are the things that I want from the employee data table. Their string ID, string last name, string first name, and their state. All right, having done that, one of the other things I want to do in this query is some calculations. Specifically, I'd like to multiply the hours times the pay rate and calculate their weekly pay. So let's double-click to bring in the hours from the Practice HR data table and the pay rate. So what I'm eventually going to want to do is have a field over here that multiplies the hours times the pay rate to calculate their weekly pay. But those of you who are here in Module 4, when we did calculations, we wanted to have the hours and the pay rate show up in a center column of the expression builder. And does anybody remember what we had to do to get that to show up? I can hear you yelling at me right now. I need to save this query and then go to the expression builder and build the math that calculates the weekly pay. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to stop and save this query right now, even though it's not already done. Those of you who are here for Module 4, you know the drill. So we're going to right-click and save this query. And I would like to save it as QRY, the word for, F-O-R, employee form. So this is a query that I'm building specifically to go into an employee form. So I'm actually going to name it that, so that if you decide to study this later, you'll be able to remember, why did we make this query? Oh, it's because we were going to use it in a form. So here we go. Now I'm including the state field, which in its table is a lookup list. So I'm going to have the lookup list in the query, and then when I use the query to make the form will inherit the lookup list. Hey, cool. So we got the name for the thing here, query for employee form. Okay, that. And now we want to go use the expression builder to calculate the weekly pay over in this next column. So I'd like you to click to put your cursor in the field top row, the field row, for our next available column. And then we're going to go up here and use the builder. By the way, the keyboard shortcut, again, if you really like keyboard shortcuts, Control F2 would get you into the expression builder as well. So here is said expression builder, and this is the center column that I was talking about. So those of you who saw this in an earlier module, we talked about this a lot. So here's where we've got the hours and the currency pay rate. So we will double click to get the hours up there. We will type the time sign, which is always the star, never the X. And then we're going to double click on the pay rate. So there's our formula. And then once you have the hours times the pay rate like that, remember you have to double click on one of the fields to get them to appear up in the top. So we got the hours times the pay rate, click OK. So do that much, catch up with me. Well done. So the last thing to do down here is get rid of this EXPR1, because that's not going to make a very good column header, a caption essentially. So be careful not to erase the colon, but let's replace EXPR1 with weekly pay. And then those of you who have done the queries with me before, I'm now going to hit the tab key, and that allows it to check my syntax. And if, for example, I accidentally erased the colon, I would get an error message. But if you didn't get an error message, then again, I always say no news is good news. So hopefully you've got that formula in there now. And I'd like to see the results of that query. So I'm going to go up here and click either the Run button or the Datasheet View button. And here are the results of our query. And it doesn't say EXPR1 up here because we got rid of that. It now says weekly pay. Now, it doesn't look much like money right now. I've got the hours times the pay rate, but it's just this big number over here. And in some cases, it's calculated this thing out to 3 columns. So that's looking a little bit odd. I'd like to do something about that. I would like to format this column so it looks like currency. And it turns out that's relatively easy to do. It's just not obvious how you would do it. So let's go make that happen. Let's make the weekly pay column look like currency back in the design view. So in my design view, I'm talking about this column right here, the weekly pay column. I'd like to get a property sheet for that. So I'm going to click in that place right there where it says weekly pay. And then up here in the upper right corner, there's a button labeled property sheet. It's under the design tab of your query tools. So I can't do like I did in a form where I double click on the thing and the property sheet appears. It won't happen here. But I click on the thing so it knows which thing I'm talking about. And then let's go to the property sheet for that, please. And so there's not a lot in the property sheet, but one of the things that is in here is a column called format. And so if I click over here in the format property, I get a little pull-down list where I can format it for euros or percentages or scientific notation, should I have some numbers that are, humongous here. So we're just going to go with the currency format, and it assumes that I mean dollars because of, basically where we're located. I then usually choose to hit the enter key so that I don't accidentally wind up changing that when I didn't want to. So come join me there. Go to the property sheet of that formula, and then change its format to currency, and then close the property sheet, and then go the query again, and it should look like money now. So I'm going to end this session right here just because it's getting kind of long. But in the next couple of steps, we're going to take this query and then use it as the basis for a form. By the way, when I bring this information into the form, I don't really want to have to deal with the hours and the pay rate anymore. So before we end this thing, let's go back to the design view one more time, and we're going to remove those two fields, the hours and the pay rate. We needed them in there so we could do the calculation easily, but we don't have to keep them around there once we've done the calculation. So I'm putting my mouse on this little 1/16 of an inch gray bar. I drag to select those two fields, and I tap the delete key, and they're out of there. And yet when I run my query again, it can still do the math. So join me there. Get rid of those two fields that we don't need anymore. And then go save that query again. That is, right-click on its tab and save it again. All right, now I'm going to end this session, and when we come back, we'll take it to the next step to kind of bring it into a form. In the previous session, we created this query, and we said we were going to use this as the basis for a form. So just run your query one more time to remind yourself what's in it. We've got the employee ID, the primary key. We've got the last name, the first name, their state. And if I click there, my query has inherited the lookup list from the table. And then I've just done a calculation in the query. And both of those things are going to be inherited upward to the form when we build the form from this query, which is what we're going to do right now. So you don't have to have the query open to build the form from it. I don't think it'll hurt anything. So let's go see how we can now use this as the basis for our next form. So I'm going to scroll down in the left-hand side navigation pane, and I'm going to go find that query that we just made. Query for form. Query for employee form. I'm going to click on that once, and then I'm going to build a form from that. So this time, instead of building the form from a table with gathered information from more than one table, put it into a query, and now we'll use the query for the basis of our next form. So with the query form employee thing selected here, query for employee form, getting myself mixed up. With that selected, let's go to our create tab, and maybe we'll create a columnar form for that, which would be just the form button right here. So come with me, let's click the form button, and here comes our columnar form with all of that information in it. And as I look at the right-hand side, I have inherited the lookup list, only I can't choose it right now because I'm in the layout view. So do what you just saw me do. You've got the query selected, you go to the create tab, you click the form button, you get this thing. All right, so now I want to check it out and see if it's working. So I need to get my view button. Remember, that's available here either under design or under home. Those are the only two places you can get to your view button, so that you could then switch to the form view. And now if I use the pull down list, I can actually use that. So I made the lookup list in the table, made the query from the table, made the form from the query. I always say lives in the house that Jack built there. One thing leads to another, leads to another. And I did the calculation in the query, and now the calculation has been brought into the form. By the way, if I didn't have a calculation in a query, I could just bring in the two fields, the hourly rate and the hours worked, and I could have used the builder to actually do that same thing here in the form. But it's kind of nice if you can carry one thing into the other and not have to build it over and over and over again. Now, see, I probably want to work this thing up a little bit, but we know how to do that already, so it won't really be any great help to practice that again. So what I'd like to do now is talk about how could I do a calculation like that if I'm not bringing it in from the query. So our first method was do the calculation in the query and then bring it into the form. My next method is I'm going to do a concatenation here in the form, and it's going to use that same builder, only we'll be working with putting words together instead of numbers. So let's say that the boss in this form would like to see a field that has the full name, so that when I bring up this form, maybe it has a separate field for James and a separate field for Ted, but I also want to have a text box in here somewhere that has the full name, Ted James. Not James Ted, Ted James. Notice last name, first name here. All right, so we're going to the design view of our form now. So heading to that design view of the form. and I'd like to add a new object here that could be a text box labeled full name that actually does the concatenating to put the first and last name together. Now, if I want to see that in my detail section, looks like I better make my detail section taller. So to make the detail section taller, you have to actually touch the top of the form footer bar, which coincidentally is also the bottom of the detail section. I get my two-headed arrow, I drag down a bit, and now I got more room in my detail section to add this new field I want to put in there. So join me, and again, the way I did that, I touched the top of the form footer bar and dragged it down to make the detail section taller. Make that happen. All right, now we need to bring in a text box where we can do our concatenation to put in the first name and the last name and label it as full name. So this time I'm not going to use the AA button. All that does is give me free-floating words. Instead, what I'm going to do this time is the AB button. As I hover over it, it tells me its name is text box. So I'm going to click on that. And then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to try to line this up with the other text boxes. And it doesn't necessarily have to be as wide as the other ones. So I'm just making myself a little text box here. I need it wide enough to hold their first name and their last name, and I can always change it later on here in this design view. So when I let go, notice it brought in a label automatically, and right now it says that it is unbound. That is, it doesn't know where it's supposed to get its information from. So I would like this label to say full name, and then I'd like it closer over here to its text box. So join me in what I have done so far. I clicked on the AB button after I made the detail section taller. You've already done that. I clicked on the AB. I made a new box over here. When I let go, it brought in its label, no extra charge. All right, let's pick it up from there. So I'm going to click on the label, and I'm going to make it a little wider, and then I'm going to drag across the text, and I'm going to type in the words full space name. And then I don't want the left edge of it to be right against the edge of the form, so I'm going to click away from it for a second, click on it again, and then I'm going to try to get its resizing handle over here, two-headed arrow. Sometimes that can be a bit of a challenge. And I want to bring it over so it kind of lines up under here. So now if I go to my form view, it doesn't look too bad right there so far. Back to my design view. So do that. Put in that label, that is, modify that label so that it now says full name, and sometimes the challenge is getting to that resizing handle. If you have trouble getting to it, you can grab this thing and move it over, and you could get it away from the edge of the window that way, and then you might have a better chance of resizing it. And then you can grab the thing and drag it back over here and kind of line it up again, and you're good to go so far. So make that happen so far. You're going to have this unbound control, and you have tweaked its label here for a second. So do that much, please. All right, next thing we're going to do is figure out a way to get into the expression builder to build the formula that's going to add our first name and a space and a last name. So if I only had a way to get into the properties of that text box. Oh, this is one where you can do the double click. So double click on the border of that unbound text box. Here comes its property sheet. Make that happen. Now, as I look here on my screen, I am not looking at the property sheet of that text box because apparently I missed a little bit when I did the double click, and I wound up clicking in this area back here, which is the detail section. So I'm going to try that again. I'm going to go click. I only have to click on it once now that I've got a property sheet open. I can go click on that unbound text box, and now I'm talking about the properties of that text box. Maybe you got a better double click that first time through than I did, but sometimes it's good to see a mistake on screen and see how I fix it. So I didn't make the mistake on purpose, but we got to see a little extra lesson there. So here we are now into the property sheet of that text box. Come join me that far. Notice in my property sheet, so far it says the name of that object is text17. And that's an okay name as long as you don't need to refer to it in some kind of programming later on. And it's too early to talk about that. So we can leave it named text17, Or I'm kind of old school, I get antsy about that. So I'm going to drag across the text 17, and maybe I'll call it full name. That's good as any. Call it full name. I'm going to hit the enter key. That becomes the name of that box itself. This is the only place you can see that right now. And then in order to put in the formula that's going to concatenate the first name and the last name, that's called the control source. So if you'll click with me in the column here for the control source, you'll see two things: a pull-down list that gives me a list of the tables, not quite what I need, and then 3 dots over here called ellipses. And if you'll click with me on that, oh look, we're in the expression builder, which is exactly where I need to be to do my concatenation. So join me in that. Go to that property called control source, click on the 3 dots, you will wind up here in the expression builder. Very good. So let's take it from there. So I want to start out with the first name, str first name. By the way, str is an old programmer's term, a string variable, which means text. So I'm going to double click on str first name. It goes up here. All right, those of you who have done concatenation in the past, what was the operator? That is, what was the math symbol for adding words together instead of numbers? It is the ampersand. It's the symbol you get when you hold the shift key and tap number 7, the funny looking E there, the and symbol. So that's what I'm going to do right now, holding shift, tapping number 7. There's my ampersand. And those of you who saw this in an earlier module, you know that if I just add the last name right now, it'll have first name, last name all smushed together. I need to have a space in there. And anytime you're going to put something in a concatenation that's characters that aren't stored in some text box or some field someplace, that text that you want to put in there needs to have quotes around it, even if it's just a space bar. So here I am, quote mark, space bar, quote mark, another ampersand, because I then need to add the last name on there by double-clicking last name. So let me magnify this on screen so you got half a chance of seeing it. So again, I double-clicked to get this one in there. I typed the ampersand, quote, space, quote, ampersand, and then I double-clicked on last name to get it in there. So make yours look like mine. And then click the OK button. So it's got some kind of funny-looking stuff over here, pretty much everything you typed. And then hit the enter key. This is another habit that I always try to build. And that way, if I've made a mistake in there someplace, I'll get an error message right now, and I could go back into the builder and see what's wrong. It's really handy to have those kind of errors pop up before you actually try to open the form and have weird things going on from that query that you built it from. So I'm going to bet that this thing is going to work. I'm not going to bet the house, but I'll bet $1. So let's go see it in action. We're going to go to our view button. We're going to switch to our form view. So here's last name James, first name Ted, full name Ted space James. So I could have done that in the query and then inherited from the query. It would be the same builder, same expression builder. But now we've seen if I don't have the query that's already done the calculation, like my weekly pay, for example, I can go into that expression builder here in the form and do the same job. Now it's got a funny name because it's got the name of the thing we built it from, the record source. But we know how to fix that up already. Maybe what we should do is give it a better name here, though. So I can do that by right-clicking on it and telling it to save this form now. And we'll call it FRM. And what have we done in here? We've done calculations. So FRM employee calculations. So that's how you can inherit things from table to query and then inherit things from query to form. Well done, everybody. Now that we've created a form from a query from a couple of tables, maybe I'd like to be able to trace that sort of paper trail here of what came from what. Now we can do it one object at a time, and then we'll talk about some ways that we can do it a little smoother or a little bit less effort. So first of all, let's go to the design view of this form, please. So we'll right-click on the tab, and we'll go to its design view. And if we're talking about the entire form, properties of the entire form, Right now we're not. We're talking about properties of the full name text box. So you can go up here to the list box and see an alphabetized list of all the objects, including the form itself. So let's go to that list box in the property sheet and talk about properties of the form itself. And when you do that, the very first property here at the top is called the record source of the form. I've used that term a couple of times. So the record source for the form is that it was built from this query. So go take a peek at that. First you had to get the property sheet. You could get that up here. Then we had to get the property sheet of the form. You can choose that here. And then notice the record source is that query that we built. Catch up with me there. All right, so now I still happen to have the query open here. I'm going to go to right-click on that and go to its design view. And in the design view of the query, I can see that it is based on these two tables. So we got the relationship between the tables, and then we use that for the query, and then we use the query to build the form. Okay, and we have also seen the relationships window before. That was here under Database Tools, Relationships button. That lets me see relationships between tables. It does not let me see relationships between tables to queries, or from queries to forms. But there are easier ways to do that than what I've forced you to do so far. That is looking at the properties of our form or our query or so forth. So let me introduce those to you. First of all, let's right-click on any of these tabs and choose Close All, so we clear our screen, please. So let's do that. All right, so my first way is relatively old school. And so this time under the Database Tools tab, we're not going to go to Relationships. That was only table to table. Instead, we're going to go right next door here to where it says Object Dependencies. So come with me and click on that. By the way, first, now that I've said that, you've probably done it already, but really first, I need to figure out which of my objects I want to see the dependencies for. I'm going to go to the end result here. That was the form that had my calculations on it, right? That was the one we just created. So just click that one once so it knows what object we're talking about. And then come with me up here and we'll click on Object Dependencies, which it says autocorrect info has to be turned on. Do you want access to turn that on for you? Do you want it to enable that? We will click OK, and it will open up a little navigation pane over at the right side of my screen. So please do that. You've got your form, the end result selected. Click on Object Dependencies, click OK, and then it will open up this task pane, it's called, and I'm going to make it a little bit wider. So hopefully your screen looks like mine. Now, at the top of the right-hand side, I see the word I, or me. Objects that depend on me. Objects that I depend on. You mean me, Dan? No, that's not what it means. It means this object over here. So it's kind of the royal we, the royal I here. So right now it's saying, so what objects depend on this form? None of them. But let's switch the radio button up here to objects that I, the form, depend on in turn. So I'm going to go to that radio button, objects that I depend on, and now I got some stuff going on here. So join me there, objects that I depend on. And you'll see that this form depends on that query. And somehow it depends on the state table. And now I see a little twisty next to the query. So I got the form that depends on the query. And now if I click on the little twisty next to the query, I see that it depends on these two tables. So here's all that information in one nice little spot here. Instead of having to go to the query and look up the information from that, go to the form, look up the information from that, it's all in just one nice little place over here through the Object Dependencies window. It's like relationships on steroids, if you want to think of it that way. So that's kind of a cool thing. Now there's also stuff about objects that depend on me that I might use to track from the other end. For example, maybe I want to start with one of these tables, like practice HR data. So this time, I'm going to go over here to the left side, and I'm going to go up to the tables, and I'm not going to double-click to open it, but I am going to click on it once to select it, Practice HR Data table, TBL Practice HR Data. So I've got that one selected, And now over at the right, let us click to look at objects that depend on the new me here. So objects that depend on me, this table. You might have to click the refresh button. I'm going to have to do that. Refresh button. Oh, there we go. So objects that depend on me. Well, there's other tables that are in a relationship with this one. There are queries that are based off of this one. Right now, I'm surprised not to see any forms. But if, for example, I were to go over here to this one query for employee form and click its little twisty, I can see that what depends on that one is that form now. So again, sort of a cascading thing about what depends on what, or what does it depend on. So that's an old school way of looking at that information, what tables relate to what queries relate to what forms. So I got one more here before I move on to something else. I want to go over here to the left-hand side, and I'd like to click on the little pull-down arrow right here. So come with me and do that. By the way, you can close the Object Dependencies window if you like. That's what I'm going to do, so close that. And now come over to the left-hand side, the navigation pane, click on this pull-down arrow and get the list. Please do that much so far. All right, I want to draw your attention to a choice that we've never talked about before. It's called Navigate by Tables and Related Views. Come with me and click on that, and there's going to be a new thing going on over here at the left-hand side. So it's says we're going to be grouping objects. This will take some time to redistribute these things. This is a small database. It's not going to take any time at all. So it says, do you want to continue? We're going to click, okay, go ahead and continue. Boop, boop, boop. There, it's done. It did not take a long time. So catch up with me there. The new view here, tables and related. So again, that was this choice. Tables and related views. So now I have a table. Let me zoom in on this. So I have a table named TBL Book Sales. And it is used in this query, and it is used in this form. And then I've got a table named TBL Book Project. And so it's a table, and it is used in this query. And it's then used in this form. So this is kind of another cool way of seeing which table leads to which query leads to which form. And this was new in the 2013 version of Access, carried over because it's very popular here, carried over into 2016. So those folks who have been working with Access for a long time, they feel a little bit uncomfortable seeing things this way. But folks that are new to Access, they're not all wrapped up in how it used to look, and this can kind of be useful for them when somebody just hands them a database and they're trying to see how things are related to each other. So in an earlier module, I said that when somebody just hands me a database, I usually go to the relationships window first, because I can see the table names, I can see the primary keys, I can see if there are any relationships created already, but that doesn't tell me about the forms and the queries. So I don't always do it, but sometimes. I don't always do this, but when I do, I drink dose something or other. Anyway, moving on. I don't know why those things come to me. Just trying to have a little bit of fun in what can be a rather dry subject. So let's go back and navigate by object type. And that gives us our list of tables and our separate list of queries and so forth. So let's go back to, that old school stuff, the old school view. So pause the video and go back to our earlier view there. I have no idea if you enjoy those last couple of sessions as much as I enjoy teaching them. That little part of this class I really like. The table to the query to the form, and how you hook them up in the first place and how you trace them backwards and all that kind of stuff. You can probably tell by now listening to me when I'm having a good time. But I am suddenly thinking of, I'm a child of the 60s and 70s, suddenly I'm hearing Cheech and Chong in my head doing Sister Mary Elephant. Class, wake up! Some of you may not be old enough to remember Cheech and Chong, and that's probably just as well. Anyway, moving on, let's go do some really boring stuff now. No, I hope not. I hope it won't be boring at all. So we're going to look at a different kind of a form that actually has little index tabs in the form. Different than the tabs that I'm talking about up here. I'm saying inside the form we'll have a little thing looks like a manila folder, and it will have tabs. This is going to be our first example of a multi-page form. So why would we ever bother doing that? Well, I've got a couple of tables here that we were using in some of our other examples. I've got the practice employee data table, and it has information that if my employee has a landline, then maybe you could find this information in the white pages. Yeah, like anybody's got white pages books anymore. No, they still have white pages websites where I could find this information: first name, last name, address, and the phone number. I wouldn't be able to find their hire date there, obviously, but this is basically public information. And then we've got another table that we're using just recently, the human resources data table. And in here I have definitely private information, the hours they work, their pay rate, and so forth. So I'm going to have a multi-page form for each of our employees. The front page is going to be the public stuff, and the second page is going to be the private stuff. So that's what we're about to build right now. So if you've been doing this stuff with me, let's right-click and close all. And let's go start building our multi-page form. So we're going to go to the Create tab here. And in this case, it really matters not which of these tables or queries you have selected. It's going to ignore that. And this is going to be the first time that I want to introduce this button right here, the Form Design button. So please come and click with me on that. The Form Design button. You are now in the design view of a brand new form. Congratulations. So catch up with me there, please. So right now it doesn't know which table or tables I want to talk to. This is the first time this has ever happened. So now up here under the Design ribbon, there's a button labeled Add Existing Fields. Come with me and click on that, Add Existing Fields. These are fields that are already built and exist in some table, but right now it doesn't know which table. So please click on that button, Add Existing Fields. Come on back. All right, and then now I see a clickable link down here that says, so show all the tables that are here. So let's go do that. Click on Show All Tables. There are their names. So I got the States table, book project. You see them all happening there. And each of them has little plus signs that you can click on to expand and show the available fields. But before I actually put the fields in there, I need to put in a placeholder for our multiple pages. So maybe I should have done that first. It'll be really quick to get back here. We'll just go to the Add Existing Fields button. For the moment, let's hide this little window. You can either click its Close button, or you can click on the same button here that turned it on, the Add Existing Fields button. I'm going to go that way. So it just hides it for a moment. And then here is the next control that I want to talk about. If I zoom in on it using my third-party software, notice it's going to kind of look like a manila folder, and it's got little tabs here. And in fact, as I hover over it, it tells me its name is Tab Control. So watch what I'm going to do with this. I'm going to click on it and let go. I'm not dragging it anywhere. My mouse has now changed to a different shape, and I'm going to draw a box that basically takes up this whole detail section right here. So I'm dragging diagonally, and when I let go, here comes my little manila folder with its multiple pages. So catch up with me there. Go click on the Tab Control and draw a big old box in there. All right, now it's time to start putting the fields on there. So now we will go up to the button that says Add Existing Fields. And it remembers that we had clicked on Show Me All the Tables, so all the tables are showing here. So what I want to put on page 1 is going to be stuff from the public things, which were in Practice Employee Data table. So let's go ahead and click on the plus sign next to TBL Practice Employee Data, and then here are all of the fields that are available in that table. So do that with me. Click the little plus sign and expand the list of fields from that table, please. So there are certain times in this program where you can click and shift-click and choose multiple items. But I've seen people have a little bit of a problem with this next thing I'm going to talk about. So I don't really have a complaint about it, but I have seen people have a little bit of a problem with it. So one of the things I can do as an instructor is to tip you off to the problem and kind of how to fix it. So if I click on the first field under here, and then I hold the Shift key and click on the last field, then I'm thinking I ought to be able to choose all of those. Right now, I don't seem to be able to do that. So I'm going to bring in kind of one at a time, at least to start with. So I want to bring in the primary key here, the strid. I'm going to grab it by itself. I'm going to drag it over here. Now this is going to create a text box. And you may remember earlier when we put in the text box that we were going to put the formula in, it brought in the text box and a label to its left. That's what's going to happen here. It's going to put in a text box and a label that's farther left than where I'm dropping this off. In other words, if I try to put it over here, the label is going to try to go off screen. So I want it to be kind of at the top of this area, but I'm going to put it kind of in the middle from left to right. And when I let go, sure enough, there's the text box and its label. So join me there. Go grab the strid field, drop it in there near the top, but towards the center from left to right, and then your screen should look just like mine. All right, so now I'd like to bring in the next ones. I hope I don't have to bring them all in one at a time. Let's try clicking on the next one, and then watch as I hold the Shift key this time. Oh, look, now it'll choose all of them. So if nobody tips you off to that, you would think, hey, you got to bring them in one at a time. Not necessarily true. Once you put the first one in, life gets easier for the rest of them. So I clicked on the last name field, then I shift-clicked on the state. Now I'm not holding any key. I'm going to grab them all and drag them over here, and I'm basically going to drop them right under the one that's there already, and they all bring their own labels, and life is good. So join me. Shift-click and drag those things in there. So we've just brought in all of these fields. Things are looking okay so far, or at least we were able to bring them in all together. Now maybe I'd like to bring these two down a little closer to the rest of them. So I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to drag it down till it kind of lines up with that one. And remember, since I'm not grabbing the little gray black box at the top, the label and the text box both come down. So see if you can get that to happen. Drag them down and kind of line them up with the other ones over here. By lining up the left edge here, it should line up the left edges over there. Catch up with me. All right, next thing I'd like to do is get all these labels to snug up against all those text boxes. Remember that we could align tops. This time we're going to wind up aligning right-hand sides. And you may remember when we were aligning the tops, the one that was highest on screen stayed put and the rest of them came up to join it. That will be the same for adjusting left and right. So the first thing I want to do is click on this ID label, and I want to move it over closer to its text box. But remember, if I drag it, they're both going to move. It's like the little chase things across the screen game. Remember, that's what these little black things are for. So I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to drag it over closer to this text box. And when I let go, notice the text box does not jump out of the way. So please take a moment and do that. Grab the little black handle for the ID label and drag it over here till it snugs up next to the text box that it goes with. All right, everybody. So you might be way ahead of me here. What I want to do next is select all of these left-hand labels. Remember, my lasso only has to touch them. It doesn't have to get around them. And then I'd like to get these to all move over and line up their right-hand sides to the right-hand side of this one that's rightmost. And I'll get you started. It's going to be under the Align button here. And I'd like you to take it from there. Line up their right-hand sides, please. All right, I'm going to join you, lining up their right-hand sides. The one that was farthest right stays put, and the rest of them come over to join that one. And then when I click away, they're all looking pretty good here. Oh, look, there's a lookup list in the state field. Who would have guessed that it would inherit that? Of course, we'd all guess that. All right, so that's my page one. That's my front page stuff. Right now, I don't have any form header or anything like that. We can always add those in. I'm not going to worry about that too much. It's kind of off topic here. So assuming things are going well for you, let's now go to page two. And for the page two stuff, I want to bring in things from the HR data table. And I'd like you to take a close look at what's going on over on the right-hand side here. So I told it that I wanted the table called employee data. And now all of a sudden it said, hey, I have examined your relationships and I have noticed that the states table is related to this and the practice HR data table is related to this. So I'm going to take advantage of that. I want to now expand the stuff from the practice HR data table. Here are the fields in there. Now I'm not going to need the str ID. I've already got that on page 1, but I would like to bring in the rest of the fields here. And I'm going to have the same thing happening as before. If I click and then try to shift click down here, it won't let me do that at first. So you know the drill here. You were just practicing it 5 minutes ago. You got to bring in the first one, drop it in the middle, left and right, but towards the top, and then you can do your click and shift click trick and bring in the rest of them. Ignore the str ID. It's not really needed. It's already on the front page. So go make that happen. You know how to do it. You do it first, and then I'll catch up with you. All right, I'm dragging in the department field. And then for some reason it kind of collapsed my list. There we go. It just, I've got less screen space than probably you have. I have to scroll down a little bit to find the rest of the list again. And so now I should be able to do that click and shift click trick and bring them all in at once and line them up under there. And that time I got them a little bit closer, so I'm not going to have to align them up and down too much. But why don't you take a moment and get these things to snug up to the right against there. Just practice that part again. And again, you've done it recently, so I think you can do it without any help. And if you discovered that you could use a little bit of help, I'm going to go do it right now. I'm going to use my black handle here. Drag that bad boy over there. By the way, let me just back up for a second. Let me remind you why I want to do that. If I grab this label and drag it over, it looks like I'm doing good things, but when I let go, here's that little chase it around the screen game going on. Thank goodness for undo. I just did Control-Z. So that's why this handle is so important here, to be able to move the label over and then not have to chase the text box. All right, and then for the rest of them, we're going to select them and align their right-hand sides. This is me just catching up to you. I bet you did this really smoothly. So now I've got a public page called page 1, and I've got a private page called page 2. But maybe I'd like to actually have these page tabs say private and public, or vice versa from the way I was pointing at them. So page 2 is my active one right now. I would like to get a property sheet for page 2. I don't need the field list anymore. We can feel free to close that. So now let's get a property sheet for page 2. Now if I double click on page 2, that doesn't really bring up the property sheet. But if I click on page 2 and then go up here to my design tab instead of the arrange tab, I can get to that property sheet. By the way, as I hover over it, it'll tell me a keyboard shortcut that I've mentioned in the past, but I haven't harped on it, Alt and Enter. Once you do that a couple of times, why, that'll kind of become second nature to you. So I'm just going to click on the property sheet button, and I'm talking about properties of page 2 right now because that's what I had clicked on. So do that with me. Go to your design tab and get your property sheet for the page 2 tab, please. All right, and then right over here it says its name is page 2 and that it doesn't have a caption. So you could put in just a caption and leave it named page 2, or you can actually change the name. So I usually choose to actually go change the name. So I'm going to drag across page 2 as the name, and in its place I'm going to type the word private. And when I hit the enter key, you'll see that not only does that become the name of that tab, it also becomes the caption. It also becomes the label. It doesn't say caption, but that's what it is actually. So catch up with me there. You click on the page 2 tab and you change its name to private. And now, of course, we're going to go to the page 1 tab and name it public. You make that happen, I'll catch up with you. I love it when you can do it before I do. All right, here I go catching up with you. I'm pointing at the page 1 tab. I'm making sure that I'm talking about properties of page 1. And now I'm going to name it public. I hit the enter key. I now actually see that on the tab. Now, there are some occasions where maybe I've got enough information that I'd like to have a third page. There is a way to do that. I can do it like this. I can right-click on one of the tabs, and one of my choices is insert a page. And here comes a page, 15. Wait a minute, how did it get to 15? Well, basically it's counting objects that are already on in our form here. So that's how you could insert a new page. You just right-click on a tab and say, hey, give me a new page. But in this case, I don't really have anything new I want to put on it. So I'm going to go right-click on that page, whatever, and I'm going to delete that page. and it takes off. Ooh, I deleted the wrong one. I didn't do that on purpose. I'm going to try to undo that. Yay, undo. And I'm going to go make sure I'm clicking on page 15 first. Now I'm going to right click on that and I'm going to delete that page. Much better. Boy, my heart was skipping a beat there for just a second. So try adding a page and then removing a page, and hopefully it'll go smoothly for you. So now let's go see it in action. We can close our property sheet. We won't need that anymore. And let's go switch our view to the form view. So here I am in the public side of record number 1 of 51 records here. And so if, for example, I click up here in the ID field, people who use forms are really used to being able to hit the tab key to go through the forms. So here I'm using the tab key. It goes to the next field, next field, next field, next field. And then I'm thinking maybe if I'm in the last field and I hit tab, maybe that'll go to the private side. I'm going to try that out right now. I'm hitting the tab key. So what happened there? It's actually still on the public side, but I'm in record 2 now. So I'd like you to try that. Click in the first field on record 1, tab, 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 and then hit tab one more time. You'll find yourself on record 2. And now if you tab, 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 same thing, goes to record 3. So is there some kind of keyboard way that I can get to the private tab without having to stop and grab my mouse and click on that tab? Turns out there is. This time what I'm going to do is, instead of the tab key, I'm going to hold the control key and hit tab. And look, I am now on the private side. And now if I hit tab, 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 it goes to the next field on the private side, and then I tab some more, and now it's on to the next record on the private side. So tab, tab, tab within one of those sheet tabs up here. Sorry, not sheet tabs, but index tabs. And then control tab to switch from public to private. So play with that for just a minute. So that's the ins and outs of making a multiple page form. And we'd probably like to give it a better name than Form 1. So let's save it. Right-clicking, save that thing. And I'm going to call it FRM Employee Multi-Page. Instead of multi-record, it's multi-page. Or you could call it tabbed form if you would like. FRM Employee Tabbed. Maybe I'm going to go that way. FRM Employee Tabbed. If you've already clicked on OK, that's fine. You can always rename it. If you close it, you can right-click on its name over here and rename it. You would have to close it first, though. So here I am, FRM Employee Tabbed, T-A-B-B-E-D. I'm hitting the Enter key or clicking OK, and so now I have a new form named that, and it should be over here in my list of forms. Man, we got a lot of forms in there, don't we? We should. It's Forms Instruction Day. All right, so that's the ins and outs of making that kind of a form. Let's go ahead and close it. And we basically got one big subject left, but it's a 3-part subject. Don't you hate those? You got the questions on the form, but there are, multiple parts to the question. But we are kind of coming down the home stretch here. A wee bit of background before we jump into this next lesson. So in Module 2, when we first began talking about relationships, we saw there were a couple of ways to make them, either by dragging things in the relationships window or by creating lookup lists. And today, as part of our stuff, we reviewed making lookup lists. But one of the results of making a relationship through either of those methods is that if you go to the parent table and open it, then you will see little plus signs next to each record. So, for example, if I go to my database tools and look in my relationships window, there is this relationship between the employee data and the HR data. We created it ourselves by dragging this primary key onto that one. And at the time we did that, I mentioned that if I grab this one first, then this becomes the parent table. And so in my little discussion I was just having about having these little plus signs show up, you have to be in the parent table of the relationship, which is my long-winded way of saying, let us open TBL Practice Employee Data, and we'll see these little darn plus signs that I'm talking about. So I'm going to close my relationships window. It's not needed. So let us go double-click to reopen TBL Practice Employee Data, and here are the little plus signs that I'm talking about. So here's Mr. Ted James. When I click on his plus sign, I suddenly see his hourly rate and his pay. and what parking lot he's in. Now, from our last discussions, you may remember that this is actually coming from the HR data table. That's the one we were just looking at in the relationships window. So the top part here, the name, is in the parent table of this relationship, the employee data, and when I click a plus sign next to a record, then I see the matching record from the child table, the HR data table. And if I do that down here, same thing. So parent table, child table. But if you were here on in Module 2, you might also remember that if I go up to my File menu and tell it I want to print this thing, and then I look at a print preview, I don't see those little subtables. They were showing on screen, but they won't print. What we're about to do is create a parent and child form. A parent form and a child form. And when we make that, they will print. So that's one of the reasons that we might do this next thing we're about to do. So I'm going to close the print preview window, and I'm going to close that table. And let's go start the process of creating parent form and child form so we can see it in action. We're actually going to see it three different ways. This is that part I was talking about, the multiple part thing. So the first way takes the longest, but gives you the most control over the layouts of your parent and child in the forms here. So in this case, we're finally going to get away from that employee data. Good heavens. Been using that for hours now. I'm finally going to get around talking about my customers. So I would like to have a form where I have a list of my customers, and then when I click on the name of a customer, I would like to have a subform down here that lists the books they've purchased. So I'm going to be using the customer table, and I'm going to be using the book sales table. Now I could use more than this, and ideally I probably would, but I want to kind of keep it simple for our discussion. So if I open up the book sales table, I can see that it has a primary key for each sale. I got 100 individual sales. I've got the transaction date. I've got the part number. Now that actually refers to what book they bought, but I don't actually see the name of the book. The part number here is a foreign key, and it hooks up with the primary key of TBL Book Project. TBL Book Project, there's my part numbers. So in my book sales table, when it refers to this part number, it's whatever part number refers to a book over here in this table. So again, we're tying things together. By the way, also in here, I have the customer ID in my book sales table, and that is also a foreign key pointing at the primary key of my customer table. So I got this thing in between that has two foreign keys that link out to primary keys of another table. And so that's really going to be necessary when I start making these parent and child forms, because I have to make them from parent and child tables. And so we've got all the stuff set up to do that. I don't think I've actually shown it to you. If I go back to database tools and relationships, this time I'm talking about the bottom three down here. Customer, book sales. I'm not going to use book project for this part. I could, but again, I'm going to try to keep it simple here. KISS. Keep it simple, Simon. I learned it a different way, but I'm moving on. Right-clicking and closing all of these. So that's the background. I forgot to click close all. There, that's better. So a little background there, and now let's get to work. We're going to build the parent form first, and then the child form, and then we'll figure out how to tie them together. So here comes our first way. Let's go to the Create tab. So my parent form is going to be built from the parent table, that is my list of customers. So under the Create tab, let's go to the Form Wizard, please. And right now it doesn't really matter which thing is selected over here. Actually, I guess it would make it one click. Oh, it won't make it one click quicker. It'll just do it in a different order. But let's see it in action. So let's go over here and click once on the customer table. Don't open it, just select it. And then come with me to the Form Wizard, please. And so because I chose the customer table first, it knows I want the customer table in here. And we talked about this before. If I had selected the wrong one, I could just come here and switch to the customer table. So that takes me a click, whether I do it inside the wizard or outside the wizard. So I was going to say clicking out here saves me a click. It doesn't really. But I do want to bring in all of the fields from the customer table, and you can do that with a quick click on the double wedgie there. And then I'm going to click Next. So I would like you to do that much. Click on the customer table and then go to the Create tab and click the Form Wizard, and you wind up here and you double wedge all the fields over into the Selected Fields box, and then click Next, which is what I'm about to do right now. So pause the video, catch up with me there. All right, you may remember that the first time we were in this window, I mentioned the term justified. And at the time, I was saying that one of the nice things about the justified layout is that it doesn't take up much screen space. And then I went on to talk a little bit about this parent and child thing. So here comes the payoff for all of that. So let's make this parent form justified so it doesn't take up all my screen space. And click the Next button. All right, and now we're down to the last part here. What title do you want for your form? So I would like to start its name with FRM, because it's a form. FRM, I'm going to call it Customer Parent, and then the number 1. Now, naming it parent doesn't make it a parent form. I'm only naming it this so that I, as the human, can remember what the heck I was doing when I look at this thing later. So let me magnify that screen. We're putting the title for the form as FRM Customer Parent 1. And then click Finish. So here's our parent form right here. It's got information about the customers. Down here at the bottom, I can navigate to the next record, the next record, the next record. So there's the information for my parent table, my list of customers. And by using that justified layout, I now have this whole area down here available for my child form. That's what we're going to build next. I don't want to do a bunch of formatting stuff up here. That would be a waste of our time. We know how to do all of that. So let's go create the next form. We can leave this one open. It'll be fine. So we're going to go back to the Create tab, and I want to make this one out of the child table that was TBL book sales. So I might as well click on that now. And let's go to our Form Wizard one more time. And I would like to bring in all of the fields here as well. So give it the double wedge. And click Next. This time, I would like to go with the tabular layout, also called multiple record. So this way, if I got 20 different sales by this particular customer, I'll be able to see all of those sales at once instead of having some kind of columnar form where it's one sale at a time. So for the child form, we want the tabular. And let's click Next. So we're pretty much done here. You're at the last step. Notice there are no more nexts. So now it says, what title do you want for this form? Well, okay, I'm going to go up here and name it FRM Book Sales Child and the number 1. So make it say that and then click Finish. And so here comes this form with 100 individual sales. I can see them down here at the bottom. So right now it doesn't know about hooking these two forms up and which customer we're talking about. It's just got all of the records in here for the child table so far. I should have said for the child form so far. Excuse me, let me not muddy the waters here. Okay, so here's what I'm going to recommend next. Let us close the child form, right click and just close it. And then in the parent form, let's go to its design view. So I'm right clicking on the parent form tab and going to its design view. Come join me there. So my form header is kind of big here. If this thing wasn't so big, then this thing could move up and then I'd have even more room down here at the bottom for my child form. So that's what I'd like to start out with. I'd like to make the form header smaller. Now I'm going to grab the bottom of the form header area here, which is the top of the detail bar, and I'm going to drag that up and make it shorter, I think. Hey, it's not going. Any theories as to why it's not going? Well, watch my screen. I'm going to grab that bar and drag down a little bit. Oh, there's an object here. This is a label. You may remember from previous discussions, I can't drag this up shorter than the tallest thing. But if I made this thing shorter, then I could drag this up. So I'm going to click on this thing, and I'm going to grab its resize handle and make it shorter. By the way, if I drag it too small here, it does make it too short. This is an object. This isn't the section. So I want to make the object tall enough to show the words, but then I can make the section smaller, and the section can't get smaller than that thing up there. So please do what I did. I actually had to grab this and drag it down before I could see the bottom of this label. And then you can click on its border, grab the resize handle, and do what you just saw me do. Make it smaller, but not too small to show the text, and then make the header section smaller, and now I'll have more room available down here for my child form. So catch up with me there, everybody. All right, now I'm going to put the child form in the detail section of the parent form, which means I need to make that detail section a bit bigger here. I can do that by grabbing the top of the form footer bar and drag down to make the detail section bigger, and then this is where we're going to put our child form right there. So do that for a moment. Grab the top of the form footer bar and drag it down to expand the detail section, please. All right, now there's several ways to get the child form in there. Early on, we used to do it with one of these controls, but Microsoft has made it a little bit easier so that you don't actually need that. I'd like you to watch what I'm about to do here. So the child form in this case is named FRM. I got to scroll down here. Maybe I'll collapse the list of tables with this little double chevron. I'll collapse the list of queries. Actually, you don't need the chevron. I can just click the word queries to hide those. And now I don't have, quite such a long list to have to sift through. So what I'm looking for now is my child form. That was FRM book sales child. So watch what I'm about to do with this. I'm going to grab its little icon, and I'm actually going to drag it right over here. And you can see a little icon for that. I need to warn you that there's going to be a little tab pops up at the top. So don't tuck it right at the bottom of this. Leave a little bit of space, maybe like a 1/4 inch or so. And then when you let go, here's the little tab I'm talking about. And then here is the area for my child table. So do what you just saw me do. You're going to grab the icon for form book sales child 1 and drop it right in here. Again, don't get it too close to the top part. Leave a little room for that thing there. So drop it in there. All right, everybody. So the next thing I might want to do is make this thing a little bigger. Here's a resizing handle over here. I can kind of widen that a little bit. Maybe I can grab the bottom resizing handle down here and make it a bit taller. So parent form up here, child form down in here, and it's inside the detail section. So when this part changes to the next record, this part will change to the next record. It's going to be kind of cool looking. So join me there. I just did a little bit of resizing, made it wider and taller. Come join me with that part. All right, welcome back. Now, the next thing we need to do is maybe save this parent form. So let's do that. Come on up here and right-click on the parent form tab and save it. And that will save the child inside the detail section. All right, time to see this thing in action. So let's go to the view button and switch to the form view so we can see this thing. So here's the parent, here's the child. Looks like maybe I could make it a little bit taller. It was hard to tell that at first when I was in the design part. It looks like I got another, 3/4 of an inch that I could use for this child form. Then maybe I wouldn't have to scroll so much when I get into the child form. So one more time, back into the design view of the parent form. So it looks like I've used up all the space there is. But in fact, if I grab this scroll box over here, right over here at the right side, and drag down a little bit, I could maybe grab the top of the form footer bar and make the detail section taller yet, and then make the subform taller yet. I'm trying to click on it and get that resizing handle. I'm going to kind of click on its tab up here. Still making it hard to get the edge of it. I'll click on its border over here. There, now I can get to its resizing handle. I need a 2-headed arrow. There it is, and I'm going to make that taller now. So in here, I have to scroll up and down a little bit. But when I go to the form view again, things are going to look pretty good. So see if you can do that. Make the detail section taller yet, and then make the child form taller. The trick sometimes is trying to figure out how to get the resizing handles. I did that by clicking over here in its ruler. That seemed to work pretty well. So get the 2-headed arrow and drag down, make that thing taller. And then save the parent form. So right-clicking up here and save that bad boy. All right, one more time to the form view. Things are looking a little better now. Come join me there, everybody. All right, so now I've got two sets of navigation arrows down here. Number one here and number two down there. The one at the bottom involves the top form, the parent form, and the one that's a little higher up is attached to the child form. So, for example, right now I'm looking at parent record, the customer record for customer number 1 of 14, which is customer ID 20151. And then in my child table, these are among those 100 individual sales, these are the 3 sales that are attached to customer ID 20151. Isn't that slick how those are hooked up? By the way, notice there's a row down here for that customer comes in and buys another set of books. So this isn't just like a report of what has happened. This is live data. You can actually make new sales down here. And if I get a new customer, I can go down here to the customer navigation and click on the Make a New Record button. And now I'm making a new customer and then maybe filling in what they bought because they just walked into the store and did stuff. So this isn't just showing me stuff that's happened already. This is both data retrieval and data input if I want to use it that way. So I'm going to go back down here to the navigation section for the parent form. And maybe I'll click on the left arrow with a bar. As I hover over that, it says that would take me to my first record. I click on that, I'm back to record number 1 of my parent form with the sales from that parent. And then if you go down here in the parent form at the bottom and navigate to record number 2, that is customer ID 20181, and here are the sales by 20181. So parent form, child form. So try that out. Go down and navigate in the bottom one to figure out which customer. And then inside that one, you will see the sales that are attached to that customer, joined by the shared field, the customer ID field. Go play with that for a minute, please. And as promised, if I go over here to the File tab, and I slide down here to Print and do a print preview, I do get the parent form and child form. And in this case, things are small enough that here's my first parent record and its child, and here's my second parent record and its child, and here comes my third parent record, and its child is somehow down here on the next page. And that's kind of unpredictable because there's no way you're going to know just off the top of your head, hey, how many sales do I have there? And trying to format that to keep things together on one page, pretty hard to predict because, again, you don't know how many records there will be. But at least it does print, unlike the parent and child table, which didn't print, the parent and child form does print. So I'm going to close my print preview, and I'd like you to go look at that. Go to File and Print Preview, and prove to yourself that on your computer it should be able to print out the parent and child forms. Go check that out, and then come on back. All right, so that's our first method for creating the parent and child form. So I'm going to end this session right here, and then in our next session, we're going to see a way to make it a little bit quicker, but we won't have as much choice about the layout. Specifically, we won't have as much choice about the parent form. So I'm going to end this one right here. Come on back for the next session. We're getting down towards the end of this thing. And now we come to the third method of creating a parent and child form. And this method won't work if we have these two parent-child forms open. So let's right-click on either one and then choose Close All, please, so we don't have any parent-child forms open already. So do that, please. Come on back. All right, this next method that we're going to use, this third method, only works under one condition of which I am aware, and it has to do with parent and child tables. So watch me as I go to the Relationships window. I'm going to Database Tools, Relationships window. So here are the two tables that we've been using here, the customer table, the book sales table. And I'm noticing that in these relationships, primary key to foreign key, that's called a one-to-many relationship, parent table, child table in that relationship. In the second relationship, which I'm not actually using, but I'm going to talk about it anyway, primary key hooked to foreign key. In that relationship, this is the parent and that's the child. So this is actually the child in both relationships. But having said that, what I'm actually concentrating on is that this parent table has only one direct child. And that's the only condition under which this next method is going to work, when the parent table has one child table and only one child table branching directly off of it. Now this one doesn't further branch off of that one. Both of these two are parents of that. So this table only has one child, and that's the requirement for this next method to work. So that's just a little bit of background information. Maybe you remember in the old version of Wizard of Oz, they catch the wizard, and the wizard says, "Ignore the man behind the curtain." I was just showing you behind the curtain here for a minute. So I'm going to close the relationships window. You don't really need to look at that. You've seen what's going on there. And I moved a couple of them around, so it's asking me if I want to save changes to the layout. Okay, sure, fine. All right, here comes our third method. This is the fastest way, but it only works under that one condition. So over here at the left side in our navigation pane, let's go click on the parent table again, TBL customer here. And with that one selected, we're going to go click on the very first button we used at the beginning of today's module. That was the plain Wayne, I was going to say plain Jane, but that would be sexist. So I'm going to call it the plain Wayne form button. So with TBL customer selected, let's go click on the form button. And here comes something going on here. I see a columnar form, and as I begin to scroll down, oh, there's the child form down there. And so sometimes I might want to go down here and, design view and widen things. But that was really fast, wasn't it? I chose the parent table. I said, just make me a regular form. No wizard here. It was just the form button. And it looked in the relationships window essentially and noticed that there was one child to that parent table I was selecting. And it made a parent and child form right away out of that. By the way, you may remember earlier in this module, we had gone to the relationships window again, and we created a relationship between employee and employee HR data. I didn't have that relationship created initially because I wanted to be able to choose practice employee table and make a quick form out of it without having a child form. So that's why I, on purpose, had not created this relationship in this database, when we first opened it. That's why we had to go and create that relationship later so that I could then, make some query that used both of these tables and use that query for the form and all that stuff we were doing. So that's why this relationship didn't exist initially, so that I could make a quick form without getting a subform right away. More behind the curtain information. All right, I'm closing that relationships window. I've got one little piece I want to go back and pick up on. It was something that happens in the form wizard. I want to talk about one of the layouts that I have avoided up until now, and it's because it can be a bit confusing if nobody tips you off as to what's going on here. So I haven't been avoiding it because it's a bad thing. It's actually kind of a cool thing, but it can be a bit confusing, so I want to clear things up. So I'm going to clean up after myself. I'm going to close this form. Please do that. If it asks you about saving changes to the layout, say yes, but it probably won't ask. So I want to go back and look at a couple of things that we've created here in the past. For example, I have employee columnar, and I have employee justified, and I have employee tabular. Let me go with columnar for a moment. I'm going to double click on that. So here was the columnar form, a column of labels and a column of text boxes. And there's not an easy way to change this into a tabular form. So in the design view of this thing, notice I got form view, layout view, design view. In the design view looks very much like the layout that you actually see when you're using the form. A column of labels and a column of text boxes. Okay, so far so good. Now I'm going to open up Form Employees Tabular with a double click. So here we have the header section, and then we got detail section, row, 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 row. And if I go to the design view of that one, it looks like rows. So the design view and the actual, data view, form view, look very similar. All right, so far so good. Now I want to talk about one of the other choices that was available in the wizard, and it was called Datasheet view. So the Datasheet view is a special one. It is actually a columnar view that has one extra view called Datasheet. So right now I've got this thing, and when I click on the View button, I've got Form View and Layout View and Design View, but no view actually called Datasheet. All right, so there's the background. Now, I'd like to maybe start with the employee data table here again. So practice employee data. And I'm going to go to my wizard. So I'm going to go to that form wizard. And I'm going to put all the fields over to the right-hand side with the double wedge, and I'm clicking Next. And it says, what layout would you like to use? And I'm going to go to the Datasheet layout. So Datasheet and Tabular look very similar to each other. This time we're going to go with Datasheet, and I'm clicking Next. All right, and it says, that's pretty much everything we need. What would you like to name your new form? All right, well, I'm going to call it FRM. And what do we got in here? We got employees. So FRM employee. And this thing's called Datasheet layout. Might be a good name for it. All right. So you don't necessarily have to do this with me. You can just watch. So there's the name of this thing that I'm creating, and I'm going to finish it. All right. Now, when I do that, this thing looks like rows and columns. This thing really does look like a tabular form. But in fact, what's happening here, let me show you behind the curtain. I'm going to click on the View pull-down list, and there's actually 4 views. We're in the Datasheet view. We've not seen a form before that had a Datasheet view. It had a form view. So watch what happens if I switch from the Datasheet view that they give me by default to the form view. Look, this thing is actually a columnar form, column of labels and column of text boxes, that just has an extra view for Datasheet. And here's the confusing thing. Here's the thing that can be confusing about it. Very often my students look at the Datasheet view and then think to themselves, well, I want to go in and tweak that a little bit. I want to go to the design view. And they're looking at the Datasheet view that looks this way, and then they go to the design view, and it looks this way. And they're like, wait a minute, what the heck's going on here? Well, this is just more proof of what I'm saying. This particular form, even though the layout in the wizard said Datasheet, this particular form is actually columnar. The design view is columnar. If I go to the form view, it's columnar. It's just that it's got this extra view called Datasheet view. And the fact that that one shows up first can be misleading to people, and they get surprised when they go to the design view and they're wondering why those two things are different. So it's not an awful thing. It's actually kind of a cool thing. If I have a regular columnar layout, there's no little button that I can click to make it look tabular. If I have a tabular layout that I've chosen in the wizard, there's no little button I can click to make it look columnar. So this thing is set up so that it can be kind of the best of those things. I can have a columnar layout, and then if for some reason I want it to look tabular, I just go to that Datasheet view. So that's what's going on there. I only tend to avoid it sometimes, at least at first when I'm going through that wizard, because of that confusing thing. But it's not that it's a bad thing. It's actually a especially good thing that you can have a columnar layout that can suddenly sort of switch to a tabular layout. It's like a car that can turn into an airplane or something like that. I don't know that it's quite that good. But that's what's going on there. So here's what we created in the previous session. The parent form up here as a justified layout, and the child form as a tabular layout. All right, we're about to see method 2 for creating the parent and child relationship. This will go more quickly, but we won't have any control about the layout of the parent form. That's the part I don't like about this next method. So here we go. Over at the left-hand side, in the navigation pane, we can feel free to collapse the list of forms so far. And let's expand the list of tables so far. And let's go click on TBL customer. That'll be our parent. That'll be the record source for our parent form. So click it once to choose it. All right, now come with me up to the Create tab. And we're going to go with the Form Wizard again. So click with me on Form Wizard, having selected TBL customer. So Form Wizard. So it assumes that we're trying to gather fields from TBL customer, and that's absolutely true. So click the little double wedge here to take the available fields, move them to the selected field side. But now for the first time, we are not going to click next right away. We're going to go back and get fields from another table. Now, as I look closely at this, it does say you can choose from more than one table or query. We just never have before. So this time I want to go open the table that's for the child form. That was the book sales table. So click on that one, click the pull down list here, and let's go for TBL book sales. And then let us double wedge all of these fields over to the selected field side. So double wedgie and click next. So catch up to me there. All we did was switch to another table without clicking next yet. And we went to TBL book sales, and then we double wedged all of that stuff over here. So now I got fields from the parent table and the child table all in the selected fields box. All right, I'm assuming you have too. So come with me, let's click next. Here's a window we haven't seen before. It says, how do you want to view your data? And the suggestion is by TBL customer. And again, that's because Access has examined the relationships and it realizes that this one is the parent in the relationship between customer and book sales. So it assumes that you would want to do it that way and have the parent stuff up here and the child stuff down there. Oddly enough, if I tell it to go the other way, TBL book sales, it just smushes it all together. So the default choice here is going to be way gooder. So we're going to go with TBL customer. Notice down here it says, what do you want to do with this? Do you want to have it as a parent form and a subform? Or do you want to have something called linked forms? We're going to go with the default choice here, a form with a subform. And let's click next. And we're almost done here. It now is asking me a question. What layout would you like for your subform, another name for child form? What layout would you like for your child form? I got Tabular, I got Datasheet. I've warned you before, I generally stay away from the one called Datasheet. So let's go click Tabular for that child form, and then click Next. Come do that with me. Tabular and Next. Look where we are all of a sudden. There are no more nexts. We're in the finish line here. And it says, what titles do you want for your forms? Did it ever ask me what layout I wanted for the parent form? No. But it is asking me what I want to name the thing. Okay, so we'll take it from there. So the parent form, customer, I would like to name that one FRM customer. And again, just a little note to myself, parent. And this will be parent 2. And then the subform, I would like that one to be FRM, book sales, child 2. So catch up with me there, give them the names, and then down at the bottom of the screen, click the Okie dokie button. I'm sorry, there is no Okie dokie button. There's only a finish button. Go ahead and click on that, please. All right, here I see form customer parent 2. Where's my child form? If I scroll down, there it is down there. So look at the layout that it gave me for the parent form. Columnar. Darn thing takes up the whole screen here. And then doesn't leave much room for my child form. So this is, it was a quick way to make a parent and child form, but it's not as satisfying. This thing takes up so much screen space that I have to kind of scroll down to see the child form, and I kind of have to know it's there in the first place. So I'm not as pleased with that one, but it does work the same way. If I go down here towards the bottom of the thing, I've got my navigation things way down here at the bottom, where I can go to record number 2 in the parent form, customer number 20181, child form, customer number 20181. So that was a quick way to make a parent and child, but not as satisfying. Well, folks, I hope we've given you some good ideas of how you can use forms in your database. Forms for input, forms for data retrieval. We started out with a quick button that just made a flashy form. We used the form wizard. We went in and modified the controls of a form. We added images, we added titles, we created calculated controls. We created multi-page tabbed forms, and we finished up creating parent and child forms. Hope we've given you some good ideas. Hope you're having some fun along the way. When you recover, Come on back and tackle Module 6, where we'll talk about reports. The good news is you already know quite a bit about the setup of reports because their layout and design views are very similar. But reports are set up to be printouts. Well, when you get your energy back up, come on back and let's do Module 6 together, everybody. In the meantime, this is Dan McAllister signing off. Good day, one and all, and welcome to Microsoft Access 2016, Module 6, in which we will be talking about reports. My name is Dan McAllister, and I'm your instructor today. We know that everybody doesn't do these lessons in order. So there are times when you'll hear me repeat myself if you have taken the lessons in order. But just let me mention to everybody that we have practice files available so that you can get the full rich experience and play along. So I'm going to recommend that you go get your practice files. Now these arrive in different ways depending on how you're taking this class. And they will arrive in a zipped format. Never try to work on files inside a zipped folder. So I recommend that you get the practice files named Access 2016 Samples, download it, and then extract it maybe to your desktop. That's what I've done with mine. So if you want your steps to work just like mine, download that set of practice files, extract it to a folder out on your desktop. It will be named Access 2016 Samples. And then we'll be working in the folder named Mods 5 and 6. So please go grab your practice files and let's get started. Let us start Microsoft Access 2016, please. As you do, you should see this opening screen called the Start screen. As you see on the right-hand side, it has a list of available templates. We won't be using those right now. And on the left-hand side, you should see a list of recently used documents. And there's also a choice here that says Open Other File. And that's where I'd like to start. Let's click to Open Other Files, please. On the left-hand side, we will choose to Browse. And now you need to head to wherever you have stored your practice files. I was mentioning that I put mine out on the desktop, so that's where I'm going to head. I'm going to head right over here to Desktop. And then over here, I've got my Access 2016 Samples. I'm going to double-click to step in there. Then I would like to take this Modules 5 and 6 folder and make it easy to get to the next time I need it. I have done this in maybe one previous lesson, so let me just mention it here as well, because again, I know everybody doesn't do these from start to finish 1 to 8 or anything like that. So what I will very often do is take a folder that I'm going to use a lot and then put it over here in my favorites area. Now in this case, it's not going to save us a lot of time, because if I don't put it in the favorites area, I have to go to the desktop and then to the Access Practice Files folder and then double-click to go to the particular mod folder that I want. So this could save me 2 clicks if I can put the Access Mods 5 and 6 folder over here in the favorites area. But even better thing about the favorites area is that pretty much every time I talk to my students, we discover that we sometimes have to go to shared network drives. So maybe you have to fetch files from a network drive. Maybe you have to store files in a network drive. So maybe that's the N drive, and you have to go into some documents folder, and then you have to go into the federal documents folder, or whatever the case may be for your layout. So you have to click, and then you have to go into a folder, and then in a subfolder, and it doesn't take a lot of time, but if you do it a lot, maybe this could help you save a little bit of work. So here's how you take something and put it over in the favorites area. At least here's one way. So I can see this folder named Access Mods 5 and 6. I want to put that in my favorites area. So here's one quick way to do that. I'm going to point at its icon and I'm going to start dragging to the left. And at first, it looks like I'm doing something illegal. I've got the Ghostbusters slash in there. But I'm just going to be brave. I'm going to keep dragging. And then I see a horizontal line appear. I want to make sure that horizontal line goes between folders that I've already got in my favorites area, because if I put it on a folder, then I'm just kind of defeating the purpose. I'm taking something that was in a folder before, and now I'm dropping it in a folder again. So I want to move up here so I've got a horizontal line instead of laying on a folder. And when I let go, that's now available with a quick click. So the next time I want to go to Access Mods 5 and 6, I won't have to do what I did here. I went to Desktop number 1, Access 26 Sample Folders number 2, Access Mods 5 and 6 number 3, 3 clicks. Instead, the next time I need to put something in that folder, I'll just come over here to my favorites area. I will click once directly on Access Mods 5 and 6, and I will be there. So do that with me. Let's put that thing over in the favorites area, and then let's open it. Let's open the Access Mods 5 and 6 folder. And we're going to start with this database right here, report. Now you may or may not see the file name extension. That's a Windows thing, not an Access thing. So I'm about to double click on the report database, and here's what it should look like. So I would like you to join me, put the video on pause, and go open number 1, put the Mods 5 and 6 folder in your favorites area, and then number 2, let's open the database named report, please, and your screen will look like mine, I hope. Over at the left side, I can see that there are some reports already created in this database, but reports are based on tables. Right now I don't see any tables. So those of you who have gone through some of these sessions before, you know what I'm about to do. I'm about to go up here and click on this pull down arrow. Right now as I hover over it, it says reports, but when I click on it, I see some other ways that I can navigate. Navigate to category, filter by group, those aren't things I can click on, they are titles. So there's a group called navigate to category, and then I've got different ways to navigate. And right now I'm navigating by object type, that is tables versus queries versus forms. That part I like. The part I'm not so crazy about right now is down here where it says filter by group, I'm only seeing the reports. So I would like us to switch to this choice, all access objects, please. Let's click that. And now I see a whole bunch of tables, a whole bunch of queries, a whole bunch of reports. I don't happen to have any forms in here, otherwise I would see those. And if I want to make the list look shorter, I can click on the word tables, for example, and it'll collapse the list of tables. I'll click on queries, I'll click on reports. So now I have the objects separated like this, and then I can decide whether I want to see the individuals or not. So take a moment and catch up with me there. Again, what I did, I clicked on the pull down arrow here, and I switched from show me only the reports to show me all the access objects. So pause the video and catch up with me there, please. So we could see that there were some reports available. I'd like to click on the word reports and expand that list. And I see one named RPT Book Sales. I'm going to double click to try to run that report. And as I do, I get a little warning message here that says this document was previously formatted for some printer that's not actually available now. Do I want to use, and then you will see your default printer listed here. And whatever it says is your default printer, when it says do you want to use that, I would like you to go ahead and click on the okie dokie button. You won't have to go through that process again. Once it's figured out that that's the printer you want to use, it won't ask you that again. And then now I'm seeing a little preview of my report. So please catch up with me there. Double click on RPT Book Sales. You are likely to get that warning. You're going to say, yes, please use my default printer, and then your screen should look like mine. So pause that video and catch up with me, everybody. So in this case, it kind of looks like it's got a nice little cover page on it. And then down here at the bottom, I see navigation arrows. Sometimes when I see these navigation arrows, it's all about go to the next record, go to the next record. But this time it's about go to the next page. So I've got my lovely cover page here. I'm going to go down here and click on the right arrow down here at the bottom. That guy right there. And that's going to take me to page 2, it says, and then here comes data on page 2. Now, I've got a magnifying glass in my hand here. When you see me zoom in like this in the video, I'm using some third-party software, a program named ZoomIt, to do my zooming. So you're not going to be able to zoom in the way you just saw me do. But you do have this magnifying glass, and if you'll point that at part of your page here and just click on it, it will zoom in on that piece of the page. Looks a little bit funny with it all contained in this little container here. I think the next thing I'd like to do is maximize that window. There, now that thing looks a little better and I can see what's going on. So please do that for a moment. You're going to go down to the bottom there and you're going to click on the right arrow to go to page 2, and then you probably need to maximize that window. So join me by moving that far, please. Pause the video, catch up, and then we'll work together. All right, so this database is a copy of one that we've been using in other modules. This is a bookstore. We're a bookstore, and we sometimes produce books. We pay authors, we pay graphic artists, we create the books, and then our customers are retail bookstores. So we're a wholesale bookstore. We sell to retail bookstores, and then they sell to the public. So that's why my customer name looks like Allendale Books instead of Bill Smith. And then we have another customer called Cover to Cover. So that's what's going on here in the book sales report. I can see it's doing some math down here. And then here comes my next customer, and it's giving me a report on what they purchased and when, and some math down here, and so forth. So we'll be learning how to build reports like this. I'm seeing another report over here. Next one on the list says RPT, my book sales backup. Well, that's actually just what it says. It's a backup of the report we're looking at right now. So let's move on to the next one here. RPT practice report. I'm going to go double click on that one. I'd like you to do the same. Right, here's the new look. And I'm going to zoom in the upper left-hand corner here again. And so I've got department names. And then in that department, I've got the names of the people who work there. And their hire date, and their ID number, and their parking lot code. And then here's the next department, and the people who work there, and that same information. So this is called grouping, and we'll see how to group things in a report as we go. So we have talked about tables. We've talked about queries that let us pull information from one table or multiple tables. We've talked about forms that allow us to do data entry and data retrieval. And now we've got reports. Now in a couple of previous modules, we've talked about printing things. For example, yesterday we printed a form, and we've had times when we printed a query. Well, when you print those kind of things, there are places where you can tell it, okay, I want to turn the paper to landscape orientation, and you might be able to set margins and a couple of things like that. The problem with printing those other objects is the next time you go to print them, it won't remember that you wanted the paper turned to landscape orientation and those kind of things. If you want it to remember those sorts of things, then you need to produce a report. Reports are all about printouts. Also, let me just mention, those of you who went through the Forms module, when we get into the design view and the layout view of the reports, they're going to look very similar to the report design view and layout view. But there will be more sections in the design view of reports. In a form, there was the form header, there was the form footer, and then there was the layout for the details section, which is how the individual records look. In a report, you're going to have a report header and a report footer and a details section, but we're also going to talk about how to make groups inside the report, like the department group here. And when you do that, then inside there you'll have a group header and a group footer. There's also going to be a page header and a page footer, so we're going to have more sections to talk about when we get into the design view of the reports versus what they look like in the forms. But the good news is you know about half of everything you need to know about creating reports if you went through the Forms module, because they are so similar in their designs. So let's get ready to move on and start creating a report, shall we? So as I'm using this report, I've got this magnifying glass. We've been looking at that. And previously, the magnifying glass had a plus sign in it. And then once I clicked on it, it zoomed in. And now if I look really closely here, can I zoom in with my third-party software? No, the magnifying glass disappears. The magnifying glass now has a minus sign in it. And when I click with the minus sign magnifier, it zooms out to the original size. So right now I've got a plus that zooms in and a minus that zooms out. What if I want to zoom in to some measure in between there? Well, way down here in the bottom right-hand corner, I have a little slider that's about zooming in and zooming out. And it's got a minus sign at the left end, says zoom out. It's got a plus sign at the right end, zoom in. And every time I click the plus sign, it zooms in a little more, a little more, a little more. And then I click on the minus sign and it zooms out a little more, a little more. You might also notice this little slider here is going back and forth as I do that. You can actually grab that slider and drag it left and right to zoom in and zoom out. And we can pass out the Dramamine to anybody who's having some motion sickness from that. But just ways to zoom in and zoom out on your report to see things maybe with a little more control than just the little minus and plus magnifier there. Also, if I want to zoom in on a particular part with my plus magnifier, I can go point at that with that magnifier, and it either zooms in on that part right there or zooms out, again, whether I've got a plus or a minus. Now, another thing I'd like to mention down here, these have been down here all this time, but we've not really talked about them yet. This area down here at the bottom is called the status bar. And as I hover over these little buttons down here, one of them says the report view, The one that's actually active right now says Print Preview. The one next to it says Design View. So this is another way to get to the different views of an object is by using these things down here at the bottom. Now we're looking at one called Print Preview. For a report, that one's kind of nice because it shows you exactly what will fit on page 1 and what will fit on page 2. Sometimes when you open a report, it will open up in this one called the Report View. Let's go click on this button right down here, please, to take us to the Report View. And at first, it looks very similar. I'm scrolling up and down. This is kind of like zooming in on a print preview. But there is one difference. I can't see where the first page ends. This is more like a web page, a big roll of paper towel with stuff printed on it. So I can see the layout of my report, but I can't really tell exactly what's going to fit on page 1 and page 2. And when I go all the way to the bottom, now it says, all right, here's the today's date, and you're on page 1 of 1. This is not a one-page report. So the report view lets me see the layout of things, but if I want to see the layout of things and what will fit on each page, I should go to the print preview instead. So what have we learned here? Well, we've learned that we have reports. Reports are always made from tables or queries. We've seen that when you open one, you'll have a plus sign and a minus sign magnifying glasses. We've seen that you can further zoom in and out using zoom controls down at the bottom of the right-hand corner. That will only be there when you have your report open to view. And we've seen that there are other ways to zoom in and zoom out, and we've seen that there are ways to switch between the different views by using buttons down on the status bar. And then once you're out of the print preview, you will have your view buttons available up here as well. Those are the ones that we're more used to using in the previous modules. So that's how you can get around and look at a report. Let's go ahead and close both of those reports. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go up to the upper right-hand corner. I don't really have to be looking at the top of the report. I'm going to go in the upper right-hand corner. I've got 2 close buttons. The lower of the 2 close buttons will close my report. The upper of the 2 close buttons, you can't see it on my screen right now, would actually close the program. So let's use the lower of the 2 close buttons, close that report. Oh yeah, we had another one open behind it. Close that report. By the way, you now actually have a close print preview button because you're in the print preview. Let's go ahead and maybe use that one to close the print preview. And now we're just back out to our list of objects and we're not looking at any one in particular. So that's how you can navigate around in the reports and different ways that you can zoom in and zoom out. And I'm going to end this section, and then in the next section we're going to go in and start creating our first report. Woo-hoo! For those of you who saw the modules about creating forms, I'm going to create my first report pretty much the same way that we created our first form. That is, we will choose a record source, either a table or a query over here at the left side. I'd like to make our first report about employees. So maybe we'll choose TBL Practice Employee Data as the record source. I don't need to open it. Maybe I will double-click to open it because I know not everybody has been looking at these databases with me before. As I open that, I'm noticing, I don't have any little tabs up here, and those can be handy to have. And we've had this discussion before in earlier modules, but I know that not everybody takes the modules in order. So I'd like to start out by setting something up so that I don't have to do this. Look what happens if I open a second table at the same time. They're overlapping each other. They're laid over top of each other. And this is old school. This is what it used to look like in the 2003 and earlier version. And so I'd work on this table, and then I want to work on this other table. I'd click on it and bring it to the front. And then I want to work on the other one, and usually I would take this one and bring it down a little bit, and then go to this one. And then I keep doing that, switching back and forth, and they kind of creep down and down and down. And heaven forbid I should have 3 of them open at the same time. So that's pretty old school. They've made some nice changes since 2007, and I would like to take advantage of those. Those of you who have taken previous sessions, every once in a while I repeat myself, and again, it's because not everybody takes these things in order. So as things occur to me that I want to remind you of, I will add them in, even though you may have seen them before if you've been doing all the other modules. All right, so enough said about that. So over here at the left side, let's choose our TBL Practice Employee Data, please. You don't have to open it. I just wanted you to see what it looked like. If I do double click on it, there's what it looks like. But I said I want to get these tabs to show up. So I'd like you to come with me to the File Command tab up here. And in the backstage view is the official name for this. Let's go down here and we'll choose options. So right now my first two steps are file and options. So please do that much, everybody. Pause the video, go over there and click on file and then options, and then this dialog window should appear. All right, what we're about to do affects only this database, not all databases from now on. I say that because that's how I remember where this choice is. It's over here under a choice called Current Database. So come with me, we're going to click on Current Database. And then about halfway down the screen here, there's a section on Document Window Options. And right now it's set for overlapping windows. And the other choice with the radio buttons is tabbed documents. So this is what I want you to do. File, Options, Current Database, and now Tab Documents, and OK. Notice when I do that, I get a warning that says we would be glad to do that for you, but you're going to have to close and reopen the current database for that to take effect. So what we just did, I went to File, I went to Options, I went to Current Database, I went to Tab Documents, I clicked the Okie dokie button. I got the little warning that says I have to close and reopen the database. So catch up with me that far, put the video on pause, and do all that. All right, hopefully you have clicked OK to tell it you understand we have to close and reopen the database. And now let's close and reopen the database. So you won't be able to see me clicking on the close button. It's slightly off screen at the top. But I am going to close Microsoft Access. By the way, waiting right back here, I have a diagram that I've been using for my various lessons. Let's just talk about this while we've got it open. So all of the data is actually stored in the tables. And since then, we have looked at queries, and we've got this little two-headed arrow over here that goes from the tables to the queries. And that two-headed arrow means that when you run a query, it pulls information from the tables, and then when you type information into the results of the query, it feeds back into the tables. And then we've got the forms down at the bottom, and we've got a two-way arrow going between the tables and the forms. And that's because when I run a form, it pulls information from the tables, and then when I type information in the form, it does data entry and feeds back into the tables. If you look closely at the arrow going from tables to reports, you'll notice that is a one-way arrow. So when you run a report, it pulls the latest information from the tables, but there's nothing you can do in a report that will feed information back into a table. So that's a one-way arrow. So now I would like you to restart Microsoft Access, and then over here at the left is a list of recent databases, which means I don't have to go down here to open other files. I'm just going to go click on our recent database that we've been using today called Report. I click on it. There it comes. So I'd like you to do the same thing. Restart Access, and then over at the left side in the recent list, click on our Reports database, and you will wind up right where I am. All right, time to create our first report. I would like to make this about my employees. So over here at the left-hand side, I'm going to click on the choice that says TBL Practice Employees. I'm not going to open it. And with it selected, we're going to go to the Create tab up here at the top, which produces the Create ribbon. I have a section about tables, I have a section about queries, I have a section about forms, and today we're going to use this section about reports. And the same way that there was a Quick Make a Form button, there's a Quick Make a Report button. This will be the record source for our report, a table about our employees, and now I'm going to go up and click the Report button just once. Bada bing, bada boom. Here comes a nice report. So I'd like you to do the same thing. You've got the record source selected over here. You're going to go up to the Create ribbon, you're going to click on Report, and you should see something that looks like this. Come join me, everybody. Welcome back. Now you may or may not have this little part at the bottom that's talking about add a group, add a sort. That thing can be brought in and removed. So this area down here can be added and removed by using some of the choices that are up here in your ribbon now. So I've got a section that says Report Layout Tools, and under there I've got 4 subtabs here: Design, Arrange, Format, and Page Setup. So if I click on Design, here's what I see. And there's a button right up here in the upper left that says Group and Sort. And so if you're seeing this area down here about grouping and sorting, you can turn it off by clicking on that button right there. And now I can see a little bit more of my report. Now, if you didn't have that section down at the bottom and you want to see it, well, you click on the Group and Sort button and it brings it back. So I just want to hide it for the moment. So get rid of the grouping and sorting if that has appeared on your screen. I suspect it has. And so right now I am seeing what my report will look like, but I'm wondering, am I in print preview? Am I in the report view? What view am I in? Well, in the upper left-hand corner, there is a button called View. And those of you who have taken previous sessions, you're used to seeing that View button. It's only available under the Design tab of your reports or under the Home tab. Those are the only two ways you will see that View button. So come with me and let's click on that pull-down arrow View button. And here's where you can switch. Here's another place where you can switch to the report view, the print preview, the design view. And one of these has a slight pink box around it, and that's the layout view, it says. Let me use my third-party software to zoom in on that. Talking about this guy right here. So that's the view that's active right now. We've seen layout view in the forms if you took that module. So that's what you're looking at right now, called the layout view. In the layout view, you can't do data entry, but you can change column widths and things like that. So that part is very much like the forms, again, for those of you who have taken that forms module. But we have other views available. So if I'm in the layout view, I can't do any data entry, but I can modify the report. If I go to the design view, we've seen that in past modules. I have mentioned in the past that you can always tell when you're in the design view because you'll see these dot grids back here. And I mentioned this in my introduction. When we were working with forms in the design view, you had a form header, a form footer, and a detail section. Now, if I zoom in through my third-party software, I have a report header and maybe a report footer. I've got a page header and a page footer, and then I've got the layout for the individual records in the detail section. So you can see right now we've got one extra level of sections with reports compared to forms. And then when we start grouping things, we'll even have more sections to talk about. So right now I am in the design view, and I'd like to see that view button again, except I'm in the page setup tab. So I'm just going to slide right over here, click on that design sub-tab, and I'm going to go to my view button again. And let's look at report view. This is the one where you can't tell how much is going to fit on each screen, but you can see the layout of the thing. As I get to the bottom, it's trying to count my records. It's got page numbers down here. As I scroll to the top, it's got today's date. It's got the time that I created that thing. So nice things that are done with that just plain old report button to turn a table into a report. So that's what we've looked at so far. So we've been looking at the different views here. There was one more that we've seen, the print preview. And at first it looks a lot like the report preview, except when I scroll down here, I can see there's the end of page 1. And then I can also go to page 2 and page 3 and page 4 by using my navigation arrows down here. So those are the different views that are available for reports. I'm going to go up here in the upper right corner and close the print preview. And now, as I look at my view button, I am in the report view right now. So there's the beginning of our first report and the different views that are available. I'd like to modify it a little bit, and we'll do that in the next session. Here is the report that we created in the previous session. So any of you who have tried to start looking at this particular lesson first, you might want to go back to the previous module and just work that so that you'll have this report to work with. We haven't saved it yet though, so I would say this is probably a good time to do that. And then we'll modify it, and then we'll save it again. Now, I'm looking at the name up here in the tab, and if we're following Lizinski naming conventions, by the way, if you're not quite sure what I'm talking about when I say Lizinski naming conventions, take a look in our module 2. We've got a session in there about what's going on there. So if we are following the Lizinski naming conventions, a report name should start with RPT instead of TBL. The reason this one starts with TBL is the way we created it was we had clicked on a table down here that started with TBL, and then we had gone to the Create tab and we clicked the Report button, and when it created the report, it assumed that we wanted the report to have the same name as the table that it came from. but it hasn't been saved yet, and when we tell it to save it, it'll ask us what do we want to name it, and we'll change it right there. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to right click on this tab, and I'm going to choose to save it, and it says, all right, what would you like to name it? And right now it assumes that it's got it right, but it doesn't quite have it right if it's a report. So I'm going to name it RPT employee, since that's the information that's in it. And I'm going to name it in a way that I might not name it in real life. When I'm doing these lessons, when I name a report or a form or a query, sometimes I'll name it by the method that was used to create it. And that way, as you're going through and studying the things you've created, maybe the name of the report or the name of the form will help you remember, oh yeah, that's how we created that one. So this is going to be RPT employee, maybe we'll call it quick, because we used it through the quick report button. So that's what I'm going to name it, RPT employee quick. Please do the same. And when you hit enter or click on OK, you'll see the new name up there, and you will see the report appear down here in your navigation pane. So take a moment and do that, rename that. All right, now comes the tweaking. So I can see the name of that original table is shown up here in the title at the top in this label, it's called. And right now in our report view, if I try to click in there and make changes to it, it won't really let me. So I need to switch the view. The view is available, in this case, maybe under my Home tab. And then I can get to the View button over here. And I would like to take it to the Layout view. That's one of the places where we can't do data entry. We can't mess up anybody's name, but we can make changes to the sort of layout and syntax of the report. So I'm going to go to the Layout view, and I would like you to do the same. I had to go to the Home tab. That View button is only available under this Design tab, the Home tab. Those are the only two places. I clicked on the pull-down arrow, and I switched. You can see the pink box around it now. The Layout view. So join me there, and we'll be able to tweak the layout of the report. Okay, so the first thing I'd like to do is make a change to this label right here. So if I click on it a couple of times, I should be able to get a cursor in there. I'm going to get rid of the TBL stuff. I don't have to follow the Lozinski naming conventions when I'm just putting titles that are going to print out on screen. So maybe I'd like this to just say employee data as far as the title that will appear on the first page of my report here. All right, you can see that it has put in today's date. It's put in the time. I kind of like the look of that, so I'm going to leave that alone. I can see a little dotted line right over here. I'm not sure that you will see that on your screen. But if you do see that little dotted line, it means the same thing here that it means when you see it in Excel. If there's been a print preview, it will give you little dotted lines to kind of show you how much is going to fit on each page. But in fact, in Access, I can always just go up to the View menu here and tell it I want to see the print preview, and that way I'll see exactly how much it's going to fit on each page, because I can zoom out and see that. So the dotted lines, okay, that's there to help. But if you really want to see what's going to fit on each page, oops, I just clicked on one of the buttons down here that I didn't mean to. So remember, you have the different view buttons down here. And so I was talking about, yeah, I want to be in the print preview. So here I am in the print preview at the moment. So I can see how much will fit on each page. I accidentally clicked a button and it went boink and changed on me. So let's go back. I'm going to go back to that layout view again. So here's a little button for the layout view, and now I'm in the same place that you are. So here's what's going on here. All of the records are not fitting on one page. As I scroll up and down, man, we got 51 records as it turns out. The layout that's been created from that quick layout button has a place where it tries to count the number of records. So yeah, you're not going to fit 51 records on a page most of the time, unless you make the text really tiny and, stuff like that. It's also not fitting on one page side to side. As I scroll to the right here, yeah, there's more stuff going on side to side than is going to fit on one 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Probably even if I turn it to landscape orientation, and we'll see how to do that in just a moment. So let's actually just take a peek at it in the print preview, and then we'll see why I want to make some of the changes I'm going to make in the layout view. So come on along. Let's go to the print preview, please. Come join me there. All right, so on my screen, I have my plus sign, minus sign magnifier there. So I'm going to click with my minus sign magnifier, and so here's exactly what's going to fit on page 1. I don't really see a thing down here that says one of, so just right away it's kind of hard to tell how many pages there are. We'll kind of work that out in a little bit. As I click on the right arrow without a bar labeled next page, so there's what my page 2 is going to look like. That means there were so many columns, there were so many fields in here, they wouldn't fit on one piece of paper. Here's where it put the rest of those first rows for the first about 23 records usually. And then I'm going to go to page 3. Here are the last few records. Here's the count of the records. And then you can imagine page 4 is going to be the right-hand side of that table. And now I have a gray button down here, which means I'm looking at the last page of that right now. Now, if I'd like to go back and see the first page of my printout, that's what this button down here will let me do. The left arrow with the little bar on it. This one will take me to page 3, previous page. This one will take me to first page, which is what I'm going to do right now, first page. All right, so do that on your screen. Make sure that things are working out for you the same way they're working out for me. Okay, so that's why I want to make some changes to this thing. Maybe we can squeeze it down to a couple of pages and hopefully still read it. You might also notice just from the general overview that some of these columns are wider than they really need to be. Maybe we can do something about that and get things to fit on fewer pages somehow. Also, I might want to turn the paper sideways. I do have a button here for landscape orientation. So let's try that button, everybody. So first of all, I've zoomed out by using my minus sign. By the way, you may remember down here in the bottom right corner, there's that little zoom thing down there that you can get, a little more control over if you want. But basically what I'd like you to do next is change this thing to landscape orientation right up here at the top. So I'm about to do that. I'm clicking. There's my landscape orientation. And it looks like maybe it still doesn't all fit side to side. And in fact, if I go down here and click on my page 2 button, sure enough. So I've gotten closer to fitting it on all one page side to side, but not enough yet. So go to landscape orientation, please. Do that, put the video on pause, go to landscape, catch up with me. All right, now I want to talk about this idea of maybe making the columns skinnier. By the way, I should just mention, maybe this is obvious, but not always. When I turn it to landscape orientation, I gain the width. I can fit more fields. I can fit more columns in there. But what do I lose when I switch to landscape orientation? Yeah, I can't get as many rows on the page. It's shorter than it used to be. I can't get as many records on there. Database geek terms. Columns are fields, rows are records. So I still probably don't have them all on one page. I think we saw that just a moment ago. So the next thing I want to talk about is I can see with the big picture here that if I could make these columns skinnier, then maybe I could get them all on one page side to side. I probably still would take 2 pages up and down, but let's see what we can do about that. So I'm going to go, there's several ways to do this that we've seen. I'm going to go up here to the upper right corner and click the Close Print Preview button. Why don't you do that with me? And then here's where we wind up. I'm clicking on the View button. We are now in that Layout view. So step out of the Print Preview, come with me to the Layout view, and we're going to see what we can do about this. All right, welcome back. So I can see that my first field here, the ID field, seems to be about 4 characters long, and it's wider than it needs to be. So if I can point at the right edge of any of the cells in that column, I can get this 2-headed arrow, and then I can drag and skinny that thing up. And notice how the other columns move over and take up that room. Well, let's see, I'm looking at the last names. Looks like I don't have anybody with 50 letters in their last name, so maybe I can do a little by guess and by gosh here as well. Skinny that thing up a little bit. All right, now watch what happens if I make it skinny enough that it starts chopping things off. Unlike Excel, this will automatically word wrap. So sometimes that's kind of a last-ditch way to squeeze that very last column in there. But I would say it's overkill in this case. So I'm going to widen that thing out there a little bit. If I double-click on the edge of that column, it doesn't really do an auto-fit thing. I think I might have mentioned this earlier. If I go up here, I would have mentioned this in the forms, not the reports. So if I go up here and click on the column heading and double click there, it makes the column just wide enough to show the heading. But the heading isn't always wider than the data. So in Excel, I wouldn't have to worry about that. It would just find the widest thing in that column, whether it was the name or the data. But things are a little bit different here. This is one of the things that's different about Access versus Excel. So I'm going to widen that thing out kind of by hand until I make it about what I think it needs to be, and you're going to play with that a little bit. So this is your job, my impossible mission force. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is squeeze those things in there. I'm not sure we'll still be able to get in there the way things are right now. Although, if we go up here to page setup, yeah, I'm just checking to make sure that I'm in landscape orientation. So make sure that you're in landscape orientation. I'm going to go back to my design tab here. So your mission for the next few minutes is try to squeeze these things in and see if you can get them on one page side to side. So give it a shot. Put the video on pause. When you come back, I will have been doing the same thing. I don't want you to have to watch me sit there and do that. You know what the deal is. So run through it there. Go play with it a little bit. I'm not quite finished, but I just want to mention something that you may have been discovering for yourself. When I'm setting, for example, this address field, I can see some of the data, and sometimes I find myself scrolling up and down, trying to figure out, okay, is that too skinny? You may have discovered, if I drag in, I'm guessing that I've got it wide enough, but if it turns out that there's something farther down off screen that's even wider than this, then if I make it too skinny for any of the things in this column, if I see that thing start to word wrap, that means somewhere in this column there's something wider than the width that I just selected. Now, in this case, it was obvious because I could see it on screen, but you may have discovered that for yourself. You're trying to decide, so how skinny can I make it? Well, take it a little at a time, and when it suddenly starts to word wrap, you'll know you've got it too skinny and you need to make it wider again. All right, I'm going to continue doing this. I'm going to pause my video, and I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. So you can see in my case, here's that dotted line that's measuring the edge of the first page. Through using mostly that trick about if I make it too skinny, it will word wrap, I was able to fit it all on one page from side to side here in my landscape orientation. So I can see the dotted line that suggests it's all on one page from side to side. But if I go up here and switch my view to that print preview again, so mine says section width is greater than the page width, and there are some items in the additional space on some pages that may be blank. Okay, well, it's nice for the warning. Let's see what the heck it's talking about here. I'm going to click OK. And so here is my page. And then I'm going to go to page 2. And it's got the alternating bands of color, but there's nothing in there. And then here's my page 3, and then here's my page 4. So this is those blank pages that it's talking about. Page 5, page 6. So even though I was able to squeeze all of the fields in there from side to side, it's still got some extra pages in here. It's got basically twice as many pages as it should have. So apparently there's still some things we need to fix about this. So I'm going to close the print preview. Go take a look at yours. Go to that print preview and navigate from page to page using the little arrows down here at the bottom. And you should find that the same thing is going on. They did actually warn you about that before we started skinnying things up there. And then I'm going to close the print preview and I'll wind up back in the layout view. So go check that out on yours, make sure that the same things are happening. And if you weren't able to squeeze yours in all on one page, a couple of tricks I was using. If this thing, I'm trying to decide how skinny can I make that first name, one of the things I did was I clicked on the title up here and did the double click there. Remember, if the name up here is wider than the data, then that's maybe as skinny as you can make it and still make it look good. So if you didn't get all yours squeezed in, inside the dotted line there, go ahead and see if you can tweak that a little bit. And then come on back and we're going to see what we can do about those extra blank pages. So pause the video if you need to, otherwise I'm moving on. All right, so the next place I want to go is the design view to talk about a special thing, namely the extra space where there's nothing going on over here. So let's see what we can do about that, and it's easiest done in the design view. So I'm going up here and clicking on my view button, Remember, that's only available under Design here or Home. So View button, and let's go to the Design view. Catch up with me there in the Design view, everybody. All right. So in the Design view, I can see a ruler up here. That's going to be kind of handy. And as I scroll to the right, I can see that everything ends just inside about 9.5 inches. Now, one of the things that we can't really tell right now is how much space is being left for the margins. But I do actually have a margins button up here right now in my Design view. So I'd like you to go ahead and click on that margins button and get it to show you what the margin, what the white space settings are around the edge of your report. Go ahead and do that, and I'll join you in a second. All right, so I'm going to go click on the margins bar, and it seems to say I've got a 1/4 inch of white space around the top, the bottom, the left, and the right. All right, and then I've got my paper in landscape orientation, so it's 11 inches wide by 8.5 inches tall. 11 inches wide, minus a 1/4 inch on the left and a 1/4 inch on the right. That leaves me 10.5 inches of actual working space. So as long as I can get my report to fit inside the 10.5 inch mark, I'm actually good there as long as I'm in landscape orientation. Well, what I need to do is figure out how to get all this blue and whiteness out here to fit inside that 10.5 inch mark. Well, it turns out all I have to do is click on the edge of the report itself. I can actually see that. And as I'm pointing at it, I get a 2-headed arrow. We've seen these before. It means you can resize stuff. So I need to drag it in here inside the what mark? Yeah, 10.5 inches. 11 inches wide minus a 1/4 inch on the left and a 1/4 inch on the right. Actually, I guess I could take that to 10. Nope, 10.5, because a 1/4 inch adds up to a 1/2 inch. I'm just going to be a little bit safe about that and take it inside even a little more. So this is easy to do in the Design view, tough to do in the Layout view. So that's why I did the column widths in the Layout view where I could see the data, and now I'm going to the Design view to set the width of the form itself. So catch up with me. We had to scroll to the right. You could see the inches up on the top ruler, and go grab the edge of that form and bring it inside 10.5 inches, maybe just a little skosh more than that. Your turn. All right, now let's see the fruits of our labor. I want to go back to the print preview. I don't see the view button. We got to switch from page setup here maybe to design, and then I'm going for my print preview. All right, so there's my first page. There's my second page. There's my third page. There's my fourth page. Fourth page still has a little bit of stuff on it. That kind of surprises me. But I don't have those blank pages anymore, and that's all a good thing. So check yours. Make sure that yours is all fitting on one page wide without having all those blank pages. Now that I'm looking at it, I've got the extra blueness out there on every single page. So the extra blueness is just a part of the page layout itself, and I'm not going to be too worried about that. Now it does mean that I could have gotten away with not making things quite so skinny. So if I want to make them kind of fill up the page more, I can go back and tweak it and make them a little fatter, and maybe it'll be easier to read. It won't bug anybody to have the extra space out here at the edge. So let us close the print preview. And right now I'm back to my design view. And in the design view, I'm almost done with this session, but I would like to talk about a couple more things here in the design view before we go on. I've got the report header. Now that only appears at the beginning of the report. So if we went to the print preview, we would see this logo here, and the title employee data would appear only on the first page. And then I have a page header section. And it has the column headers. It has the labels for the text boxes, and that appears at the top of the page. And then I get a whole bunch of records with the layout of the detail section. And then I have something called the page footer. And if I look at the code over here in the page footer, this actually is putting in the page number. By the way, let me zoom in using my third-party software here. So here is the code for the date. Here's the code for putting in the time of day. Here's the code with concatenation symbols in it that says these words in quotes, page, space, and then this little thing puts in the page number, and then space of space, and then puts in the total number of pages. So there's concatenation going on in there. We've talked about that in earlier modules about putting together forms and queries and so forth. So these are things that were automatically done by that button that we clicked on when it set up our form. So once again here, I've got a report header that appears only on the first page at the beginning of the report. Page header appears at the top of each page. Page footer appears at the bottom of each page. Report footer would be something that I want to appear at the very end of the report. And right now there's nothing there. So this is what I was saying to you folks who did the forms sessions. We had just a form header, form footer, and a detail section. Now you can see there's more sections to deal with here. It's kind of nice that our quick report button did some formatting for us that put in the date and the time and the page numbers and all that kind of stuff. That's nice of it to do. Also, let me just reiterate the different sections here. So I got the report header, report footer. Those appear at the beginning and the end of each report. Page header and page footer appear on each page. Detail section. When we start grouping in a few minutes, we'll also have a group header and a group footer. I'd like to introduce now the report wizard. There's a query wizard, there's a form wizard. I use the report wizard probably more than the others because it does some nice formatting and it tries to fit fields on the page for me, although we'll see there's still going to be a little bit of tweaking needed in layout view and design view sometimes. So I'd like to introduce that report wizard. Why don't we close this one, and if it asks you anything about saving changes to the layout, you'll say yes. And so this next one I'd like to make about our customers rather than our employees. So let's go over and just single click to select TBL Customer. We're going to go up to the Create tab, and we're going to open up the Report Wizard. When I click on the Report Wizard, boy, it sure looks a lot like the Form Wizard. So come join me there. We're going to make it about the customers. And then Report Wizard. Jump in there. All right, so this time, by the way, again, if I didn't want TBL Customer, I wanted some other one, I could just do this. I say again, I'm assuming folks have seen the Form Wizard. I shouldn't make that assumption. So over here, I have the fields that are available in the table. And then over here, I have an area for things that I'm going to select. And so I want to take in most of the regular contact information, but I don't really need the fax number or the salesperson. And if I don't put in all of the fields, maybe I can squeeze them on the page a little bit better. So first thing I'm going to do is double wedge all of them over, and then pick the last two off. So right now the last one is the salesperson, the one before that is the fax. So with the salesperson selected, I wedge that over out of the list. Now the fax is listed, and I wedge that one out. So now I've got the contact information, finishing up with the phone number as the last field. And then click Next. So come join me there. You're going to double wedge them all over and then wedge out the fax number and the salesperson. And then click Next and your screen will look like mine. All right, assuming you have done that, it's asking me about grouping. We never saw any page in the wizard for forms about grouping, and we'll do that in a later session. So for the moment, we'll click Next, and then it's going to ask us if we want to sort by anything. And because I want it to sort by the primary key, we're going to click Next again. So basically what I'm saying is click Next twice right now, which is what I'm about to do. All right, hopefully you are playing along with me. This also sometimes kind of assumes that you have two monitors, where you have one monitor where you can see what I'm doing, and then you're working on the other monitor. I know it can be a little bit tough to try to switch back and forth between them, but by now, if you've been doing these sessions, you've probably figured it out one way or another. So in this page of the wizard, I see something that I have seen before in my forms wizard, columnar versus tabular versus justified. Columnar and justified are both one record at a time. I got to say, when I'm making reports, I probably almost always do them tabular, so that I can see lots of records all at once. And we're definitely going to do that for this one. And then maybe we'll switch to landscape orientation. Boy, the form wizard never had anything about landscape orientation. That's because forms are not generally printed. So the wizard for the forms doesn't have anything automatically in there about the orientation. And I also would like to draw your attention to this checkbox down here. Adjust the field width so all the fields fit on a page. Sounds like a wonderful thing, but in real life, we'll have to have a little discussion about what the word fit means. So we're going to leave it tabular. Let's change it to landscape orientation. Take it up on its offer to adjust all the field widths. And click Next, which is what I'm doing right now. All right, you'll notice we are now out of nexts. So it says, what would you like to name this thing? Well, it is a form, not a table, so I'm going to start out with FRM, and it's about my customers, so I'm going to add customer, and then a little description of how we got it. I wouldn't normally name it this in real life when I'm building a database for somebody, but I'm naming things so that if you look at this database later and you're trying to study it, maybe this will help you remember how we created each of these. So I'm going to call it Form Customer by Wizard. Down here at the bottom, it's suggesting that we would preview the report. That is definitely what I want. So here's what I've named it, Form Customer by Wizard. And let's click Next. Or you don't have a Next. Let's click Finish. And here comes our glorious report. All right, everybody, you can see its title here. It asked us what to name it, Form Customer by Wizard. So I can see my contact information. Scroll into the right over here. Postal code. It doesn't say zip code. It says postal code. Also, there's a country field, and that's because a couple of my customers are from Canada. And then the phone. The phone number? No, the phone. I thought it was going to fit all of them on one page. Actually, what that does is get part of all of them to appear on the page. And then very often you still have to come and tweak this thing. And there's also kind of an odd thing that has happened here in this wizard that we'll see when we start adjusting the column widths. And, so we'll have to talk about how do we fix that along the way. So, so far, it's pretty good, but a couple of things we need to tweak. Let's see, as far as like page numbers and that sort of thing, going down here towards the bottom, this time you notice it put the date in the bottom left-hand corner, where the quick button put the date in the upper right corner. But I do still have page numbers down here. So Wizard produces things that are a little bit different than the quick button, and we'll see more things that are different about the way it's created it here in just a moment. Take a peek at yours. I'm sure you're going to discover that the whole phone number isn't in there. So let's go up in the upper right corner and click the Close Print Preview button. And then what view do we seem to be in right now? I see dot grid pattern in the back. What does that always mean? Yeah, that's right. We're in the design view. So join me there. Close the print preview. You're going to see the design view. I would like to go in and adjust column widths, and I'd like to see the data while I'm doing it. This is how we used to have to work. You had the design view where you could adjust the column widths, but you couldn't see whether it was wide enough to hold the data. So you'd go to the report view, look at the data. Oh, that's not wide enough. Go to the design view, tweak it. When the layout view came out in 2007, there was wild cheering all around offices. I don't know if you got to hear it or not, but there was. So I'm going to go up to the view button, and I'm going to go to that layout view. And we've been here before, so join me in the layout view, but we're going to see a couple of things that are a little different this time. Okay, welcome back. So I can see this address field. Looks like I got some extra room there, so maybe I could make that skinnier. So I'm going to click in the address column, and I'm going to grab this right side border, get my two-headed arrow, shrink it in there. Can you see what's different this time? What didn't happen that you probably expected to happen? Notice that when I made it skinnier this time, the other field didn't go over and take up that room. Gee, that's kind of disappointing. That was something that worked for us before when we did the quick form button, but here we're going to have to tweak that a little bit to make it happen. So first thing I'm going to do is Control Z to undo what I just did. So this is going to be a little bit abstract for a minute. I'm going to go to the Arrange tab, where there's some choices over here at the left-hand side about stacked and tabular. Stacked is basically columnar form, one column of, let me zoom in on that a little bit. So stacked is basically columnar format, one column of labels and one column of text boxes. Tabular is basically what we're used to calling tabular, table-like. Right now, this is neither, because of the way the wizard handled this. And so part of what that means is that then when I adjust the column widths, the other columns don't just automatically take up the spacing. So what we need to do is make this thing tabular. But if I just select everything and try to make it tabular, things can go wrong. So I don't want to choose the label up here. I don't want to choose the date, and I don't want to choose the page numbers, but I pretty much want to choose everything else. So here's how I usually go about it. I just click somewhere in here, and then I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut that selects all of what's available. Anybody have a keyboard shortcut that selects all of what's available? You may have seen this in other programs. For example, if I'm in Outlook and I click on one of the messages and then I'd like to select all the messages easily. I'm thinking of Control A for all. So that's what I'm about to do. You really could click pretty much anywhere in here and then give me a Control A for all, and it does choose everything. So join me there. Click anywhere in there and give me a Control A. Right, you'll notice that my label is selected right now, and I said I didn't want it selected. So in order to, here's a fancy word, deselect it, I'm going to hold the Control key, and while I'm holding the Control key, I'm going to click on that label. It is now deselected. The other two things I want to deselect are the date and the page number. So join me there. You just did a Control A, now Control click to deselect those three things, the label, the page number, and the date. All right, now with everything else selected, let's go up to the Arrange tab up here at the top. And then at the left side, let us click on Tabular. So it kind of went boink, and it's kind of hard to tell if anything has happened. But let's see what happens if we go change the width of the address column this time. So I'm clicking somewhere in the address column. I'm touching the right border of it. I'm getting that two-headed arrow. I'm shrinking it in. Oh, look, everything followed it over there this time. So that's one of the differences between the Quick Report button and the Report Wizard. They both have things that they're good at, and they both have things that, you still have to tweak a little bit. So catch up with me there, make the things tabular, and then adjust the address column. You can actually see all the data here. This is just a one-pager. So as you drag that over, you'll notice the city moves over and follows it. The other thing I'm noticing is that the customer name is not word wrapping. This column isn't wide enough to show the customer name. When we were looking at the version that was created by the Quick button, it automatically word wrapped when it got smaller. So here's what we can do about this. We're going to click anywhere in the data of customer name, and then I'd like to look at its property sheet. You can get to the property sheet up here under the Design tab, and then right over here, Property Sheet. I'm going to go click on that. So try the same thing you're seeing me do. Click anywhere on any one of the customer names, Design tab, Property Sheet. All right, you'll notice in the property sheet it is looking at the properties of this text field, STR customer name. And so there are several little different index tabs down here. Let's click on the one that says Format, formatting of this field, and we're going to look for a property called Can Grow. And it's pretty much down at the bottom of this scroll box here. So we're looking at the properties of STR customer name. We're not going to go with the All tab because it's got a lot of things to look at. We'll shorten the list a little. We click on Format, and then you'll need to grab the scroll box and pretty much drag down to the bottom because here is the property I want to look at. It's called Can Grow. And that's basically, is it allowed to word wrap? That's what that stands for. So we're going to set the Can Grow property to Yes. That's what I'm about to do right now. I'd like you to do the same thing. So we're going to go down and set the Can Grow property equal to a Yes. Then I always hit the Enter key to just make sure it doesn't complain about how I typed it. And so now, notice in my view over here, hey, it's word wrapping. I wish I knew a way to do that to all of the fields at once, but I don't. So any of them that you're going to worry about word wrapping, kind of go to them one at a time and give them permission to grow. And so that way, when we're trying to squeeze all these things on one page, if we run out of room and we've squeezed everything as best as we can from left to right, maybe we can take some of the longer things like, customer names here in this case, and let them word wrap, and then we could squeeze a little bit more on the page from side to side. So having done that, let's go back and, start skinning up our columns, see if we can get them all on one page from side to side here. Looks like things are getting a little better for me, but I've still got some room that I could improve. So go play with the column width, see if you can squeeze them all on one page from side to side, please. Here's my dotted line. Looks like I've been able to get them in there. And then I've still got some blue stuff hanging out here. I better go check my print preview, see if I've actually got it the way I want, or whether I need to go to the design view and skinny up the form. So I better go check it out. I better make sure that in my print preview things are working well. So I'm going to my view button. I'm going to switch to my print preview. And I'm going to use my zoom out magnifier. And it looks like I've got all the fields in there from side to side. In fact, maybe I don't really need to do the word wrapping over here. So one last thing I might do is go back in here and just widen this column until it looks like there's only one of them doing the word wrapping, if I'm all that worried about it. I could go back and I'm just going to check out of my print preview here. And it looks like I could actually make this thing wider. Let's drag that thing out there till it's not word wrapping. Check it one more time through my print preview. Haven't lost my phone number off of there or anything like that. So take just a moment, play with that. But it is kind of nice to know about that can grow property in case like you've got it almost on the one page and you need to, tweak it just that one more thing. That can grow property can be a wonderful thing. All right, so catch up with me there. I'm going to close the print preview. And then I'm actually going to save the latest version of this form. Right-clicking on it, saving it. And then let's close it. So that's creating our first example of creating a form through the wizard. You may have realized this earlier. I'm ashamed to say that I'm just noticing it. That I have a report over here that I named FRM. So maybe you caught that when I made that mistake, or maybe you made it along with me. So I want to rename it. Now let me just mention that you can't rename an object when it's open. So if I have that form open and then I try to go up here and right-click on its name here, there's nothing up here about rename it. If I right-click on it over here, there is a choice to rename it. And if I try to do that right now, it says you can't rename it because it's open. So moral of the story is, if it is open, you got to close it. And then let's go over here and right-click, and this time if we choose rename, it will let us rename it, and I want to start its name with RPT. That's better. I'm feeling better about that. So take a minute and fix that, please, and then come on back. All right, as I say, maybe you caught that mistake when I made it and you fixed it, but now we fixed it here. All right, our next subjects of discussion are going to be talking about sorting a report. And you can sort it inside the wizard or you can sort it after the wizard is done. And we'll do one of each of those and compare how things go there. So let's do another one through the wizard, and we'll base it on our employee names table. TBL Practice Employees. We're going to click on that. That'll be the record source. Let's go to the Create tab. Not the Report button, but the Report wizard, please. Now, you may have seen some wizards, for example in Excel, I see this every once in a while, where I have a couple of arrows that point up and down over here, and that allows me to bring in all the fields and then move them up and down. But I want to talk about, and this is not terribly important, because I can always do this after the wizard is finished, but I just want to toss this in here as an extra little special thing about the wizard. So right now, when I point at something on the left side and double click on it, it's the same as clicking it and then wedging it to the right. I double click. It looks like it always puts the new thing at the end. But it turns out it's not quite that. It always puts the new thing after the one that's got the black background over here. And I'm going to build this into this lesson. So I'm going to left wedgie all of those things out, double left wedge. All right, so just watch me for a second here, and then we'll do some stuff together. So I'm going to click on the double right wedge. It moved all of the fields in. And now I'm thinking to myself, I think I'd like to have the first name before the last name. And I don't want to have to go back and do them all one at a time. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the last name and move it out with the single left wedge. Now it just so happens that it has made first name black, but if I wanted to put this thing after the state for some reason, I could click on the state and then wedge it in and it would drop it there. But in fact, it's set up just the way I want. The first name is the black background, so now I'm going to wedge the last name back in, and it drops it after the first name where they used to be before. And so that's how I can get around the fact that there's no up and down arrows. So why don't you try that for just a second? Wedge the last name out because it's before the first name. And then with the first name with the black background, wedge the last name back in and it'll drop it after it, just like mine did. Catch up with me there. All right, time to move on. Let's click next. So we'll talk about grouping in a few minutes. I'm going to skip over the grouping again right now. It's asking me if I want to sort by anything. I'm going to let it sort by the primary key, which is what we've been doing so far. So all I've done so far is click next. All right, in this window, let's go landscape orientation. We'll leave it as tabular. We'll let it try to adjust the field widths to fit them all on the page. Let's click next. You're just about done here. So I want to give this one a name. Right now it says TBL stuff, but it's really supposed to be a report. I've already made some mistake like that once. Probably won't be the last time today, actually. So RPT, and this is about our employee, and we'll call it no sort. And when you're ready, finish creating that. And here's our results. And you can see that it's being sorted by the ID field, which is the primary key of the table called employee practice employee data. And as I scroll to the right, looks like it got everything in there. Let me look at my next page. Next page. Things are pretty smooth there so far. All right, now to go back and talk about maybe taking it up on the offer to sort in the next version of the wizard. So I'm going to scroll. I'm going to go back up to page 1, actually. And then I'm going to scroll till I've got that in the main part of the screen here. I can also just roll my scroll wheel as far as up and down. All right, we can leave that one on screen. We won't worry about formatting this stuff. We all know how to do that by now. All right, so for the next one, we're going to choose to sort in the wizard. So I'm going to go back up here. I'm going to close my print preview. And then I would like to start a new report. And I'll still build it from practice employee data, so we'll leave that selected. Let's go to create, let's go to wizard. This time, let's just double wedge everything over there. I'm not necessarily going to worry about changing the order of things. And then click next. So notice the order of the fields as I look up here at the top. We got the ID field, and then the last name, and then the first name. And we're not going to group just yet, so click next. So this time when it asks me what I want to sort by, I'm going to tell it I want to sort by the last name in ascending order. And then just in case I got 2 employees with the same last name, I'd like to subsort in ascending order by the first name. So I'm going to click the little pull down arrow here next to the number 1 of 4. And I'm going to tell it I want to sort by str last name. And that'll be in ascending order. And then I'd like to subsort in case I have 2 people with the same last name. We'll subsort by the first name, also in ascending order. And then let's click next. We're going to leave it in the tabular layout. Let's make it landscape orientation as we did last time. Keep the checkbox about adjusting the field widths and click next. And then as far as the name of this one, let's call it RPT Employee Sorted by Wizard. And click finish. Does everybody remember the order of the fields that we had in the wizard? It was the ID, and then it was the last name, and then it was the first name. Notice that if you sort inside the wizard, it takes the fields that you're sorting by and moves them to the left and makes them the first fields in the report. Now, you could go in here and move them around. I just wanted you to see that because sometimes people get surprised by that. You know, I don't have any opinion about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but if nobody warns you about it, sometimes people get surprised. Hey, I thought I was going to get my fields in one particular order, and it didn't happen. Now, let's see if it's doing anything for us. Let's see, I got my Abels here. A couple of people named Abel. We got Gary coming before Murray Abel. Even though by ID, Murray would have come earlier, we've overridden that ID field as the sort order. Let's see, I got a couple of Bingas down here. Allison before Sam. So that's our sorting within the report. So just once again, the thing that I wanted you to see about that is that it takes those 2 fields in whatever order I told it to sort by and makes them the first 2 fields in my report. As far as left to right, everything fitting in here, things are good. So let's go see what we might do about that first report. I chose not to sort it while the wizard was on, but I did say you could sort it later. So let's see how we could do that. We've still got it open here, at least I do, RPT employee no sort. Let's go back to that one for a moment. And right now I'm in my Home tab. I would like to come up here where it says Design, Arrange, Format. Let's click on the Design tab because there's a button over here about grouping and sorting. So come join me there. I'm in the Design view of my report. And in the Design tab, let's go with the Group and Sort button right here. Give that a click. Puts this thing down at the bottom of our screen. And you'll notice in the middle of the bottom of the screen it says you could add a group and or you could add a sort. After we do some sorting, we're going to come back and talk about grouping in a minute. And again, it's another thing you can do in the wizard or you can do it out here. So let's talk sorting. Let's click on the Add a Sort button. Opens up a little thing down here in the bottom and it says, all right, select a field. And so I'm going to tell it to sort by the last name. Now, notice in this case, the first name is to the left of the last name because of the little stuff we were talking about earlier. When we were talking about queries, we were saying it sorts left to right. So we'll keep talking about things as we go here. So we're saying sort by last name, and then some other things that have appeared there say with A on top, and then there's also a More button. With A on top essentially means in ascending order. If I click the arrow there, I've got with A on top or Z on top. And then if I click More, let's see what else we've got available here. With totals, with no totals, with a title, with a header section, without a header section, with a footer section, without a footer section, keeping the group together on a page. So we'll probably discuss a couple of those a little bit later. But basically, we're sorting by last name by the entire value with the A on top. All right, and if I want to hide the other things, the More button has now become a Less button, and I'm going to click on that so it's not so cluttered. All right, you catch up with me. We're sorting by the last name with A on top. All right, now my impossible mission for us. Your mission is to add a second sort by first name with A on top. Make that happen, pause the video, and when you come back, I will catch up with you. All right, assuming you have done your sorting here, I'm going to catch you. I'm going to add a sort. It says sort by what? I say sort by first name with A on top. Life is good. All right, let's go see it in action now. So up to our View button, and let's look at the print preview perhaps. So this time it didn't change my field name order or anything like that. I've got the ID, I've got first name to the left of last name, and yet my ables are still sort of Gary to Murray. And my bingas. Get on here and look at my bingas. I got Allison before Sam. So when we do the sorting after the wizard is done, we don't get surprised, for example, by having it change the order of our fields. And it's not necessarily sorting left to right here. It's sorting by the order that we put the choices in about sorting. In our next section, we'll talk about grouping. If you haven't closed the reports that we created in the last session already, go ahead and close them. And if it asks you anything about saving changes, you'll say yes. But I don't think it'll ask. So my next report is actually going to gather information from more than one table. I would like to be able to see names of departments and then names of the people in each of those departments with their phone number and their parking lot fields. So we're going to create a query first that gathers all of those fields together because there's no one table that has all of those pieces. And then we'll use the query as the basis for our report. In fact, I'd like to return to a diagram that I've put on screen earlier. This one, my database objects diagram. And so if you look at the reports object, you see two arrows pointing towards it. The first arrow is coming from the tables, and the second arrow is coming from queries. So just like the forms, I mentioned this on forum day, just like the forms, if I'm going to make a report from multiple tables, Microsoft suggests best practice is to first make a query to gather those fields together, and then use the query as the record source for the report. And again, the reason for this is it makes the breaking down of the debugging when things are going badly into two separate pieces. If I'm getting bad data in my report, the problem is the query. If I'm getting bad layout in the report or it's being sorted badly, then that's a problem in the report itself. So that's what we're about to do. 2 steps. We're going to create a query, and then we're going to use that query as the basis for a report. So I want to switch back to Access right now. So first, the query. It doesn't really matter what we select over at the left side this time because we're going to be using multiple tables anyway. So let's just go to the Create tab, and we'll click the Query Design button, which brings the Show Table window in. So join me there. Let's create a brand new query in the Query Design window. All right, I want to be able to get my employees' first names and last names. So that's stored in Practice Employee Data Table. So that's going to be one of them that I want. I want the parking lot that they park in. That's found in the HR Data Table. And then I'd like to also have their department name. Now the HR Data Table has the department code, 2-letter abbreviation, but if I want to actually use the department name, then I have to bring in this table as well. So if you would just take a moment and double click on each of those 3, they will appear in the back window, and they've already got relationships created between them, so you'll see the relationship lines and all that good stuff. So go ahead and put those 3 in, put our video on pause. By the time you get back, I will have done that on my screen as well. And if your tables are in a different order back here, that's fine. It's just that you double clicked on them in a different order than I did. It's not going to cause any problem if that's what's happening on your screen. Okay, so I did say I want to see their first and last names. I probably should do a little bit of landscaping here so I don't have to spend a bunch of time scrolling up and down. Oh, heck, I won't worry about that too much. So I'm going to do the first name, maybe I'll do last name. So last name with a double click, first name with a double click. I said I wanted the phone number in there, so I'm going to scroll down a little bit, find the phone number. I said I wanted to have the department name and the parking lot. So let's see, the department name is over here in the department names table. So I'm double clicking on that one. And then the parking lot code is found in the HR data table. So over there I'm looking for parking lot code, I think it's called. Actually, I see it's called string park lot, str park lot. So I'm double clicking on that one. Then here's what I've got in my query design grid. The last name, the first name, the phone number, department name, and park lot. So join me there as I zoom up. All right, so that's going to make up the query. Let's go click either the Datasheet view button or the run button. So here's what's going on in our query. And if you tried to figure out what this was sorted by, you would have a little bit of trouble because it's actually being sorted by the primary key of the employee data table, and I didn't have you include that one in the list of fields that I wanted, but no real problem here. We'll deal with sorting because I probably want to sort by last name and first name anyway. So we're going to do some grouping and some sorting in this thing, but this will be the first time we've seen sorting. This will be the first time we group. So let's save the query, and then we'll use the query as the record source for the report. So I'm heading right up here to right-click on the generic query 1 title, and I'm going to click on Save, and I would like to name it QRY. This is about my employees, and I'm going to add the words for report. And then hit the Enter key or click OK. QRY employee for report. All right, we don't have to have that open in order to make a report from it, so why don't we take a moment and right-click and close it. And now we're going to create a report based on that. So I can save myself a little bit of time if I go over into my navigation pane and click on the name of that query. Right now I don't see the names of the queries. I can expand the list of queries by clicking on the word queries. And then maybe just to unclutter the screen, I'm going to scroll up and click on tables to hide the table names. And then down here, I'm going to click on reports to hide the report names. And now I've just got the queries that I'm looking at. And the one I want is right there on top, QR alphabetically first there, QRY employees for report. So let's click on that once as our record source. And then we're going to go to the report wizard. Let's see, I don't see the report wizard. Oh yeah, it's not under the home tab. We got to go to create tab, report wizard, you know the deal there. So let's bring in all of the fields from this query. Give it that double wedge, please. Now, eventually I'm going to group this by the department name. And if I have the department name on this list on the right-hand side, then it will be available for grouping. So that's why I wanted to make sure I've got the department name over there. All right, let us click Next. And so now it's asking me, how do I want to view my data? So earlier it was asking me, do you want to group by something? Now it's asking me, how do you want to view your data? And that's because I've got 3 tables in here. And by default, it's suggesting group it by practice employee data. But I've got a couple other choices there. Let's see what happens if we click on view by department names. So I'm going to click on that one, and look what it's done over at the right-hand side. It's going to have a department name, and then grouped under there, it will have the people and their phone numbers and their parking lot and so forth. If I choose to group by, to view by, it says my practice HR data. Looks like that's going to kind of produce the same thing, but it just makes more sense to me to say I want to group it by the department here. So this thing is looking just the way I want it to. Let us click Next. Now you notice in this screen it's asking, would you like to add any other grouping levels? Like, do I want them grouped by the department name, and then inside the department group, do I want to subsort them by the parking lot and then show their names? I could do that, but I'm not really going to do that right now. So I'm going to say, no, I don't really want to group by anything else. We will just click Next. Right, now it's talking about sorting within the group. So maybe I'd like to sort it within the group by the last name in ascending order, and then the first name in ascending order. Do that with me, and we'll click Next. Last name and then first name. All right, here's a new window that's a little different than things we've seen before. We have seen portrait and landscape orientation, because this thing is a report, but we've never seen these choices about stepped versus block versus outline, and that's because of the grouping. So what they're talking about here is they try to give you a little picture of it, a little sample picture of it. So here's what's going on. With the stepped version, I would have the names of the fields up here in the report header, and then I would have the name of the first department, and then all the data. And if I had, for example, first grouped by the department and then by the parking lot, I'd see the name of the department, then the parking lot, and then the people, and then the next parking lot and the people, and the next parking lot and the people, and then I'd see the next department, and it would start this grouping all over again. I'm only grouping by one thing, so we'll see this thing and then the people names. There's another choice here, says block. If I go with block, you'll see there's a slightly different change here. I'm still going to have the column headings up at the top in the report header. And then I would have the name of the first group and the name of the second group all on the same line, and the first person in both those groups here. This would use a little bit less paper because I don't have quite so many divisions. And then there's a third one here, says outline. And that one's a little bit different because it doesn't have all of the column headings up here. It has the first group and then the second group and then the column headings and the data. So just to try things out here, how about we'll go with stepped. And we don't have that many fields in there, so I probably don't need to go landscape. It's going to adjust the field widths anyway to at least get them on the page, and if we have to tweak things, we will. So we're going with stepped, and we're going to leave it as portrait orientation this time. Actually, let me back up for a second. How many fields have I got in there? Yeah, only about 5, so we should be good with the portrait orientation. Let us click Next, brothers and sisters. Okay, it says, what do you want for the name of my report, the title of my report? Well, it thinks it's a table here because of the way we selected things. So we want to change that to RPT. And let's see, this is about departments and parking lot. So how about RPT, DEPT, parking? Parkinge. All right, we should be ready to go. Let's click on Finish. All right. I want to zoom out a bit. Well, before I do that, let me just scroll up and down and see how things are going. So I've got my chemical engineering department, and these are the people in that department, stored in alphabetical order by their last name. If we had people with the same last name who work in the same department, they would be then subsorted by their first name, but that doesn't happen right here so far. I've got bingas. I got more than one bingo we've seen, but I don't have two bingas in the same department. Here's my engineering support people. Here's my marketing people. All right, it says it's page 1 of 2. I'd like to go see page 2. So I hope you're playing along here. Put the video on pause and scroll up and down and see what you've got. I'm just rolling my scroll wheel right now. My mouse has one. Otherwise, I would grab this scroll box over here and drag it up and down. All right, so do that for a moment and notice the marketing seems to be the last one on page 1. And then let's go down here and look at page 2. Boy, is it blank? No, it's not blank. It just doesn't have as much information on it. I'm scrolling up to the top, and then the department I'm looking at here is it's kind of hard to tell. Actually, what's happening is this is the rest of the marketing department. So on page 1, I've got the beginning of the marketing department. And then on page 2, I've got the rest of the marketing department, but it's not obvious that that's the case. So there might be something we want to do about that to make this thing, make a little more sense. But you can see how the grouping works, and then you can see how the sorting inside the grouping works. And all of that is good so far. And I didn't have to worry about squeezing things in here or worry about landscape orientation because we don't have all that many fields. Right, and then it looks as though system administration, we only got one per guy in there. And that's the last page. Otherwise, I would have another arrow down here. So take a peek at your screen. Make sure the same thing is happening on yours. And then we're going to go figure out what to do about this marketing department that's split across the pages. So pause the video, go that far. All right, one and all. Let's close our print preview. Got a button for that right up in the upper right corner. And in this case, it's dropping me to the design view. I think I would like to go to the layout view. Even in the design view, we do have a group and sort button, but we won't be able to see the results right away if we do it in the design view. So let's go to our view button and switch to the layout view with me, please. So now here in my layout view, let's go click on the group and sort button, which puts things down on the bottom again. So it realizes that in the wizard, I sorted by last name and then first name. Excuse me. And now what I'd like to do is not add another sort, but work on the grouping. So you'll notice there's a thing here about grouping already. It says group on department name with A on top. But let's click the More button. And the thing I'd like to concentrate on says do not keep together on one page. That's the default setting, and that's why that marketing department is spread out across multiple pages. There is a list arrow right there that we can choose. So I clicked on the word More to see the extra things, and then come with me and we'll click on the pull down arrow next to do not keep together on one page. And I've got a couple of choices under there. Let me talk about them, and then I'll have you put the video on pause and you'll catch up with me. So my choices are either don't keep them together on one page, or do keep the whole group together on one page. What that means is if it was going to have part of the group on one page and then continued on another, it will actually delay the layout of that group and put it on the second page, and you'll just have some white space at the bottom of the first page. But sometimes there are so many in that category that you still couldn't fit them on one page. There is a third choice here. At least get the header and the first record together on one page. So at least that way I don't have the name of a department and then nothing following it just because of, the way it happened to happen on the page. So let's go with keep the whole group together on one page. So that's what I'm about to do. So pause the video. You got the group thing going. You clicked on More. And then here where it says don't keep it together on one page, list arrow, do keep the whole group together on one page. Catch up with me there. All right, let's see if that has improved our report or not. So let's go right up here and right click on the tab name, and why don't we save it? Because we've made this change to it. And then let's switch our view to how about the report view? Actually, that wouldn't let us know how the pages are going. So we need to change our view to the print preview. All right, I'm scrolling down here. So engineering, marketing. Going to my next page. There's marketing support. This was the one that was partway done. And then bringing in sales support and special administration. So things are working better there. We are still in portrait orientation. So again, that was keep together on one page, kind of like widows and orphans in Word, if you will. So that's how you can turn on the grouping with the sorting inside, and then maybe improve the look of your report by having the grouping done, a page at a time, sort of. It's not like a new page for each group, but you can see that this has improved our report. All right, let's close the print preview. And let's close this report. And if it asks us about saving the changes, we will say yes. Mine didn't ask. I want to go back and pick up something that I've mentioned a couple of times, but now that we've got some groupings going on here, I want to go back and talk about sections in the design view. So I'm going to step out of my print preview, and I'm going to go to my view button, and let's go to the design view. Actually, I guess I am in the design view right now. And so let me just use my magnifier and my magic markers here. So we have a report header and a report footer akin to the form header and form footer. And then we have a page header and page footer. There is no such thing in a form. And then we have the detail section. Okay, but now we also have a group by department name. So now there's a department name header. And under certain circumstances, there'll be a department name footer, particularly when we start doing math with our groupings. That's what's coming up pretty soon here. So I'm just touching base again on this idea of the different sections. There are obviously more sections here in the paper reports than there were in the on-screen forms. So let me zoom out on that. So if you want to just check that out, go to your design view. You should be able to see header, footer, and so forth. There doesn't seem to be a report footer here. There's just a page footer. In this lesson, we're going to start getting our reports to do some math for us. Basically, I want to put together a report that tells me who bought how much of which book and when did they buy it, and have it do some math totals for us. And this information is not stored in just one table, so you tell me what I'm going to do before I make this report. I can almost hear you talking to me through your computer right now. Yes, we will make a query first to gather the fields together, and then we will use the query for the basis of the report. How smart you are. Well done. All right, so first the query. We're headed up to the Create tab. We're going to do the query in the design window, query design. All right, let's see. I'm going to need the book project table, the book sales table, and the customer table, which just happen to be the first three on this list. So you could click the first one and then shift-click on the third one and then click Add. I usually don't do that. I usually just double-click on each one I want, but let me prove to you that I can do it that way. And close the show table window. And I could do a little landscaping over here, perhaps. And even over here, perhaps. Move these guys apart a little bit. All right, enough of that. And again, it's okay if yours are in a different order from left to right. It will make no difference at all. If I move this guy this way, it'll still figure out how to show those relationship lines. Everything's good. Now we will choose the fields to go in the bottom design grid here. So I said I wanted to know when. That would be called the transaction date, and it's found in the book sales table. So DTM, date, time, transaction, date, double-clicking that. Next, I want to have the customer name. The customer name is only found in the customer table. So double-clicking to bring in that customer name. From the TBL book project, I want the title and the retail price. TBL book project, I want STR book title, double-clicking, and the retail price, because I'm selling it to retail stores here. And I want the wholesale price, because I sell to retail stores. They charge the retail price to their customers. So I want to bring in the wholesale price for those books. And let's see, we got the book title, we got the wholesale price. And then from book sales, I want the quantity sold. Double clicking on quantity sold. All right. So I would like to then multiply the wholesale book price times the quantity sold. And those of you who have gone through this a couple of times, you know that I always, before I do a multiplication like that, I always save the query to make the fields quickly available to do the multiplication in our expression builder. And that's what we're going to do right now as well. Even though we're not done with it, we're going to save it. So let's right click on its generically named query 1 tab here. We'll save it. And I'd like to name it QRY. Let's see, what information do I want here? Sales for report. QRY, sales for report. And now we're going to get it to do the math. So pause the video, right click, give it that name, query sales for report. Come on back. All right, now we want to do the multiplication of the quantity sold times the wholesale price. So let's click to put our cursor in the next available field down here in the query design grid. And then to build it, we're going to go to the Magic Wand Builder here. Or you can right-click in that spot and go to the builder. Or if you like keyboard shortcuts, you can use Control and F2 to get to the builder. I'm going to do that right now. We should all wind up in the same place, whichever way you want to try that. So get to the expression builder, please. All right, we're going to multiply the wholesale price times the quantity sold. We've done this enough times through the various modules that you ought to be good at it if you have taken the other modules. I guess I can't guarantee that. So I'm going to point at currency wholesale price, give it a double click. I'm going to type in my asterisk, my times sign, so get your asterisk in there. And then let's put in the quantity sold with a double click. And we could go over here and type some stuff with a colon, those of you who have gone through this process before. But let's just do it because not everybody has seen this. So far, let us click the OK button right here. And so down in the bottom corner here, let me zoom in down there. So it's got my formula in there, but then it's added this thing that's going to show up as a caption at the top of my column. It'll look kind of funny when it says EXPR1. So let's be careful not to erase the colon, but I want to select the EXPR1. And then we're going to replace that by typing, how about revenue, our incoming money here, revenue. And then I'm recommending hit the tab key. Let me spell revenue with an E at the end of it. There we go. And then I hit the tab key and it jumps to the next field. But if I've made any mistakes about like how I've typed the thing, or I forgot my multiplier or something like that, then I might get some error messages saying, hey, you need to go, check out your formula. In this case, no news is good news, so things seem to be going pretty well. Let's see what the query looks like when we run it. So I'm going to go up here and click the Run button. So it's kind of wide here. Got the transaction date. There's the when. Here's the who. Here's the what they bought. And here's how much they spent on it. So I hope those things are going well for you. And we're now going to use this as the basis for our next report. So catch up with me there. Finish that thing off. Look at it and make sure it's doing the math and all that kind of good stuff. And that it says revenue up here instead of EXPR1. Right, I'm assuming that things are going just swimmingly for everybody. So it's time to use this query as the basis for our next report. So I'm going to right-click and close it. It's asking me if I want to save the changes to it. Remember the changes that we saved it before we did the formula. So yeah, we definitely want to save it with the new formula in there. All right, now to make a report from it. So off to the Create tab. And over here in my queries, I'm going to go find the one named Query Sales for Report. Give that a click. And then in our Create ribbon, let's go back to the Report Wizard. All right, so here's my query. Here's the fields that I put in there. The when, the who, the what they bought, and the revenue, how much they spent. So let's put all of those over into the selected fields with the double wedgie, and then click Next. And then this time, when it asks me how I want to group this thing, do you want to add any grouping levels? So we're going to say, yeah, I want to group it by, how about the customer name? So I'm going to click on customer name. And then here's a common mistake. I've made it a lot of times. I click on customer name and I think I'm done and I click next, and then I wonder why I didn't get any groupings out of that. It's because you need to click on that and then wedge it over to the right. So str customer name as the grouper, click on that right wedge, and now we can see that we're going to have the group name up here and then all the other details listed below it, and then another group, and then another list of details. So catch up with you there so far. Let me just back up. So we moved all of the fields over to the right, and then in the grouping, we have selected group by the customer name, and then you wedge that over to the right, please. Now that we've got the grouping, let's click next. It's asking us about sorting. So let's say within the group, that is within the customer, I'd like to have their transactions sorted by the transaction date. So let's do that. Sort by transaction date, date time, DTM, transaction date. We'll do that in ascending order, I guess, oldest at the top and newest at the bottom. And then within the dates, they may have purchased more than one book on that date. So let's subsort by the book title, please, in the next row here. Subsort by str book title. And we'll do that in alphabetical order, ascending order as well. And then I notice a button that we have never seen before. It says Summary Options. We've never seen that before because you have to have two things happening. You have to be grouping. Well, we've done that before, but you have to be grouping and have numeric fields. And that's why we've never seen that button before, because this is the first time that we've got numeric fields and we're grouping things. So catch up with me first. Do your sorting if you haven't already. That was, let me back up, we're grouping by the the customer name, and then we're sorting by the transaction date in ascending order, inside there, the book title in ascending order, and then come with me and let's click on the Summary Options button, please. New dialog window here. All right, at the right-hand side, I have round buttons referred to as radio buttons. On the left side, I have square buttons referred to as checkboxes. I'm wondering if everybody knows the difference between those two. Just think about that for a second. Don't get too wrapped up in it. Here's the deal. With the radio buttons, they can't both be blank. And if you choose one and then you try to choose the other, you lose the first one. And you won't be able to do anything like control click and shift click to choose more than one. But for the checkboxes, you can leave them all blank, or you can choose one, or you can choose more than one. So that's just, kind of an old school thing here. And in fact, I probably mentioned this in an earlier module. I am even old enough to remember why they call these radio buttons. Because in my first car, I bought it way used. 1964 Ford Falcon. It had a radio in it, and when you pressed in on station button number 2, button 1 would pop out. And then when you pushed in on button number 3, button 3 would go in, and button 2 would pop out. And that's why they call these radio buttons. You can only choose one of them. You don't get to see them pop out on screen or anything, but that's the origination of the term. And so over here at the left side, I probably should have stayed zoomed in on that. On the left-hand side here, I have my numeric fields. Currency wholesale price, long integer quantity sold, and the revenue. If I was good about my Lizinski naming conventions, I would have named this CUR revenue, currency wholesale price, currency revenue. I didn't really think to do that. So I'm breaking the rules of Lizinski naming conventions. I hope Mr. Lizinski won't come and arrest me for breaking his rules. I don't really think he's still alive. So let's see. Maybe I would like to sum up the revenue. This is going to be grouped by each customer. So this is going to be how much they spent total. Let's see, for the quantity sold, how about we'll do maybe a minimum, or how about a maximum? So for each customer, I want to see, for the different books that they purchase, which one did they buy the most of? So that'll be a maximum. And then for the currency wholesale price, maybe we'll do an average. Now, with the radio buttons over here at the right-hand side, the default choice is Detail and Summary. And then there's another choice called Summary Only. Summary only would show me the name of the customer and then like how much they spent and the average and that kind of stuff that I've asked for. But I wouldn't see the individual sales. But I would like to see the individual sales. So I'm going to go with the Detail and Summary, and it turns out we can change our mind later. I don't really want to calculate a percent of the total for these things, so we won't check mark that one. So what have I changed? Well, I didn't change the radio button. I did say sum up the revenue. I did say find the maximum quantity sold for each customer and find the average wholesale price that they're willing to spend. All right, catch up with me on that, and then we'll click on OK. I'm going to click OK right now. So go do those things. Maybe I should magnify that on screen just so you can get one last look at it. All right, so I'm going to OK that the way it is right now. And then we should be ready to click Next. So we've seen the stepped layout. Let's maybe take a look at the block layout this time. Let's see, we got lots of fields in here. We've got quite a few, so let's maybe go with landscape orientation. Let me just remind myself how many fields we have here. Yeah, we got quite a few. So we'll go with the landscape orientation. We do want it to try to adjust the widths to fit them in there. So I did change two things. Instead of stepped, we'll go to block, and instead of portrait, we'll do landscape. And then let's click Next. We are coming down the home stretch here. We definitely want to preview the report. And then we should give it a better name than QRY, something or other. So how about RPT sales by customer, since that's what we're grouping it by. RPT sales by customer. Let me make sure I typed that the way I thought I did. Yes, I did. Woo woo. And we'll click Finish. So if you'll scroll up and down a little bit, you'll see this is pretty cool here. There are some things we're going to have to tweak in it. So here's my first customer, and then right on the same line, because we went with block, if we had gone with stepped, the next transaction wouldn't appear till the next line. So here are the sorted by transaction date, and then if I've got two things on the same transaction date, we subsorted it by the book title. So we got the group, we got the sort by date, we got the subsort by the book title. Down here towards the bottom of that group, I can see it says summary for STR customer name equals Allendale Books, total of 12 records. I've calculated the sum, the average, and the maximum. And if I scroll over here towards the right, we've got the sum of the, we've got the average book price. We've got the maximum quantity sold, we've got, the maximum quantity sold in any of these purchases is 20, that one right there. And then we've got the grand total summing up the revenue, except it doesn't really look like currency, so we might need to modify that. This thing looks a little funny. Summary for STR customer name equals. Maybe we'd like to make that just say summary for Allendale Books. So we'll want to tweak that a little bit. And then one other thing that I find a little bit odd about the way the wizard works, it's not up to me, but I find it a little odd. For most of these, I see what's called the caption for each of the fields. And yet, for the one that I was grouping by, it has the actual name of the field with the Lizinski naming conventions. So, and then we probably want to fix this here as well. So we got about 4 or 5 things we want to fix up. We'll do that in the next session. So leave it right here. Maybe close the print preview. Might be we'll close the print preview. And that should throw you into the design view. So I'm going to end this session here, and when we come back, we're going to pick up right there. In the previous lesson, we have created this report through the wizard, and because we had grouping in it and we had numeric fields in it, we were able to do this thing called a summary report. And now let's take just a second and look at the sections again. So I have the report header, and if I go to my print preview here, you're just going to watch for a second. So when I go to my print preview, here is that part right there. And that's on page 1, and then when I go to page 2, I don't have that. So the report header appears only at the beginning of the report. Going back to my design view here. So that was the report header. And then right below that is the page header. And it has my group name, and then it's got the labels for the other things that I've got going on screen here. Excuse me, let me zoom out on that for a second. So I've got in my page header, I've got the placeholder for the customer name, transaction date, book title, all that stuff. And again, if I go to my print preview, here that is right here, customer name, transaction date, book title. And if I go to page 2, I do have that, customer name, transaction date, book title. So that's at the top of each page. That's why they call it a page header. All right, back to my design view. All right, and now, zooming in again. So I'm grouping it by customer name. Therefore, I suddenly have a customer name header. Now, last time we had a group, we didn't have a group footer. This time we do, because that's where the math gets done. Scrolling down some more here. I've got a page footer. And in the page footer, I've got equals now, so that's the date, and having zoomed in and clicked on that, I can't easily move over to the right, but over at the right we have the page numbers. And that appears at the bottom of each page because it's in the page footer. I'm going to prove that to you. Print preview. Down to the bottom of the page. There's the equals now. And here's the page number thing. And that's all done through concatenation. I mentioned that in the past. All right, so back to my design view. And then, so we've seen the report header, report footer, page header, page footer, group header, group footer. And then in this case, I also have a report footer. And it says the words grand total, and then over here is a formula. And it's kind of hard to read the formula because it's bigger than the box is. So I'm going to click on that formula, and then I'm going to use maybe Shift F2 to go to the thing called the zoom window. Oh, interesting. Okay, can I do it this way? All right, I'll have to think about that one for a second. Oh, I could just widen it. So you'll see it says it's summing up the revenue. And to see what that looks like, let me make it skinnier again so it looks right when I view this thing. So back to my print preview. And so here I am at the bottom of page 1. I see a page number, but I don't see any grand total. Now I'm going to go to the very last page. So here's the total for this last customer right there, and then here's the grand total. And in fact, these two are the same formula. This formula is in the group footer, this formula is in the report footer. So even though it's the same formula, the location of the formula determines what it's going to add up. And one of the other things I'm not so crazy about is it doesn't look like currency, so we'll need to fix that in a moment. But really, right now, I'm just demonstrating the idea of what those sections are about. So once again, let me just scroll down a little bit so I can do some stuff here. So I'm going to zoom in with my magic markers and stuff. So I got the report header goes with a report footer that's off the bottom there. Page header goes with a page footer. Group header, group footer. And then the detail section for the individual records. Way more sections now than we had in the forms. So now let's start fixing some things that might be even better, that we could make even better. So how about this guy? I'm going to double click, get my cursor in there, make this look like English. This is just words that appear at the top of my very first page because it's the report header. So sales by customer makes a pretty dandy name up there. All right, next thing I said I wanted to fix was this goofy looking thing. Let me close my property sheet because I want the screen space. Man, that thing looks pretty complicated. Let's see if we can work out what it says. So this is the concatenation symbol. This is the operator, the math symbol for adding words together. And then everything you're going to put in here has to be either the name of a field or literal text that you want to appear. So any just plain text that I want to appear, I have to put quotes around it. Ampersand. And then here's kind of a funny one. Got quotes and then an apostrophe. And then another apostrophe and then quotes. So this is how you can kind of put a field name to appear right here. So it says summary for STR customer name. That's actually the words that are going to appear. And then over here, and then a space added onto that. And then right here is the customer name. So these words right here, they actually appear. Let me go back to my report view here, or even my print preview. So I was saying the thing that bugs me a little bit about this is that it says summary for STR customer name equals Allendale Books. I would like it to say summary for Allendale Books. Therefore, I want to figure out how to take this out of the concatenation. So back to my design view. And here's how we're going to do it. Let me zoom in and I'll mark the part that we need to take out. And this part you're actually going to do. So come with me to the design view, and then I'm going to do a thing on screen here, and you're going to actually perform it. So I got my drawing tools here. The part I want to get rid of is this thing. So I needed to say summary for, and then when I'm done, I want to say summary for, ampersand, space with quotes, and then this will actually be the customer name filled in. In other words, here's what I want to get rid of. That ampersand, this part right here, the literal string of characters that's appearing, the next ampersand, and I don't need this special space here because there's a space inside the quotes here. So I'm going to see these words as exactly as they show here, no quote marks on screen then. So I'm going to say summary for space bar, and then I need to keep this ampersand, and then this is the code for fill in the name of the customer. So I'm going to leave this on screen. You're going to grab your mouse and drag to select this stuff, starting with the ampersand, ending with the quotes here, keeping the ampersand. So you're going to delete that part right there. And when you put the video on pause and then do that and then come back, I'm going to catch up with you. I'm going to do the same thing. All right, welcome back. I'm going to do this, and then you can compare yours with mine. So I need to keep that ampersand, and then I'm going to start with the stuff after that. And the ampersand and the quote space quote. And if I keep this ampersand, then I throw that one away. I think I told you to actually keep that one, so let me do what I think I told you to do. Taking out this ampersand and all that stuff, and then keep the ampersand on the right end. Now I'm tapping the delete key, and this is what I'm left with. And I'd like you to compare your screen with mine. That thing right there is the cursor was flashing when I zoomed in, so you're not going to see that little mark. So compare yours with mine. All right, let's talk about a couple of the other things in here. So it says it's going to show the name, and then it's going to show the count. By the way, the star means the count of everything. It's a wild card. And then some of you may have used the if function in Excel. Here in Access, it's called if. But it's set up the same way as it is in Excel. It's got three parts to it. So it's got the name of so it's got if, which is the name of the function. And then here's the test that it's doing. If it's true that the count of everything in this group is equal to 1, meaning if there was only one sale to this customer, then part 2 says what to do if the test is true. That is, put in the word detail record. So if they only sold one, it's going to say 1 detail record. But if it's not true that the count was equal to 1, then they must have sold more than that. So it's going to show whatever number is there, and then it's going to say detail records with an S on the end of it. And then if I want a set of parentheses to actually appear in the typing on screen, I have to put them between quote marks. So this parenthesis right here is finishing off the if function. And then this parenthesis is something I want to see literally on screen printed out. Right? So you don't have to do anything there. I just wanted to explain what was going on at the end of that thing because it looked pretty funky. Okay, having deleted the part that I wanted, there still might be a couple of things I want to fix, but let's see the results of our hard work so far. So we'll go to the View button up here, and we're going to go to the Print Preview, please. All right, so sales by customer, that's looking good. Got my customer name, got the dates, got the stuff they purchased. This part looks better. Summary for Allendale Books, 12 detail records. Okay, that's pretty good. Now we got some math things going on. We got labels way over here for the sum, the average, and the max. And then the actual numbers are way over here. So maybe I'd like to bring the labels over a little closer to the numbers that they represent. And then we got one more thing over here. I want to make that look like currency. So those are the things we're going to do over the next couple of steps right now. So maybe I'd like to take the word sum and move it over here next to the sum, the thing that it's summing up. So I'm going to click on I have to get rid of my zoomer here. So in my details section, in my group footer, I can grab the word sum. I'm going to click on it. And then if I can touch its border and not hit the resizing handles, I have a four-headed arrow, and I can grab that thing and I can move it sideways. Now notice as I'm moving it sideways, it can waver up and down a little bit. And as I get over the edge, I'm just still dragging, and it kind of scrolls over for me. And then I'm going to put it next to this little placeholder that's doing the math. Right, so maybe I'd like to do that to the next piece. I would like to grab the label for average and drag it over here by the average. Now, if I'm worried about not having it line up right up and down, we saw earlier in a different module when we were doing forms, there was a way to align their tops and align their bottoms. But maybe I'd like to just move the word average straight sideways without the possibility of accidentally dragging it up or down when I didn't want to. There is a way to do that relatively easily, and that's just by hitting arrow keys on my keyboard. So I'm hitting the right arrow key, and every time I hit the right arrow key, it moves one more dot in the dot grid pattern. Or if I just hold down the right arrow key, it kind of goes zooming over there. I even have an official name for moving something through this method. The official name is, with a capital N, nudge. Kind of cute. So to move something around on screen in this program by using arrow keys, the official name is nudge. So I've moved the average over closer to my average wholesale price, but I was realizing when I was looking at this thing, the placeholder for average wholesale price was just huge. So I could make this a little bit skinnier and then move average over a little closer to it. We'll decide if we want to worry about that in a minute. And then last but not least, I have the word max. That needs to go over here next to the maximum quantity sold. You can nudge it. I'm just going to go the quick way. I'm going to drag it and not worry too much about lining it up necessarily. So I'm dragging it over here, and I think I can line it up pretty well by hand. All right, so those are three of the things that I wanted to fix. Take a moment and catch up with me there, whether you're going to drag, whether you're going to nudge. Get the labels over next to the boxes that are actually doing that math. All right, and then the other thing that I said I wanted to fix was this thing that's summing up the revenue for the group. I would like that to look like currency, which means I need to be able to see properties of that object right there. There's several ways to get the properties of an object. One way is to click on it and then go to its property sheet. As I hover over property sheet, I see there's also a keyboard shortcut, Alt-Enter. I could point at the object and right-click on its border, and in there I can usually get to the properties. Oh, I'm not actually seeing it here right now. Oh, I had to kind of move to the down arrow and have it scroll down, or there's so many things in here that I can scroll up and scroll down by touching arrows at the top and bottom, and now I can get to the properties this way. But some of you may remember I have talked about the fastest way I know to get to the properties of a box like this, and that's to click on it so I can see its border, and then simply double-click on that border. That's a quick way to get to the property sheet. That's the fastest way I know. So maybe try that. Double-click on the border of that thing. And so this is summing up my revenue. It says so here. It says that's the object that I'm looking at the properties of. To end a sentence with a preposition. All right. So in order to make this thing look like currency, it's going to be the format property. And it just so happens I have the format tab selected over here. It may be when you get here, maybe the all index tab is selected, and it's got lots and lots of properties. And if I don't want to have to look through all of the properties, I can narrow them down by the event properties or the data properties or the formatting properties. If I go with all, they're in there somewhere, but I have to scroll more. So in this case, if I go to the Format tab, the very first property is the format. And if I click in the box for the format, there's a nice little list arrow where they have some pre-created formats. And one of them, if I can zoom in and keep that thing up there, is called currency, and that's the one I'm going to go for. Gee, that's easy. So currency format, I always hit the enter key after I do that. And so let's go see what we've done. We've moved some labels over, and we've changed the formatting to currency for the grand total there. I'm going back to my print preview now. So catch up with me. We're looking at properties of the grand total that was at the end of each group. We just changed one of them. It'll fix it for all the groups. We formatted it for currency. So catch up with me there, and then let's go to print preview, please. All right, here we go to print preview. So now I don't see sum and average and max over here. I see average over here next to this label. So this, next to this text box that's doing math. So there's the average of these prices. Here's the sum of the revenue. And then here's the maximum amount ordered in any one sale. And if I scroll down, that's happening with every one of these groups right here. And then I'm going to go to page 2. And then here's some more going on there. And, oh, let's see, I got a book title without the name of the company, without the name of the customer. What do you think we'll do about that? Where have we run into that before? Yeah, it was the keep group together on one page thing. We'll have to do that in a minute. But the rest of it's looking pretty good. I've got totals going on for each of the groups. Then if I go way down to the bottom of that page, I can see my page number and my dates. And then if I go to the very last page, by clicking the right arrow down here with the bar, here's my very last page. It has the total for this group and then the grand total. Uh-oh, the grand total doesn't look like currency. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, I'll get you started. I'll show you where the thing is, and then you're going to go format it for currency. Maybe you could do it already, but I'll get you started. So this is the last thing that we're going to tweak right here. So I'm closing the print preview. I wind up back in my design view. And I want to get the property sheet by scrolling way over here on the left-hand side. So this sum of revenue is for the grand total because it's in the report footer. This sum of revenue is for the groups. It's working great for the groups, but this is the one we just turned into currency. Your mission is to turn this one into currency, and you probably even still have the property sheet window open. You just have to tell it what you're setting the properties for. So go to this one, you'll notice it does not say currency, and you're going to make that happen right now. So pause the video, set that one for currency, and then switch back to your print preview, and things should look better. All right, I'm going to join you. I'm setting the format for my grand total to look like currency. I hit the enter key. All right, I'm going out to my print preview now. And here's my grand total on the very last page because it's in the report footer. Didn't click on the last page button. There it is. So now things are looking better there as well. How are we doing? Are we giving you ideas for the kind of reports that you're going to need to do? So we've been very careful about our data entry, trying to make life for our data entry people if you were here in Module 1. And that's because you want to get good data, because then sooner or later somebody's got to print out these reports at the end of the month or the end of the quarter or whatever it is. So it's kind of nice to have good data and not have to spend a bunch of time scrubbing it to get good answers. All right, we're almost done. I've got one last thing that I want to show you. So you may remember in the wizard when we were setting up the summary part. So we had the checkboxes for what kind of math we wanted to do, and then we had 2 radio buttons. One of them said summary, and one of them said summary and details. And we went with the automatic default choice, summary and details. So we get the summary for each customer, and we get the details of the individual sales. But what if I just want to see the totals and not all the individual details? I don't want to see all the individual sales. I just want to see who and then grand totals and averages and all that kind of stuff. Well, let's go back to our design view, which will happen if you close your print preview right now. And I'm going to close the property sheet for just a second. So there's this section called detail. And this is the place that produces each of those individual sales and puts them on screen. What I'm going to do is hide that. So I'll be able to see the page header, and I'll be able to see the group header that has the name of the customer. But then for the detail section, I don't want to see the individual details. I want to be able to see the name of the customer here and then the summary stuff down here, and I don't want to see the individual details. There's a special property that we can use. It's called, is it visible or not? So come with me, let's maybe right-click on the detail bar and ask for its properties. Yeah, we could do it other ways. We could do it with the property sheet. And so we're talking about properties of this bar, the detail section. And there's a property here that says, yes, it's visible. So let's change that to no. A little pull down arrow here with choices for yes or no. I set it for a no. I hit the enter key. And let's go see how this changes things. So join me. You right-click on the detail bar in the pop-up menu, left-click on Properties. Under the Format grouping here, set the visible property to No. And then go switch to your print preview. Go ahead and do that. I will catch up with you in a minute. I'd like you to see it on your screen before you have to see it on my screen. That's always kind of fun for you. All right, I hope you're having fun there. I'm catching up with you, going to my print preview. So here is each customer name, summaries for them, totals, averages, maximums, without seeing the individual sales. That would have happened automatically if in the wizard we had chosen summary only instead of summary details when we saw the two radio buttons. So none of that stuff's etched in stone. You can always make changes to it. Very good, everybody. So that's called a summary report. Remember what we had to do to have that happen? We had to have groups and we had to have numeric fields. And in this particular case, you may also remember that we made this report from a query because we wanted to gather fields from more than one table. So a query to a report, getting it to do math. Very good. So I'm going to close the print preview, and then I'm actually going to close this report. If it asks me about saving changes to layout, I will say yes. Man, did we make changes to the layout. So I definitely want to say yes. I worked hard at that. Good work, everybody. In a lesson earlier in this module, we had a case where we were changing the width of a column and it didn't automatically word wrap in the thing that we were talking about. Does anybody remember the name of the property that allowed it to wrap? It was not called allow wrap text. It was called can grow. And we're going to see that under certain circumstances, the wizard will automatically grow a column. But it has to do with a particular data type. So I'd like to start out looking at a table named TBL Book Project. So let's scroll up and find the tables at the left side here. I'm going to close my list of reports. I'm going to close my list of queries, and I'm going to open my list of tables. And we're looking for TBL Book Project. I'm going to double click on that. Here's what it looks like. Come catch up with me. Open up TBL Book Project, please. All right, so most of this is pretty straightforward. The book title, the costs, and so forth. But if you'll scroll way over to the right-hand side, there is something called Content Summary. And there's a lot of typing in here. And if I tried to widen this column enough to show the whole typing, it's more than one screen wide. So there's a lot of typing in there. And that's allowed because it's a particular data type. So watch my screen for a moment. I'm going to go to the design view. And I'm going to hide this property sheet because it's taking up a lot of screen space. So that last field there, comments, most of our fields that have text are called short text. And when I click on one that's short text, it tells me the field size. And by default, it starts out at 255. But if you were with me in Module 1, we can override that and fill in how many characters we do want. But then this one called comments says it's long text. And when I click on that one, I don't really see anything that tells me how many characters are in there. Anything that's set as long text could actually hold up to 16,000 characters in it. We definitely don't have that much here. But that might be a challenge trying to get that into a report. I'm going to need the can grow property. The good news is the report wizard, when it runs into one of these that's long text, it will automatically turn on the can grow property. Let's see that in action. So I would like to make a report just out of this particular table. I want to have the part number, which is the primary key. I want to have the book title, the retail price, and those comments. So it's going to be, it's only going to have 3 or 4 fields in it. It's going to be an easy thing to put together in our wizard. So let's go ahead and right-click and close TBL Book Project. You've got the background information. You have peeked behind the curtain. So I'm closing that. Shouldn't have anything to say about, changing anything or saving anything we've changed. Time to get the wizard going. Now, right now, I've already got that particular table selected because I was double-clicking to look at it. You probably do too. So let's head to the wizard. I don't see the wizard because I'm under the Home tab. Go for it. Create tab, going to not the Form wizard, but the Report wizard. So here are all of the fields that are available from that table book project. What I said I wanted was the primary key, the part number, so that's the very first one there. Right under that is the book title. Yeah, I want that one too. Let's see, what else do I want? I want the retail price. Excuse me, I want the wholesale price because that's the price we sell for. So double clicking on the wholesale price. And then I want that comments field. So there's what we've got. Catch up to me there. Pause the video and catch up. All right, let's click next. So it's asking me if I need to group this thing. We'll say no thanks. So we'll just click next. As far as sorting, if I don't tell it what to sort by, it'll sort by the primary key. Maybe for this report it would be better to sort it by the book title, since I haven't actually included, I have included the primary key, but I think when I do this kind of a report it might be handy to sort it by the book title. So let's do that. We'll do sorting by the book title in ascending order. That's the default setting, so that part's good. All right, and when we click next, how about we'll go with the, let's see, we'll leave it tabular here. And we don't have all that many fields, so we might as well leave it in portrait orientation, and it's going to try to be sure and squeeze them on there for us. So I'm not actually changing anything in this dialog window. Let's go to the next. And it says, you are done. What do you want to name this thing? So let's call it, how about RPT catalog? I'm not going to go with the British spelling with the UE at the end of it. So report catalog, finish that thing off. Here it comes, and notice how it is nicely word wrapping the contents of the memo without us having to go and turn on the can grow property the way we did in one of the earlier exercises when we used the wizard. And that's happening because of the data type there. Kind of nice to have the wizard do things for you. That's why I use the wizard in reports a lot more than I do for any of the other objects. Hey, a nice short lesson. So let's close the print preview, and then let's make sure we've saved the latest and greatest version of that. I think we have, but let's just be safe. So I'm going to save that. Yeah, we must have saved it already. Well, I guess I could have guessed that because it's got a name, and I don't think we really tweaked anything in it after we created it. And let's go ahead and close that. I would also like to add a little bit of eye candy to this particular report. I would like to group the book titles by their first letter. So I'll have something that says book title B, and then the group of books that start with a B. And then book title C, group of books that start with a C, if I have a group of them. And any letter that I don't have just won't be mentioned. So right now we're sorting by the book title. Turns out we're also going to group by the book title. We've definitely never done anything like that before, where we sorted and grouped by the same thing, but it will be actually the secret to doing this job. So let's go up and click the print preview, close the print preview window here. When I do that, it's taking me to my layout view now. And in the layout view, you may or may not see this bottom section about group and sort and total. That's turned on and off by this button. So if you don't see that part, click this button. It either toggles it on or off. We want it on right now. And then down here at the bottom, it says that you're sorting by the book title with A on top, meaning in alphabetical order. And what I want to do is add a group. Now, by default, it puts the group under the thing that's there already, but we may want to do something about that in a couple of minutes. So right now, come with me to this part. You've closed your print preview. It should drop you in the layout view. If it doesn't, you can go to the view button and switch to the layout view. And then if you don't see the grouping thing down here, we saw the button to click on for that. And now I'd like you to click on Add a Group. That's what I'm about to do. So catch up with me there, and then we'll take it together. All right, I'm assuming you're caught up with me, so I'm going to click on Add a Group. It says, what do you want to group by? I want to group by the book title. And it assumes that'll be with A on top. Okay, that part's good. But if you'll click with me on the More button now, so do that Add a Group, I'm sure you have by now. And then we're going to click right here where it says More about the grouping. And one of the things that pops up right in that space says Group by the entire value. Apparently there are other choices under there. So let's click on the down pointing arrow, and you'll see some radio buttons, and we're going to switch from grouping by the entire value to grouping by the first character. There's a nice radio button for that. Group by the first character. And then I'll usually kind of click over here in this little gray part. It can be a little bit tough getting out of that little window. And you see as I did that, things kind of jumped. And so if I'm pointing down here in the bottom, I can now have a couple of up and down scrolling arrows in the bottom section here. So you may have to click the up and down scrolling arrows to get this stuff to kind of come back into view. In fact, I'm rolling my scroll wheel to do that. So I can see that the sorting was already there, and then when I did the grouping, it put the grouping below the sorting. And right now it's grouping by A on top, meaning alphabetically. And then when I said group it by the first letter, here's the first letter, B, and then I got some B books going on in there. But it may be that everything's not wonderful in the garden. So let's go up and turn off the group and sort by for just a second. So it looks like I got the B here, and then the C down here, and then an F down here. Things look pretty good so far. Let's go up and switch our view. So I'm going to my view button. I'm going to switch to my print preview. Ooh, things are not so wonderful in the garden again. I got book title B, and then one book, and then book title B, and then one book. So every book has its letter there, but I was hoping to group all the B's together and all the F's together. Well, it turns out we can do that relatively easily. What we need to do is go back to the window where you have the grouping and the sorting and make it group before it sorts. That's what we're about to do next. So if you've been playing along, I mean, things looked like they were going to be great when we were in the layout view, but now that we're in the print preview, yeah, things are still a little weird. So back to the closing the print preview here. And let's bring back our group and sort button. So you're going to watch me here. I've got these little dotted lines over at the left-hand side. That's a way that I can grab these pieces. Particularly, I want to grab the little dotted line for the sorting that's coming first. I'm going to grab that and start dragging down, and I want to drop it below the grouping. You can see my little red horizontal line there. I drop it right there. So now it's going to be grouping by the book title first, then it's going to be sorting by the book title. And you know what? While we're here, I'd like to do even a little more than that. So far it looks just like it did before. It's got the B here and no B down there. That seemed to fool us last time. Maybe we should stop for just a second and see if this is improved on our problem to group before sorting. So catch up with me. You grab the little dotted line here for the sorting that was on top. Drag it below the grouping. Watch for the vertical orange line. Drop it in there, and then let's see if that has improved things for us. So I'm going back to my view button now. And I'm going to go to my print preview. All right, I've got a B and then two B books. I've got a C and then a C book and an F and some F books. Check that out. Make sure that's working for you, and then we're going to tweak it even just a little bit more. All right, I sure hope things are going well for you. Let's close the print preview, back to that layout view. And I would like to dress that B up. I want it to have a bigger letter. I want to not have it in this great big box. I'd like to make it bold and maybe red and have a yellow background and some cool stuff like that. A little more eye candy yet. So I'm going to turn off the grouping down here just because I want to see things happening on screen. So do that. Catch up with me. All right, here we go. We're going to fix this thing up. So I'm clicking on the box for the B, and I want to make it skinnier. Now, I need to mention something. If I just kind of click up here, and then I try to make things skinnier over here, things can get a little weird. So make sure you click in the box that's got the B in it, and now you should be able to touch it over on the right side, get a two-headed arrow, and notice as I'm skinning that up, I'm also skinning up the C and the F and so forth. I'm not going to make it quite as skinny as the B because I said I wanted to make the B bigger. So I've made it about that skinny. Go do that with me. Click in the box for the B, grab the right side of it, drag it in there, make it skinnier. All right, assuming you have done that, next thing I want to do is make the B bigger and red and maybe bold and italic and have a yellow background behind it. Holy cow, this guy's getting crazy. That's just crazy talk. Well, let's go to the Home tab, where we can get to the letter color and the background color and stuff like that. So how about we'll click on the pull down arrow for the letter color. And I think I said I was going to make it red, so I'm going with Fire Engine Red down here. And then while I'm here, I'm going to make it bold and italic And bigger than 11 points, how about I'll double that, about 22. Notice how it made the box bigger as well. That's kind of nice. But it's left aligned in the box. I got a button here that would center it in the box. And then for color behind the letters, there's this spilling paint can. Maybe I'll make that kind of a light pink or something. And you'll notice that while I'm doing that on the B, it's also happening on the C and so forth. So what the heck did he do there? Well, let me just remind you. I clicked on the box for the B. You and I made it skinnier at the same time. And then I went to the Home tab and did several things. Made it bold, made it italic, made it red. And then here in the other spilling paint can, I gave it a background color. And last but not least, I told it to center instead of left aligning. So catch up with me there. You're almost done with this bad boy. All right, time to see it in action. I'm going back to my print preview. So there's my ROLODEX thingy going on there. And because we're grouping before we're sorting, I don't see multiple Fs. So that was the secret to that part. Let's see, I've got an I that starts on this page. Have I got more I's on the next page? Nope, I don't. If I was worried about that, you remember you can go back and set up the grouping to keep together on one page. So as I scroll through this thing, if I see that happening, like here's one. I got a orphan W here, and then all the W's are on the next page. So we know how to improve that. That would be keep together on one page. I'll get you started into the place, and then you finish it off with that keep together on one page. So I hope you're seeing the same thing. All right, I'm going to go up and close my print preview. Puts me back in my layout view. I want to get my grouping area open again, so I'm clicking on the Group and Sort button. So we're talking about this thing where we're group by, group on book title with A on top. We're going to go look for the part that says don't keep it on one page and turn it into yes, keep it on one page. That's going to happen under More. So in the group on book title, go to More and see if you can remember how to get it to all keep the whole group on one page. So make that happen, and then switch to your print preview and check it out and make sure it's doing what you want. All right, I hope you're having some fun here. I'm about to catch up to you. So I'm going with my More, and I've got this part about do not keep together on one page. So I'm clicking the pull down arrow, and I'm going to say, yes, keep the whole group together on one page. And now I'm going to switch to my print preview. So let's see, it was happening in the M's. So I'm going to the second page. And there's my M's all on one page. So if I go back to that first page, where the M's would have started, it left just a little bit of space. That's where the M had been before. So that can be a cool thing. Maybe I should say it the other way. It looks kind of goofy to have the M sitting by itself. So it's a great improvement to a report very often to do that keep together on one page thing. So that's our eye candy. That's our grouping and sorting. We're grouping and sorting by the same field. And in order to not have the B show up more than once, we had to tell it to group first and then sort. And then we tweaked the heck out of the little letter there. Hey, kind of fun. So let's see, what did we do in this lesson? Well, we saw that when the report wizard comes upon a long text, it automatically turns on the can grow property. And then we did some grouping and some sorting and some eye candy. Hope we're giving you some ideas of how you can improve the kind of reports you may have created in the past. I'm going to close the print preview. And I'm actually going to close this report. And if it asks me about saving changes, I'm sure it will. I'm definitely going to say yes. Oh yeah, I changed the heck out of it. I worked hard. Yes, keep those changes. Well, that last one was kind of fun, but it was pretty detailed. I'd like to finish up with something that's fun and easy. This is going to involve creating mailing labels. Now, among other things, I also teach Microsoft Word. And generally in a Word class, somewhere along the way, we'll talk about mail merge, creating form letters or creating labels, sticky labels that come on a sheet, and then you print them up and then you stick them on envelopes for mass mailings via snail mail rather than email. And so that would involve Word and then some program that has your list of whoever you're going to send that to. And that might be a table in Word, or it might be an Excel worksheet, or it might be an Access table. This time we're going to make some labels right here in Access, and we're not going to need Word to do it because there's a wizard for it. It is a printout, so it's a report, and there's a nice wizard for mailing labels in the report grouping. So let's do an easy one here. Now, first of all, I'm going to need a table that has like names and street addresses and stuff like that. Just so happens if we go to our practice employee data table, we have just that. We got names, we got addresses, we got all the stuff we need in order to make some grand labels. So I just wanted you to see that. I'm going to go ahead and close that. It's not required to be open while we do it. So let's go, everybody. Let's go up to that Create tab. And over here in the Reports group, there's a nice one right here for labels. Go for it. Go click on that Labels button, everybody. It's going to come up looking like this. All right, I got to tell you, this is a pretty old school wizard. This thing hasn't changed in probably 15 years. So just let me zoom in on a little bit here. You can see it better on your screen than mine, probably. Wizard creates some standard labels or some custom labels. Man, I hope I never actually have to make a custom label. The screen for that looks awful. I'll touch on it here in a minute. So we've got filter by manufacturer. I see a little list arrow here. And alphabetically first on that list is Avery. Now, Avery, I kind of call it the McDonald's of labels. Avery labels have been around just forever. In fact, I got to tell you a little story. I was in Office Max a little while ago, and I was in their label section. I was going to pick some up, and the Office Max labels are there in their own little envelope, and on the front of the Office Max labels, it says, emulates Avery 2160 or something like that. So I always found it kind of odd when one company uses some competitor as their "we're just like theirs." Like if I made some beer, if I was a manufacturer of beer, would I want to advertise that my beer tastes just like Budweiser? Anyway, moving on. So I'm going to zoom out here. So we're going to take advantage of the manufacturers list. When I first started doing this, man, that list was really short. Nowadays, when I click on it, we got lots and lots of different manufacturers of labels on our list here. But being alphabetically first can be a nice little thing there. So we're going to go with Avery. And the most popular version of Avery label, there's one of them is 2160 and one of them is 5160. Those are the two most popular. Look at the little picture over here. Let me zoom in on that, in fact. Anybody recognize those little circles over there? When was the last time you had a printer that had like those little threaded holes in there and you got to run it through there? But that's actually what one of these is set up for. So I'm looking at product number C2160, and it says that label is 2.5 inches wide, 1.5 inches tall, and it comes 3 across a piece of paper that's basically 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. And down here, it says sheet feed. Continuous would be the one that would use those little pulling holes. So this is what I mean when I say there's a pretty old wizard here. All right, what I hope I never have to do is this part over here, customize a label. And I'm going to like edit it, and then I'm going to tell it how wide it's going to be and how tall it's going to be and all that kind of junk. Man, I hope I never have to do that. Kind of wonderful to be able to just choose it by the company and then, sort of the model number there. So let's see. I kind of got myself into a place I didn't want to. I'm going to cancel and just start that again. It's so easy. So I'm just going to go click on the labels wizard and pick it up right here. So if 2160 isn't showing already, then you can click on anything over here and maybe type the letter C, and it will jump to the C's. And you're looking for C2160. All right, now having found that, let's go down and click on Next. So in this window, I see a checkbox about italic. I see a checkbox about underline. I can choose my font. I can choose my size. I'm kind of expecting to see one about bold, and it turns out there is. It's just got a different name. It's called font weight. So let's play in this for a minute. And again, here's where you're going to see that this is still an old style dialog window here. So I'm going to click, maybe I'm deciding I'd like to change the font. So I'm going to click on the pull down list arrow here for the font. And look at this. This thing's so old that you don't even see a preview of what the font looks like until you click on it, and then you've got to look over here in the sample box. Man, this is an old wizard, Jim. So, I don't know, Arial, how about, oh, maybe I want to go with, actually, Arial's okay. How about Arial Black or Arial Narrow? Maybe I can then get more letters on there if I need to. So there's an Arial Narrow so far. And I'm going to leave the font size alone because I got to, put a couple of lines on this thing. The font weight, right now it says thin. If I click on the pull down arrow, I'm looking at that list. Thin, extra light, light, normal, medium, bold, semi-bold. Man, we got a whole lot more than just the bold is turned on and off. I had a student in class one day say, it sounds like beer. We got the light and we got the bold and the, yeah, okay, fine. So the only way you can see what those will look like is to click on one and then see how it looks over in the sample box. So it's up to you how bold you want to have it. And then you could choose the text color, obviously, and what that one's about, and click on it. You got to click OK to see it. I think I'm just going to leave mine as black, unless I'm sending stuff out for Christmas cards or 4th of July or something like that. I can also make it italic and underline. I'm not going to bother. So feel free to play with that for a little bit. I'm going to recommend maybe don't necessarily make the font size bigger, just because the text is fairly big already and you've got a limited size on the label. So feel free to choose a different font and a different weight here. And if you want to play with the color, hey, it's up to you, man. You're not going to have the font police come chasing you. So once you've played in that for a minute, go ahead and click next. And then here's where we build the thing. What would you like on your mailing label? Construct your label on the right by choosing fields from the left. Actually, I should have scrolled in before I tried doing anything drawing with that mouse. So you can see on the right, we got the thing called prototype label. Construct your label on the right by choosing fields at the left. You can also type text that you would like to see, and whatever you type will appear on every label. All right, so let's see. Maybe I want to have their first name. So I'm going to point at first name and wedge it over here, and there's the first name. Now, if I then put in the last name, then those two words are going to be right next to each other. So I'm going to type a space. Wait a minute, Dan, don't you have to concatenate this with an ampersand and then quotes around a space? No, it's actually going to do that for me. That's one of the cool things about this wizard. So I've just clicked on first name, and then I clicked the wedge, and then I typed a space. Go ahead and do that. All right, and you may remember from our previous discussions, a faster way to move something from left to right is to double click on it instead of clicking and then wedging it. So now I want to have the last name. I'm just going to double click on it. There's the placeholder for the last name. Cursor is flashing. I would like to start a new line. I'm going to hit the enter key. Starts a new line. I'm going to put in the address. Maybe I want to leave a space. And then put in the city, maybe a couple of spaces, and then put in the city. And sometimes you got to scroll up and down to find it. So I'm looking for my STR city here. It's actually right under my nose. And then maybe I'll leave a little space, or maybe I'll hit the enter key. I'll leave a space, and then fill in the state. I'm told that we no longer put a comma between the city and the state. I don't know that I'm that hip. I still wind up doing that. And then I got to get the zip code in there, and I'm going to hit the enter key, and I'm going to drop the zip code in there. STR zip. So no concatenating required. Man, this thing is easy. So catch up with me there, and let me zoom in on that. If you decide you want to put the street address on one line and the city and the state and the zip on another, hey, that's up to you. It's going to fill it in there for you. Life is good. All right, assuming that you're all set, let's click Next. Now I see a window where it says you could sort your labels by one or more fields. You might want to sort it by more than one field, like the last name and then the first name, or by just one field, like the postal code. And so we were going over this one day, and I had a student raise his hand, and he said, actually, if you sort the thing by the postal code, especially for a big mailing, the post office will give you the bulk mailing rate. And I said, oh, did you have to like already have the bulk mailing rate? He said, no. If you contact the post office ahead of time and tell them that you're going to be doing a big blast like this and that you're willing to sort it by the zip code, then they'll give you the bulk mailing rate. You just got to call them and tell them you're going to do that. So gosh, let's take advantage of that. Let's sort it by the zip code. So I got to scroll down a little bit to find that. str zip. I'm going to double click on that, and that's what I'm going to sort that thing by. All right, do that as well, and then let's click next. It says, man, you are done. What an easy wizard that is. Got kind of a funny name up here, Labels TBL Practice Employee Data. Maybe I just want to call that Employee Labels, or if I'm going to keep the Lozinski naming conventions, it is a report. So maybe I'll do that. RPT, what's this? This is about my employees. Employee Labels. Last but not least, click Finish. Look at those cool labels. Microsoft Word was not involved in this. It was not needed. So it's nice to have a wizard that'll do that job for you. And I said it was doing concatenation for me. Right now you can't really see that. But if I close the print preview, it goes to the design view where I can see quite plainly that it's done concatenation with that ampersand. And there's this thing that says trim, which cuts off any extra character width that might be at the end of that thing. So it was doing concatenation for me. I wouldn't have known anything about the word trim here. So wizards can be wonderful things. Even for muggles like me. So I'm just going to go back to my print preview and see those gorgeous labels. Wasn't that a nice, easy thing to finish up with? So we have worked hard creating our reports. Any of you who did the forms first before the reports, you'll have to agree with me that there was an awful lot of stuff in the reports that looked just like the forms. The design view, the layout view, all of that cool stuff. So what all kinds of things did we see? Well, we saw a quick reports button at the beginning. We've seen the report wizard. We've used that a lot. We've seen how to get in and tweak the report settings, either through the layout view or the design view. Layout view was good for adjusting column widths. The design view was good for adjusting the width of the form itself. We worked with report sections. We saw that unlike a form that only has a form header, form footer, and detail section, our reports had a report header and a report footer, and then it had a page header and a page footer, and then if we had groupings, it had a group header. It would have a group footer if we did summary values in those groups, and then in the middle of it was the details, the layout for the individual records. In reports, you almost always do things tabular because you want to see lots and lots of records at the same time. We saw how to create summary functions to do our math, and we finished it up with mailing labels. So I hope we've given you some good ideas about the kind of things you might need to do in your reports, like maybe that little ROLODEX thing at the end with a little bit of eye candy there. So I hope that you've had fun, but more importantly, I hope that you've seen some stuff that's given you some ideas of what you want to do in your databases. In the meantime, have a great rest of your day. This is Dan McAllister, signing off.